Hey David, how are you? El Mudo.
Judge, can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Yeah, you were muted for a second there.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. All right. Thanks very much for all your work yesterday.
You bet.
All right. We'll see you in a little bit.
You bet.
Good morning, Mr. Hearing Examiner. This is Peter Gould. Can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you so much. I want to mute myself again for a moment.
And hearing examiners, Medeiros and Ryan and Mr. Lee, this is Mr. Albright. Can you hear me reasonably well?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Can you all hear me with these on? I think I figured out I had to research this last night to figure out why these mute themselves. But hopefully getting different devices to communicate with different software can be difficult at times. So hopefully you can hear me now.
Can hear you fine, Mr.
Fantastic.
Hearing Examiner.
Thank you. Can you hear a lot of whirring in the background? Okay.
No, sir.
Excellent. Okay. So noise canceling is working as well. All right. Let's see if we're all here. Well, let's go ahead and start. Are you ready, Mr. Lee?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Okay. Good morning. This second day of hearings in the PNM rate case number 22-00270-UT. We're going to start with some housekeeping matters before we get to presentation of the second day of witnesses, hopefully plural witnesses today. The first order of business that I have is to address the administrative notice issue. If the parties wouldn't mind starting with this issue. And the administrative notice issue is the hearing examiners taking administrative notice of portions of the record of the case 16-00276-UT Four Corners Power Plant issue of prudence matter. Mr. Alvidrez, has PNM had a chance to review what the hearing examiners uploaded to the administrative notice folder and included in their notice that they issued on this matter? And what I'm referring to are the 75 exhibits.
Yes, Mr. Hearing Examiner, we have. I do have a couple of questions for clarification purposes, if I might.
Of course.
The first question is, I want to confirm that there is no exhibit AN 49.
What are you referring to?
Exhibit AN 49, there it's not on your list, and we haven't seen what has been identified as AN 49.
AN.
Isn't that administrative notice 49? Isn't that the naming convention that you were using?
Did I skip 49?
49 does not appear on your order establishing citation format. And we just want to, there is not one.
So I skipped, I don't have that document open. I need to open it, so I skipped, and this will be my error, and it's typical of me, and I apologize, but did I skip from 48 to 40 to 50?
It appears so.
All right, what I will do then, let me look at that. I'll issue an errata, then we have 74 exhibits effectively, is that right?
That would appear to be, well, we've got a couple that appear to be duplicates, and that's the other clarification that I want to address. And I'm, well, I can do it referring to the PNM exhibit numbers as well as your AN exhibit numbers.
Right.
You know, and if I may, if it's not, won't create confusion, if we could just leave the numbering alone, as we've already organized the exhibits and numbered them for our own use, and omitted 49, it would save us having to do that. We'll just be clear on that.
I won't touch that. You know, my inclination is always to fix something that I may have botched. So that's just my OCD instinct to not want to have errors in my records. So I'll leave it alone though. But I want to look at that. And that's what I'm talking about is the order establishing the format, which you'd all agree though that this is going the extra mile for everyone to try and establish a formatting for citation that's something that otherwise right. Who pulled that up?
That's me.
Thank you. Okay, so I want to go to make sure. I apologize for this. Yeah, and I'll tell you. Yeah, what I'll tell you, and this is awful to say, and it's revealing too much about me. But I wanted to end out with around 75, and so it was probably a Freudian slip that I made that numbering error. So by way of full disclosure, now I'm going way too far. That's probably what happened, quite frankly. But we'll leave it alone. We'll leave it alone. We'll leave it as is if that's okay with everybody else. Okay, let's move on. Go ahead. What's the next issue?
And I do want to say that the numbering helped a great deal in terms of being able to organize things. The next question we have relates to P&M Exhibit 5. It appears as Exhibit AN 54, and there appeared to be two versions of this, one redacted and one not redacted, that were included in the documents that were provided, and we're not sure. They're not exactly the same.
Right. Good. This is it. Very good. Thank you. I appreciate this. Let's go in and see. This is quite a chore. I know there aren't enough hours in the day to do this, but I think I showed that you can actually do it. To close another loop from another case that annoyed me to no end, but frankly, we're done with that, and we'll leave it at that. So we're talking about 54, correct? And that's P&M Exhibit 5.
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
it's the Ortiz.
correct.
I'm showing just pages 14 and 23 and on uploaded.
Correct. I have got two that were uploaded, and
Where was the other one?
one is redacted and one is not redacted.
This is the, you're looking here now at the, what was exchanged between the parties regarding administrative notice. And I believe this is what Mr.
Can you open it? Hearing
Yeah,
Zimmer,
which one do you want me to open first? The 5 or P&M 5 or P&M 7? Or sorry, no, P&M. Which one's, oh, there's two. I see.
There's two. I see.
2 5s.
It's okay. Again, while there, my intention, because I had some assistance with this, so very, very, very excellent assistance from our law clerk, Anna Kippenbrock, kudos to her for helping me with this. She put what I instructed in there. I went back in and put the redacted version because those on page 14, if you compare the versions, I believe lines 4 to 12 address a different issue. And so I redacted that. So I would recommend that we go with the redacted version and delete the unredacted version. Is there any? Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I see the difference too.
Could you? So yeah, that's the, see, it's got the future test year requirements, and that's not relevant to the issue of prudence. And so I went back in afterwards and delete and redacted that. And again, apologies for not having it completely tied up on these things, but there's just so much to do. And, whoever said there aren't enough hours in the day wasn't that far off to do that. But so the redacted version, we'll take out the unredacted version. And that was just my error in not deleting the unredacted version. Mr. Alvidrez?
Yes, so, Mr. Hearing Examiner, we can relate with the feeling of there's not enough hours in the day. My final question has to do with,
So if I'm sorry. May I may I delete the unredacted version and maintain the redacted version? Because you'll see there are some other documents that I did redact to redact confusing or irrelevant information. I'll just go ahead and do that right now before I forget. Is that okay? Is that okay with the parties?
no objection from P&M.
Okay, done. We just have the redacted version. And again, my apologies. I go from this and I move on to other issues and reading testimony and all the rest that we have to do. So go ahead, Mr. Alvidrez.
Yes, finally, Exhibit AN 65, which is identified as P&M Exhibit 2, there appears to be two of these. I wasn't able to discern any difference between the two. There just, however, appear to be two that were downloaded.
That's PNM Exhibit 42.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have eyes on this, Hearing Examiner Ryan?
Yeah, I'll pull it up for you now.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
sure. So there's the 242s.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, this is another thing that I saw that I thought I needed to fix. And so do you discern any difference, Mr. Alvidrez?
Your Honor, I did not.
Okay, I'm going to delete the second one then and take the one with the longer description from the record. Is there any objection to that? You see that? Yeah, I'm deleting the one right above. No, the next
The
one.
other one.
The other one. Yeah, go ahead and do that for us, Hearing Examiner Ryan. Thank you. Okay, that's done in real time. So that so all right, thank you, Hearing Examiner Ryan.
Yeah, I'll stop
Mr.
the share.
Mr. Alvidrez, or anything else?
No, Your Honor, with those clarifications that we just went through, P&M does not have an objection.
Do you believe that there's anything missing?
Well, there was in P&M Exhibit 7, and let's see which one that is. There, we had
Ortiz stipulation testimony?
correct. We had asked for administrative notice of pages 37, line 20 to 38, line 9, and that does not appear to be included. I don't know if that was oversight or something that you decided wasn't.
I'm not worried. I'm not worried about it. Frankly, it's something that just fell onto the cutting room floor that shouldn't have. And so let's fix that exhibit. Mark that. Could you actually with that? I can fix that, but I'll have to do that at the break or later in the day. So can you? I'm going to note that right now in my notes to take care of that as I.
What were the pages again, Mr. Alvidrez?
Yes, it's P&M Exhibit 7,
Mm-hmm.
direct testimony in support of revised stipulation of Gerard T. Ortiz.
Right.
And it's pages 37 and 38. It's page 37, line 20 to 38, line 9 to pinpoint. But
Very good.
38.
Got it.
I'll take I'll take care of that. Apologies that wasn't my intention to delete anything or remove anything that any of the parties that's legitimately issue of prudence. Our intention is to include everything from that record on the issue of prudence. So I'll take care of that. Apologies for having that slip. Okay, Mr. DeSalen has his hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. I believe that Ms. Nanasi was before me.
I just saw you first. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I just want to request that that I be excused for 1 hour this afternoon from the hearing. I have a very important meeting that I have to attend between 1 o'clock and 2 o'clock. And I make that request with the understanding that anything that is addressed or decided in my absence, I will be waiving any objection to that decision. Also for the record, we do not have any cross-examination for Mr. Sanders as reflected in our second pre-hearing memorandum. I won't be crossing the witness who is up today. Thank you.
Okay, so you in your second one, because in the first one you had 15 minutes, right? Okay, thank you very much. You're excused for this afternoon, Mr. DeSalen.
Thank you.
Thank you. You obviously may come back in when the meeting's over. I'm sorry, Mr. Nazi. I saw Mr. DeSalen's hand. And frankly, I'm not, you get that little note here and it had what I was staring at was it said, Mr. DeSalen's raised hand. So that's why I responded to it. Otherwise, I would have gone to you first, Mr. Nazi. So apologies. Go ahead.
Good morning. Thank you. I have two questions. One is, just to be clear, we're using the numbers that in the administrative notice that are current I just want to make sure or are we changing it ourselves to be the next number?
No, I'm not. I promise I'm not changing it, nor should you. We're just going to skip the one that I skipped. But see, we end up with 75. So, hey. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure that we weren't supposed to do it ourselves. Okay, and then the other thing is that I want to say that I missed when I asked for administrative notice. I think I missed 2 pages of Mr. Olson's testimony, which is now New Energy Economy Exhibit 14. So we could just leave it as the current situation, which is New Energy Economy Exhibit 14, which is 3 pages of from Chris Olson's transcript, which I will be using. Not transcript.
Testimony.
Excuse me, testimony. So it's page 1, which was included, I think 63 was, but not 64 and 65. So that is, I just wanted to let you know that.
Well, no, I want to fix it.
Okay.
I want this fixed finally. This has been a thorn in my side since a long time.
7
want to
years.
fix
7
it.
years, sir.
So precisely what testimony, Mr. Nazi? Olson's?
I think that what needs to be added is page 64 and 65, but it could also be 63.
This is NEE 14?
No, it's now, in this case, it's NEE 14, but it was P&M Exhibit 21. Yeah, so.
Oh, P&M Exhibit 21.
Or AN 61 does not have these pages that are included in the current new energy economy
Okay, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna highlight it here. I'm not going to issue an errata to the list. We're going to do this on the record. So for instance, going back to the Ortiz P&M exhibit testimony, I'm adding 37 to 38, those pages, but I'm not going to go back to the table and fix it, just like I'm not going to fix the numbering. I'm just going to add it, and we're doing it, reflecting it in the record that I'm going to do it. And hopefully I can come back afterwards and confirm that I've done it if I remember. If I don't, let the record reflect that that's the hearing examiner's intention, to fix these exhibits by adding the additional pages that are missing. The same goes now for the Olson testimony, which is the direct testimony, P&M Exhibit 21, which is number AN 61, correct?
Correct, sir.
Okay, now I'm getting the hang of my own convention here.
And the pages to be added are
Right.
1, 63, 64, and 65.
I'll look at that, and if I have any problem with that, which I don't think I will, but if I do, I'll raise it. I'll come back to it. So what we're talking about is 1, 61, and 63, and 60, what, 64?
And 65.
So, but is it 63 through 65?
Correct, sir.
Okay, great. Got it. So I'll highlight those to look at those and fix that exhibit.
I will just say, I mean, this is not what I was going to use, but the beginning of the question that appears on the top of page 63 probably should be added. So that's probably 62 too, actually. So, because it starts in the middle of the page 63 starts in the middle of the question. And for completeness, you probably want 62, but
Thank you.
I'm not using that part.
Thank you. I appreciate this. I know it's taking time this morning, but we need to get this right. And so on P&M exhibit 7, I have 5 and 40 through 43. It's 37 through 38.
And Mr. Hearing Examiner, Rick Alvidrez,
Yes, sir.
For clarification, if I'm understanding Ms. Nanasi correctly, this is not something that was omitted by you. This is something that she wants to add brand new today. Is that correct?
No,
And
it's not brand new today. I uploaded it as part of New Energy Economy's exhibits.
But for brand new for the administrative notice. You've never asked for administrative notice of this before, right?
That's right. I was just going to use this in cross-examination, realizing I had omitted it in my administrative request.
And I promise you now that this has come up, that when I look at it later at a break over lunch, if I believe there's let's just address it. Okay, I'll look at that. There's no objection to the P&M Exhibits 7 Ortiz STIP testimony, pages 37 to 38. That was an omission, correct? Going once, twice, no objection. That one obviously will be admitted. But I will look at 62 to 66 since, as Mr. Alvidrez has pointed out, this is a new request. And so I'll look at that and come back to that after a break. Is that okay? Okay.
Yes.
So thank you. Now, anything else on this administrative notice? Mr. Albright?
Not on the administrative notice, sir, so I'll just wait.
Okay. Anybody else have any issues with administrative notice? Do they believe anything has been left out? Do they believe anything should be omitted? Anybody? Very well then, subject to cleaning up the exhibits, the two that we've just been talking about, which is number 55 AN, 55 PNM Exhibit 7 Ortiz STIP testimony, and AN 61, which is the Olson direct testimony, which was PNM Exhibit 21 in the 2016 rate case. The administrative notice is officially taken of all the exhibits in the administrative notice folder that are subject to the orders that the hearing examiners issued on this matter, on this issue. All right, let's move on to the next issue. We have a couple of bench request items that were, at least a couple that we addressed toward the end of the hearing yesterday. Mr. Alvidrez, go ahead and start with whichever one you'd like to.
Yes, and actually, Mr. Examiner, Ms. Terwilliger has been handling the bench request, so she'll address these issues.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. So I'll start with bench request 2, which is to isolate the effect of the change to the terminal retirement dates for the 4 gas plants. Mr. Sanders is prepared to discuss the revenue requirement impact of that today.
I'm sorry, you broke up. Mr. Who?
Mr. Sanders
Go ahead, please.
is prepared to discuss the revenue requirement impact of that change today. And Mr. Watson can tell you what he did to the study to provide Mr. Sanders with the numbers in order for Mr. Sanders to do the revenue requirement impact. We will make a written filing sometime today. But I wanted to make sure that if you had questions and you wanted to ask them today, that Mr. Sanders and Mr. Watson are prepared to discuss that. So that's bench request 2. Bench request 3, we are aiming to file tomorrow, Friday at the latest. And that Mr. Sanders can come up again. He is directing the preparation of bench request 3, and to the extent he's off the stand today, which he should be, he can, if you would like, he can be recalled to, walk through that exhibit as you see fit. So
On number 2.
on number 3,
On number 3?
yes.
Okay. What about number 2, if something came up?
So number 2, he's prepared to talk about it today.
Well, we don't have it today, though.
You don't have the written part, but he can tell you
Right.
that he can at least tell you the revenue requirement impact.
Okay.
Today, if you have questions on that. And yes, of course, Mr. Sanders can also be recalled to walk through when you actually see the pleading and the numbers in that pleading. He can be, you can ask him to be recalled to discuss the revenue requirement impact as to bench request 2. As to how the depreciation study was changed to come to that, though, we would need to talk to Mr. Watson today, if at all possible. I suppose he probably won't be in town past today. We could find some time if you needed to. Maybe he could join remotely.
Oh, I see. You like to have your witness with you in the room with you?
I mean, they're not in the room with me, but they are here at PNM headquarters. So they aren't.
Well,
in the room.
is Mr. Graves back in the Four Corners case I believe he was in Cambridge, or he was in Massachusetts, right? He wasn't with you.
He will
And
be at PNM headquarters this go
Oh, wow.
round.
Okay. All right. Well, but it wouldn't be unreasonable to ask for remote attendance, though, if we needed it very quickly, just discreetly.
Yeah, the only conflict, and I don't have Mr. Watson's availability. I know he has some other hearings coming up. So we'd have to work that out, though.
Okay.
Yeah.
Busy gentleman. Okay.
Yes.
All right, great. But this is all very good. Thank you. So those are the first 3 bench requests. My understanding is, and I have Mr. Gould raising his hand. Go ahead, sir.
Just very briefly, what allowance are the hearing examiners going to make for any cross-examination that we might have on these bench requests after that testimony has been introduced? Is that, will we handle that later? These are not issues that are huge on our radar, but there may be a question or two. So just, if you have any thoughts.
No, that's a fair question. And Mr. Gould, we go way back on this issue in particular. My memory is kind of sharp today. I'm surprised.
Well,
But on the additional evidence that comes in during a hearing or post-hearing, yes, you'd have the opportunity to request cross-examination, and we'll have to work out the specifics on that if you do request it. But I would ask that if there's a bench request, this is the rule I'm making on the fly on this. There's a bench request filed during the day, hopefully it'll be by close of business. By the next morning, council will have looked at it and said, hey, we need to ask some questions on this. So it would have to come up, if it comes up at all, the next morning when we start the hearing, after you've received that bench request response. Otherwise, you will have waived cross-examination. Is that fair?
that's totally fair. I understand we got to keep the process moving, and this is a lot of work for everyone. I do appreciate PNM working overtime to get this information to you.
And we're still working well together because I appreciate the question. Because I can't foresee everything as we go along. So thank you, Mr. Gould. I appreciate that very much. So that is the rule. If there's a bench request filed on one business day, the next day of hearing. So if it's filed on a Friday, obviously it would be on a Monday morning. You'd request or at least ask for cross-examination, and then we'd work through whether cross-examination is really required and whether we can capture that witness and bring that witness into whoever sponsored it to testify a little bit further on that. So that's the rule that has just been issued on that particular additional evidence problem pursuant to Rule 1.2.235, whatever it is, K or something. All right. So anything else, Mr. Albright?
Oh, yes, Mr. Hearing Examiner. I just have a request for the reallocation of some time. And I was going to request to reduce my 20 minutes that I'd reserved for Mr. Heffington to 10 minutes and move that 10 minutes to Ms. Pino, whom I did not have any time reserved for, but in reviewing Mr. Sanders' testimony, some of the questions appear to be more relevant to Ms. Pino.
Okay, so I have you now. I've changed Heffington to 10, and I've added 10 to Pino. That's still, I still have your balance at 207 minutes. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right,
you.
I want to make sure I've got the balances correct. Same, Ms. Nanazi, I made some changes yesterday. Hopefully the bottom line still shows 320.
It does, Your Honor. But I was going to ask you for a shift as well.
Let's go ahead now.
Thank you. Could I take the 10 minutes from Jason Peters and move that to Nicholas Phillips and have 0 time with Jason Peters?
Okay. Oh, okay. So Peters, I had highlighted here for 10. That was the change I made. So I'm going to delete that 10. And then I'm going to put it in, I'm going to add it back to Phillips. Let me. Oops. And let me go down to the bottom and make sure you still have 320 minutes. You do. Okay.
Thank
Anybody
you so
else?
much.
You're welcome. Anybody else? Mr. Gould?
Yes, Mr. Hearing Examiner, we would like to move 15 minutes away from Mr. Watson, which would leave us with 15 for him, and move that to Mr. Sanders. As you recall, yesterday, we reduced Mr. Sanders from 90 to 30. So that would
And-
result in Mr. Sanders being 45. Just going through his exhibits last night, I realized they're so extensive, I might need a little more time with Mr. Sanders.
So that's 45 for Sanders and Watson 15,
Would be-
correct?
Yes,
And the balance is 933?
yes, the balance does not change, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Okay, great. No, this is just for me to make sure that I'm not messing up this spreadsheet to
Exactly.
confirm.
And,
Go ahead.
and two more issues. One is a point of personal preference. I think everyone knows that this may be Mr. Albright's last major case here at the commission. And I would just, I wanted to do this yesterday, but in the rush of getting everything, I just wanted to express in this public forum my appreciation for working with Mr. Albright through the years. He's taught me a lot about professionalism, about how to handle adverse rulings from Mr. Maderos in a graceful manner, and many other points of personal contact that are on the friendship and the professional side. But thank you very much, Mr. Albright. Your presence will be sorely missed.
Well,
that-
And
very
we're getting
kind
down to
words.
only a couple old guys, so I feel like there's kind of this is getting a little weird, you know?
It's Mr. Gould, I more than second your comments. This is Mr. Albright, it's coming as a shock to me that this is happening. I'll come back around at the end because I'll have some more cogent thoughts, but it saddens me greatly to see that this may be your last case. But never say never. We've had other counsel that have showed up again, and so hopefully that will be the case if your plans change. But I'll have some comments at the end of the hearing specifically for you. But it saddens me greatly to see that we won't have your presence, because we go as far back as I do with Mr. Gould. We are the dinosaurs, I guess. So
Thank you for the
and I-
very kind words. I've been called many things. I've never been called a dinosaur before, but I appreciate that.
well, I
But at the age of,
I include myself. So
at the age of having just turned 74, and with a father-in-law who suffered a heart attack earlier in the year, and now with us here in Rehoboth, and my wife with MS, just other folks need some of my attention as well. So with that, appreciate the kind words from Peter as well. I've learned an awful lot from all of my colleagues, both adverse and those that have been on the same side of issues with me. And I appreciate all of the professionalism from everybody in the administrative law practice. So thank you very much.
thank you, Mr. Albright. Been honored to have you appear before me and teach me a lot as well. Not only here, but in telecommunications, obviously.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. All right. Let's see.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, one last issue in the interest of staying current, and with your indulgence, could we briefly revisit the issue with the NARUC manual and the ruling yesterday you made sustaining Mr. Alvidrez's objection? Very briefly, if I could just make a request.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
We went back through the testimony of Mr. Casas, and on page 5 of his testimony, he basically states in a very, very general manner that he relied on the NARUC manual to in his functionalization, classification, and allocation decisions. He states that on lines 8 through 13. And essentially that, if you look at the NARUC allocation manual, I mean, the whole thing is designed and written to address those 3 issues. So respectfully, we just ask to have that brought into evidence either as an exhibit or I have an alternative proposal, which would be that you take administrative notice of it pursuant to 1.2.235D 1H, which allows you to take administrative notice of the things that a court would. In Rule 440, Rule 44 of the Rules of Civil Procedure say that in all cases, the court may resort for its aid to appropriate books or documents of record.
I'm sorry, the court may resort.
Excuse me, I'm going too fast. The court may resort for its aid, AID, to appropriate books or documents of reference. And really that's what this is. We'd like to be able to cite it as a reference work rather than have to go through the hearing and mark down each page that a witness may mention. And just, I think it would be cleaner if we could do it that way. But again, we'll stand by your ruling, whatever that is. I just didn't want to have to go through at the end of the hearing and submit, okay, this witness mentioned page 13, this witness mentioned page 15 and that kind of thing. So I think we'll just be cleaner.
That's fair enough. Although, you know, again, in citing treatises or the like, one wants to be discreet and focus just on the relevant information that might be admissible. But so it's a cross-examination exhibit that you have?
Yes.
Which one is it?
Exhibit number 22 that was uploaded to the Dropbox last Saturday.
Okay. I'll hear any objections on the proposal. Let's focus on the proposal for the request to take administrative notice of this NARUC cost allocation manual. It has been cited by the commission. Was it paragraph T on page 281 of the corrected recommended decision in case number 15-00261 UT?
Yes, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Any objection to taking administrative notice of what is included in the record as New Mexico Area Cross-Examination Exhibit 2022? By record, I mean Dropbox folder for the case. Anybody?
May I ask a question, Mr. Hearing Examiner? So I
Yes.
believe this is the same record or document that has been cited by PNM as its Exhibit 53. Is that right?
Mr. Alvidrez or Mr. Williger?
It is a cross-examination exhibit that we have put in the record or put in the Dropbox, I'm sorry.
And the whole manual?
Yes, the whole manual.
All right,
So-
go ahead.
And so I do not object to the entire manual being taken administrative notice of, because I think to just call out select pages would be problematic for our case. And however, we don't agree that it's like the last or the latest or the only word on the topic.
No, and you emphasized that in
Yeah.
your cross-examination yesterday. And I was nodding along with that for
Well,
what
and
it's
that-
worth.
And that's what came up. I did do an objection friendly cross, but I do realize that this is a manual that covers a lot of subjects, and I don't want to appear to be unfair by saying, no, you can't quote page 13 when I'm quoting from page 12.
All right.
And
So,
that became the problem when we went through it last night and tried to call out the pages. We're always cutting out something that may be relevant in a brief of another party.
okay, well, let me cut to the chase then. And
Thank you.
you're welcome. I just want to note in the record where the document is so that rather than admit it, make it part of the voluminous paper record that has to be created in this case, that the commissioners and the hearing examiners and commissioners' advisors and Office of General Counsel and everybody knows where to go for this document. And it'll be in the Dropbox folder. It is not going to be included in the record proper that goes into eDocket. Nevertheless, the hearing examiners are taking administrative notice of this electric utility cost allocation manual put out by National Association of Regulatory Utility Commissioners, which is included in 2 different places in the Dropbox folders for New Mexico area and PNM. All right, next
you, sir.
issue.
And that's all I have. I appreciate your indulgence on that issue.
Always time well spent, Mr. Gould. Thank you. Ms. Barrett?
Good morning, Your Honor. Jocelyn Barrett on behalf of Walmart. I had initially reserved 8 minutes today for Mr. Sanders, and I'm realizing I'm not going to need those, and I'd like to reallocate those to Adrian McKenzie. So I won't need any time with Mr. Sanders today.
Okay, so you're taking 8 for Walmart from Sanders and applying it to McKinsey?
Yes, sir.
So it's 16 for McKinsey, correct?
Correct.
And your balance remains
24.
24. Okay, let me hit the enter button and see if that worked. It worked. Okay, 24. Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, is there anything else?
Yes,
Go ahead.
one other matter. Yesterday, you conditionally admitted into evidence NE Exhibit 7. And I did have a chance to go through and review 7 with the actual spreadsheet. NE Exhibit 7A is also, frankly, not particularly elucidating, but we don't have an objection so long as it's admitted for a limited purpose, and that is to reflect the total capital additions, total transmission, and total general intangible capital clearings, and total ARC.
I'm sorry, total general.
I'm sorry, I will speak, yes. We don't have an objection so long as its purpose is strictly to show the total capital additions, including the ARC asset, the total transmission capital clearings, the total general and intangible capital clearings, and the total ARC asset activity. What is problematic about this exhibit is that it has, as often happens when you convert a Excel spreadsheet to PDF, there are busts in the identifying numbers. If we go to the last page of Exhibit 7, if you look at the far left-hand column, you'll see a 9.42E plus 0.08 and a number of entries there. It carries on, and there are several other busts throughout the document for specific projects. So this is not really something you could use to look at specific projects. But if we're just looking at the bottom line numbers, we have no objection to its admission.
Do you, Ms. Nanazi, I'll hear from you on this. Do you have any objection to admitting it for the more limited purpose of the bottom line numbers on the very last page of this exhibit? Please unmute.
Yeah, excuse me. Thank you. Not to what Mr. Alvidrez has said, but there is something else that I will be commenting on, certainly in briefing, which is if you look at the column that says justification, reliability, and those words are accurately portrayed, I believe. I didn't look at every one on 160 pages, but I think that they're accurately, we just made it into a PDF. And so I think that those are accurate. So with that addition, I do agree with what Mr. Alvidrez said, that unbeknownst to me, how these, like 1.91E plus 08 got there in the conversion process that we had nothing to do with. So with that caveat, if that's okay.
Well, I do have a problem then, because it's very difficult to track the numbers. If we're going to be looking at the separate numbers, we're going to need to have the specific ID numbers, project numbers.
Yeah, well, 7A is messed up.
7A was not useful for verifying 7.
Can Ms. Nazi, 7A, does it look different to you? Could you provide was this created by P&M? No? Oh, it was created by Mr. Sandberg. Who created this? Mr. Nazi?
P&M
Go ahead. P&M did?
Yeah.
No, we created an Excel spreadsheet. It has been converted to Word or printed out, not using a 7 appears to be a Word, was converted to Word and then
Right.
PDF.
No,
but
there's an original Excel spreadsheet that
there is.
P&M created, correct?
Yes.
Why can't we use that? We do need a rendering, though, for the record. But this gets too confusing to do this, because unless we can get a rendering that's accurate of that Excel spreadsheet, we can only rely on it for limited purposes, Mr. Nazi.
I agree to the limited purposes that Mr. Alvidrez said, except that I want to add that other column, which is the justification. And part of that is to argue that Four Corners was not reliable. And that's why they had to put in all of these capital expenditures just to prop it up and keep it performing. That's it. There you go.
All right, well, let's do this then, Mr. Alvidrez, to try and resolve this issue. You have the Excel spreadsheet that created this. And if there's some misrepresentation when you check the citation, you can point that out for the commission, that there's an inaccuracy in your response.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, my great difficulty comes with trying to tie Exhibit 7 to our spreadsheet, because the numbers do not match. And it's many hundreds of numbers that do not match.
But the bottom line numbers match. Well, we cannot have numbers that don't match, obviously. That's unacceptable. So we need to move on, but you know what, I'm going to reserve this issue. Ms. Nazi, let's try and work on fixing this exhibit. It's an important issue. I don't want to cut off my nose to spite my face and leave it out or harm your position, and nor do I want to jeopardize P&M's position on this. So can we try and work this out and come back to it tomorrow?
Yes.
or, or,
I'll be in-
or
I'll be-
later in the,
Yes, I'll be in touch with PNM to figure it out. Thank you.
thank you. So we're still provisionally admitting, I have it marked here in yellow or orange, provisionally admitted, subject to fixing the exhibit. Is that okay with you, with the company, Mr. Alvidrez?
Yes, if we can fix the exhibit where it's workable, we would not object.
Thank you. All right, let's work on that. It doesn't have to be tomorrow, but because this is an issue of prudence matter, is that correct, Mr. Nazi?
Yes, it is, sir. Can I ask, is it possible for PNM to provide that same document, NE-431 in a PDF form? Because that's what I'm trying to get at.
I can ask. I don't
Thank you.
know, but I can ask.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much, because that's.
Thank
it.
you. Even if it's in landscape, which would have to be.
The challenge may be that the font is quite small.
Well, that's not the only document in the case with very, very small font, which reminds me, and I mean this because wholeheartedly, and I will do it, if I find documents or if the hearing examiner Ryan finds documents in here that are not OCR readable, we will strike the exhibit. I've already warned the parties in an order. And the reason for that is precisely what Mr. Alvidas referred to. There may be a very small number in a table, in a schedule. We have to be able to search immediately and find that discrete number. And so every document filed in this case as an exhibit has to be optical character recognition readable, OCR. There have been documents in earlier iterations of this case that haven't. It's been very annoying, frankly, in the background. And so the parties have to pay attention to that. Some of you that have been in this case for many years know that that is a pet peeve of mine. Everybody's on warning about that one. And it's precisely because of, to emphasize and to repeat myself, what Mr. Alvidrez pointed out about the very, very small fine print. All right, anything else? I do have one thing. Who was speaking?
That was me, Judge. I just have a question of Mr. Alvidrez. Mr. Alvidrez, you were saying bus, B-U-S? When you were,
Bust, B-U-S-T.
thank you.
Now, I do have one thing before we go to the testimony, and it regards something of a preview of coming attractions, although we are going to request an additional analysis if it exists. And Mr. Williger, is Mr. Graves your witness? No, it's Mr. Alvidrez. Well, I'll direct this to the company, to either of you. That ex post analysis that's included in his rebuttal that we allowed the to be allowed into the record and not be stricken in his rebuttal testimony. Is there an Excel analysis or other form of analysis, electronic, that backs up his ex post analysis there, the numbers?
There is. There are work papers, and they have been produced in discovery. And this also relates to an issue that we have with Sierra Club's analysis, in that we weren't provided with the underlying work papers for Dr. Fisher's testimony.
Well, you are now. Mr. Marks?
Yes, Mr. Medeiros, I heard that I heard Mr. Alvidrez requesting to get those work papers, which is the first time I'm hearing that. They may have asked for it previously. I was on vacation last week, but I will look into it.
Yeah,
And this is you're being ordered to provide P&M those work papers as soon as possible.
Will be done.
and Mr. Hearing Examiner, are you asking for the
Yes,
work
as-
papers for Mr. Graves?
Bench request 4.
Okay.
And if we could have them by close of business today, that would be great.
We should be able to do that.
Thank you. So bench request 4 is the work papers supporting Mr. Graves. I'm calling it, what should we call it? Ex post analysis or
Remedy
damages analysis or remedies analysis?
Remedy analysis.
Great. Okay, by close of business today. That's bench request number 4. All right. Mr. Sanders has been patiently waiting here to testify. And I still have Ms. Nazi's hand up. So, Mr. Nazi.
Just to hopefully prevent what just occurred in New Energy Economy Exhibit 7, I believe that the work papers that Mr. Graves will provide to the commission as an exhibit is in Excel form, if I'm correct. And so I am just anticipating it might be extraordinarily helpful to make those both in Excel and PDF.
That's what I was anticipating. Thank you,
Thank you.
Ms. Nazi. And again, small print, that's fine, but as long as we have the electronic format as well, if it's likely Excel, we want that as well.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. But of course, for the record, we'll need it. Make it as small as you need to, but as long as it's OCR capable.
I will tell you, I just got a note. It's 20,000 pages if we print it off.
So be it.
Okay. We might not be able to get it to you by the end of the day. It might be first thing tomorrow morning.
Well, could we have the electronic format by the end of the day?
Yes, Your Honor, we can do that.
Thank you. And it's fine to get the paper version tomorrow, as long as we have the electronic format provided. Thank you. Let's see. Is there anything else? All right. That was a full hour of stuff, but a lot of this housekeeping stuff is very essential to the case.
Mr. Medeiros, real
as-
quickly, from our paralegal here at the hearing examiners, she alerted me this morning that the commission is launching a new website, and that domain name will change on the website. For those people out in the interwebs watching this via YouTube, I'm not sure if transitioning to a new website today will interfere with your stream, but if it does, understand that may be part of the explanation.
It is a launching of the new commission website, and so folks out there watching the YouTube stream may have to. There's going to be a transition where you link to the current link, and it sends you to the new website, hopefully seamlessly. But that may interrupt your transmission of the hearing, so please log on again to the new website.
If you get tossed out of the YouTube stream for some reason, I'm not sure that will necessarily happen just because they launch a new website, but IT was concerned that maybe that would occur and people would be confused. So.
Okay. Thank you, Hearing Examiner Ryan. If there's nothing else, P&M, would you please call your next witness?
Yes, thank you, Hearing Examiner Medeiros. We call Mr. Sanders. Can you state your name, spelling your last name and your title? please?
Sorry, miss, I'm sorry. Let me swear
Oh, yes, sorry.
the witness, please.
Yes, swear the witness.
Will you please raise your right hand, Mr. Sanders? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter and opinion shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Can you state your name and your title for the record, please?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Kyle Sanders, Sanders. And I serve as the Director of Cost of Service, Corporate Budget and Pricing for P&M Resources.
And you have in front of you what's been marked as PNM Exhibit 7, which is your direct testimony in 22-0027270. Is that right?
That is correct.
Was that prepared by you or under your direction?
It was.
Do you have any corrections to PNM Exhibit 7?
You have one correction, and that would be on page 148. Let me just get to it and make sure it's all good. It's on line 1, which is actually table, PNM table KTS 14. And it is the first line within that table that states amortization of SJGS replacement resources. And in the 4th column labeled amortization period, parentheses year, it read 2, and that should be corrected to 25.
And is the version that's in Dropbox reflect those changes, Mr. Sanders?
Yes, ma'am, that is my understanding.
And is your testimony reflected in PNM Exhibit 7 true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
If I asked you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
With the correction just denoted, yes.
Okay. I request admission of PNM Exhibit 7, please.
Any objection? PNM Exhibit 7 is admitted.
Okay, Mr. Sanders, do you have what's been marked as PNM Exhibit 8, which is your supplemental testimony in docket 22-00270?
Yes, the January 27th, 2023 supplemental testimony.
Thank you. And was that prepared by you or under your direction?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any corrections to PNM Exhibit 8?
I do not.
Is the PNM Exhibit 8 true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, ma'am.
If I asked you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, ma'am.
I move for admission of PNM Exhibit 8.
Any objection? PNM Exhibit 8 is admitted.
Mr. Sanders, do you have what's been marked as PNM Exhibit 9, which is the rebuttal testimony filed in docket number 22-00270 UT?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Is that prepared by you or under your direction?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any corrections to PNM Exhibit 9?
I do have one correction to PNM Exhibit 9. It is on page 16. I don't know if this is the right reference.
I don't see any changes on that page.
I don't either, and that's the reference in front of me. Give me a sec, I will find the actual correct reference. I apologize.
So
let me use my binder where I have it denoted. I apologize.
far be it from me to criticize.
Perhaps page 46, Mr. Sanders?
Yes, I apologize. Page 46, let me make sure it's corrected on this one as well.
It's corrected here. It's line
Okay.
15.
Line
46.
46, correct. On page 46, where it says ABCWUA witness M. Garrett, that should be corrected to reflect in-M area witness Meyer.
And with that correction to P&M Exhibit 9, is that testimony true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
And if I ask you the same questions today with that one correction, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
I move for admission of P&M Exhibit 9, please.
Is there any objection? Again, hearing none. P&M Exhibit 9 is admitted.
And you have in front of you, Mr. Sanders, what's been marked as P&M Exhibit 10, which is your direct testimony in docket number 22-00166 UT.
I do.
And was that prepared by you or under your direction?
Yes, it was.
Any corrections to P&M Exhibit 10?
No.
Is P&M Exhibit 10 true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, ma'am.
If I asked you those same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, ma'am.
I request admission of P&M Exhibit 10, please.
Anybody objecting to this one? Hearing none. P&M Exhibit 10 is admitted as well.
I tender Mr. Sanders for cross-examination.
Thank you, Ms. Terwilliger. First up with Mr. Sanders is Mr. Albright. I believe you have 15 minutes. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Okay, please proceed with your cross-examination.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Sanders.
Good morning.
My name is Jeffrey Albright. I'm with J. Albright Law LLC, and I'm here on behalf of Bernalillo County this morning. So most of my questions, I believe, will focus on your direct testimony, if that's of any assistance there. I'd like to begin at page 1, and I realize that I'll preface my questions by saying I recognize a lot of these may be contained in some of the exhibits that you have to your direct testimony, so we may be back and forth just a little bit. So on page 1, you talk about the at lines 13 through, well, let's make it 12 through 14, where you talk about part of your responsibility, which include the preparation of P&M's annual operating plan, or AOP. Do you see that reference?
I do.
And is that still the case today, that you're still in charge of those or at least part of it with regard to preparation of those documents?
I am.
Does the, first of all, who reviews and who approves your AOP? I know you have a little bit of an explanation on pages 97 and 98 of your direct testimony, but can you just provide for us an overview?
Sure. So the annual operating plan, or AOP, is an annual plan, operating plan, and corporate budget that our company puts together. That begins in July, August timeframe, which looks at both our capital projected revenues as well as, projected expenses for the next oncoming year, and establishes the corporate budget of that. The review of that function is obviously reviewed by my team, who helps to prepare it, myself, and then various members of management provide insight, overview, and review of it. It is then ultimately approved, generally in early December of every year, by our board of directors.
Okay, and who are the management people that overview the AOP?
I can
by name.
Sure. I guess, that can vary from year to year, and I guess kind of depends on what you're referring to as management. But I would say Henry Monroy definitely reviews as corporate controller and as, my supervisor. Our CFO, Elizabeth Eden.
I'm sorry, the name again?
Elizabeth Eden.
Thank you.
As well as our Chief Operating Officer and President, Don Terry. And then the CEO, Pat Vincent Colon, will all review that operating plan.
CEO Pat Vincent.
I'm sorry, Pat Vincent Colon.
Thank you.
There may be other
And it-
members of different levels within management. Like I said, it kind of depends on what you're calling. I mean, I would think other directors within the company provide insight and various reviews to at least components of that plan as well.
And does that include bonuses and performance criteria?
So yes, I mean, our like annual incentive plans or officer incentive plans are included within that corporate budget. They're generally established with at what we consider target. It does not necessarily fully include what all the metrics that would meet those include within. As we do have, targeted thresholds, which PNM witness Pino would better discuss through what those metrics are. But there are, kind of targeted payouts based on market analysis for different incentive plans, which we use that target threshold to set our budget. Obviously within those plans, then you can have below if you don't achieve certain metrics, or above if you exceed certain metrics and things of that within those plans, which, can deviate depending on as the year goes through. But for purposes of setting an annual operating plan, we use that targeted metric. And so it's not necessarily tied to what they ultimately set for a given year's metrics are. We just know that kind of market analysis of payroll percentages and include that within the plan.
Okay. I have a question at page 8. If you'll turn to page 8 of your direct testimony, please. You talk about at lines 19 and 20, you talk about operating expenses and revenue credits by using escalation rates or by specifically estimating items based on discrete assumptions. Would you just explain what you mean by escalation rates?
Sure. And I believe it's stated later within my testimony as well. But for items that we aren't using a discrete assumption, I'm trying to think of a quick example off my head where we use a discrete assumption, like our active medical, things like that, where we actually specifically forecast what we think those would be, or pension expenses where we use, Towers Watson to estimate what those expenses will be within the future. But for other items that aren't specific to that, we would use a escalation factor. So
Okay.
for labor, we used a 5% labor escalation rate. And for our non-labor cost, we use a 4% escalation rate for both 23 and 24 to escalate the cost towards the test period.
Okay.
Now, Mr. Sanders, when you said Towers Watson, is that TOWERS?
Yes, TOWERS, Watson, WATSON, I believe.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, moving on, Mr. Sanders, at page 10, you talk about some drivers with regard to the overall budget, and you talk about at lines 7 through 12. And there was some discussion yesterday with regard to shortening of the terminal dates of the Afton, La Luz, Luna, and Lordsburg generation stations. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, so my question is, how will PNM adjust those if the plants are not closed by 2040?
So I don't totally understand the premise of the question. PNM will always reflect whatever depreciation rates our commission approves and authorizes. So to the extent that the commission chooses a different terminal date for basis of the operating plants, we would of course reflect those within our depreciation rates, both in what we charge rates as well as what we expense on our books and records.
And that would change the 6.1 as far as shortening for the terminal dates of those facilities to 2040, correct?
Yes, and I do want to clarify, the 6.1 was a high level that just looked at our old depreciation rates compared to what is proposed in this case, which includes other elements to it, which Dane Watson would be better, but cost of removal, retirements or interim retirements and things like that go into that analysis. For the true impact of the shortening of the terminal life and the terminal dates, as part of bench request number 2, we did calculate that last night. And so I would say that Afton would have an impact of about 800K. Luna is approximately 130K. And by K, I mean 1,000.
Right.
Just for Mr. Lee. Luna is 620,000 and Luna is approximately 1 million. For a total that works out to 2.5 million is the impact related to the purely shortening of the terminal dates of the plant.
Thank you for that. On page 12, you talked about part of the cost allocation. And part of that is costs incurred by P&M, our service company. Can you just give us, I'm sure it's in one of the several hundred pages that are attached to the testimony, but can you give us an approximate percentage of that that's allocated to P&M?
I can also provide you a reference to a specific exhibit within it. That'll obviously depend on different allocating factors. I'm trying to find my exhibits. I apologize. And so we have many different factors that would have different percentages based on the studies that are provided in that CAM.
In that,
CAM, C-A-M. It stands for Cost Allocation Manual, I believe. And so within shared services, it's in P&M exhibit KTS4 attached to my direct testimony. And it's work paper shared services, work paper SS, and I believe it is 7, work paper SS, no, sorry, work paper SS6 provides the specific percentages for each of the allocators that are used. And so obviously there are specific ones where people provide services, you know, specific to P&M, and those would allocate at 100% to P&M. There are also services within our shared services that provide services to our other service subsidiaries directly, of which those would be charged 100% to that. For big bucket, high level, just generalization, which I do stress is a generalization, and may not apply to any specific line. I would say probably approximately 70 to 75% goes to P&M.
Okay. I'd like to move to page 24, where you talk about planned outage expenses. What did you base the 6-year why did you use the 6-year historical average? And what 6 years did you choose?
I apologize. Can you tell me which page number reference again?
Yes, page 24 at lines 8 through 13.
For the basis of the 6-year average is really a better question for P&M Witness Heffington. It has conversations to do with them based on, you know, historical time periods of when they have outages and how they are scheduled, and making sure we are properly capturing, you know, the fluctuations from year to year based on those outage cycles for the various plants.
Okay. At one point in time, and I believe it may be referencing to Ms. Pino's testimony, it's either in KTS 4, maybe KTS 5, with regard to distributing the cost of litigation over a 2-year period. Do you recall that testimony?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understand. I follow.
Okay, let me
think
see
you
if I
might be
can find it
discussing
correctly.
rate case expenses, but I'm not positive.
The legal and rate case expenses, correct. That's going to be spread over a 2-year period. Is that correct?
That is our proposed amortization period is 2 years.
Okay, all right, that's what I was driving for. And the question I have is that to imply and for us to infer that there's not going to be an additional rate case a year from now? In other words, if you're going to spread it over a 2-year period, so I assume that's to reduce the impact of having the litigation expense over a 1-year period. If you're going to spread that over a 2-year period, as far as impact on customers, is that to imply then that you aren't going to have a rate case where you would just have another legal expenses and all of those things piled on top of what you've already shoved out 1 year? Or is that,
No,
or should I
don't
not
agree.
infer that?
Yeah,
We're
I
down
don't,
to about a minute, Mr. Albright. Go ahead, Mr. Sanders. Just a minute, though.
Thank you.
I don't agree with that. I mean, the time period we're doing that is not intended to create an inference on timing of a next rate case. Obviously, there are many factors that go into determinations of the timing of a next rate case. The 2-year amortization period is really balancing the recovery of the regulatory asset, trying to minimize ultimate carrying charges on it.
I'm sorry, the regulatory asset and
Minimizing carrying charges on it. As the longer that, the regulatory asset amortizes, the higher level of, potential carrying charges are charged to it, as it'll sit in rate base for a longer period of time. And so it's really a balancing of that. It's also, a consideration of previous time periods that they have been amortized over. I think in past cases, they have been amortized over 2 years or 3 years, depending on different cases that I'm aware of. And so we just utilize 2 years for purposes of the amortization period.
Okay, one final set of questions, just because I'm time limited, not because I'm out of questions, but I want to refer to page 98.
But you are out of time. How much longer do you have?
I think I only have one question here, and
Go ahead. I'll take it out of McKinsey's time. Go ahead.
all right, thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. So the question is, you talk about the capital planning cycle consists of 4 distinct but related planning efforts. What is meant by, in that reference, in lines 10 through 18, what do you mean by capital targets? And how does that compare to resource capital?
I'm not sure exactly what you're referring to as resource capital, but capital targets is basically our capital spending plan. We look at a multitude of factors to establish what we consider targets for different operating groups within the company, considering, availability of funds to spend on capital projects, system and reliability needs and the risk to the system that's there, as well as, trying to look at customer impacts of capital plans to that extent, which then, when I'm taking all of those together, provides a kind of capital spending target to our operation groups based on what we believe we can afford to establish that. There are generally always more projects and things that could be done and should be done, but we do have financial constraints to balancing our credit metrics and things of that nature that we have to consider when establishing capital plans.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sanders. Appreciate your response and your detailed explanation of a lot of those things. So appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Albright. That leaves you with 28 minutes for McKinsey. If that's where you want to take it from, if you want to apply it somewhere else.
That will
just
be
let me
fine,
know.
Mr. Hearing Examiner. I'll make that note as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hearing Examiner Maderos, I'm wondering
Yes.
before we go into the 45 minutes for Inamaria, we could have just a short break. That would be possible.
Would it be fine with the parties if we take our 15-minute morning break now?
That would
All right,
be great
let's-
for us. Thank you.
Let's come back actually at 10:45 and make it 17 minutes. 10:45 sharp. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're in recess.
we talk about the capital planning
Can you hear me, Chris? Good. And it's nice when it says, you put it on, it says mute off. Yesterday it was saying mute on, and I was couldn't figure out how to unmute it. All right. We're almost there to 10:45.
The audio quality on those are better than the earbuds that you had, for sure.
Good. That's good to know. How about noise canceling?
Can't hear anything. It's very clear.
Because there's a lot of noise in the background in this room. Is it?
Yeah, no, we don't hear anything.
Great.
Mr. Sanders? If you could,
Yes, sir.
I'm sure it's the connection, but your voice is a little muddled to me. I would appreciate it if you could enunciate a little bit, if you could, please.
Absolutely. My apologies, sir. I will work on
Thank you,
that.
sir. I
maybe-
apologize in advance for interrupting you.
And I think we could all benefit from slowing down a little. We're rushing through to complete the case. So if we could, we all, myself included. So Yeah.
I'd heard a rumor it was going to go until November. And so I've cleared my schedule.
it sort of depends on what the Supreme Court does too, because it might.
Oh man, I can't believe they would refuse the opportunity to do less work. That's just,
Now remember, this is being streamed
oh, excuse me.
on the World Wide Web, as they
Okay,
used to
well,
call it. So
to any Supreme Court justices I might have offended, I apologize.
no offense intended, certainly. All right, let's return to the cross-examination of PNM witness Sanders. Up next, we do have, I believe, Mr. Gould with 45 minutes for Mr. Sanders. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Okay. I'm going to put the timer on here. Go ahead and start.
Mr. Medeiros, real quickly, Commissioner Ellison, you emailed us during the break and I had a request from Mr. Sanders. So go ahead, Commissioner
Yes.
Ellison.
Yes, I apologize to interject here. Mr. Sanders, when you were reading off the list of the 4 plants and the additional depreciation amounts, I didn't quite catch that. Would you mind reading that once more?
Yes, and I was informed at break, I might have said like Luna or something for all of them. So we'll try this again and see if I can say it correctly this time. And I'll use whole numbers just so it
Yes,
has the
please.
full impact. So for Afton plant, that is 779,562, or approximately 800K. For Lordsburg, that is 130,190, or approximately 100K. For Luna is 623,295, approximately 600K.
That's capital L-U-N-A, correct? For Luna?
Luna. Would you like
Yeah,
me to say
I mean, maybe
Lordsburg?
rounding to 2 significant figures is fine. I mean, 620K for Luna approximately.
620K is fine, yes. I can use that. And the last one is La Luz. That's L-A space L-U-Z. And that is 1,02,754. Approximately a million.
Okay. Thank you. And this is the annual increase in depreciation as a result of accelerating the retirement date to 2040 on these 4 plants. Is that correct?
That's, I would say, correct. Yes, I will clarify that it's truly the test period non-fuel revenue requirement impact. So that would be the change to the revenue request. There are other small impacts to that, such as it will change accumulated depreciation for the 13-month average impact of rate base. and things of that. They will be immaterial impacts, but I wanted to give the full revenue requirement impact that it would impact our request in this case.
So the actual increase in depreciation is going to be somewhat different, a little smaller
Slightly
perhaps.
different. Yes.
But Mr.
Okay,
Sanders,
great.
the company's response to bench request number 2 will have all those figures, won't it?
Yes, we can. Absolutely.
Well, obviously, the total impact for the test year.
Yes,
revenue
it will have
requirement.
the numbers that I just quoted 100% for the
Plus,
impact.
plus all the other associated impacts.
I guess this does include all the associated impacts.
Okay.
What I wanted to clarify is that if you're wanting just true, like what the depreciation expense number itself will be slightly different. These numbers I quoted have 100% of all associated impacts and is the impact to the revenue requirement.
Okay. Anything else on that, commissioners? Commissioner Ellison? Okay. Then, Mr. Gold, are you ready to proceed with the cross-examination?
I am.
Okay, please start.
And let me state at the outset, I'm going to be going through a number of dollar figures with Mr. Sanders, and it may get a little confusing. So if the hearing examiner or commissioners, if you need to break in to have clarification, I have absolutely no problem with that. Maybe just raise your hand and I'll stop, because I want this exposition to be clear. Good morning, Mr. Sanders.
Good morning, sir.
My name is Peter Gould. I represent 5 of the largest customers on PNM system through an organization called Animaria. We've dealt with each other before. Welcome this morning. Most of my questions are going to center on the revenue numbers that are found in an exhibit of Abraham Casas, and that is PNM exhibit AC-3. Do you have that in front of you?
I can get it.
Can you get it for me? And then for the clarification of the record, AC-3 is quite a long exhibit. About 2/3 of the way through, there's a
And
tab.
Mr. Gold, is that a cross-examination exhibit?
No, this is a testimony of Abraham Casas.
In his
This is
direct?
in his direct, yes.
Okay.
Excuse me. Thank you for that clarification. It is the direct testimony of Abraham Casas, which PNM will bring in to the case later on. It's part of its application, as part of its testimonial schedules. And the exhibit I'm looking at is PNM exhibit AC-3. And about 2/3 of the way through, there is a tab called Cost of Service Test Year. And it is a 48-page sub-exhibit. And what I'm looking at is some numbers, and what I want to question Mr. Sanders about are numbers on page 45 of 48 of AC-3, the tab Cost of Service Test Year.
All right. Give me a second. I just got
Absolutely.
I just got Abraham's testimony. So AC-3.
About 2/3 of the way through, there's a tab called Cost of Service Test Year.
Okay. Where?
And do you see that's a 48-page sub-exhibit or sub-part of that AC-3?
I apologize. I am not to that tab yet. I don't,
Okay.
this doesn't have things tabulated in it, so.
Yeah.
There's base
It is-
year, this comes after.
Yeah, there's some base year numbers, but
Is it this document, Mr. Gould, I'm displaying on screen?
yes, absolutely. Thank you.
And I apologize, I'm not the most familiar with all these exhibits, so, okay,
Well,
so.
if we could use what's up on the screen, that's really what I wanted to focus on.
I can see, Mr. Hearing Examiner Ryan, is there any way you can make it just a little bigger, zoom in slightly? I'm working
Let's
with a
see.
small
Yes.
laptop. Okay, I think I can read that.
Okay,
Let's keep it on screen for now.
thank you. Thank you, Hearing Examiner Ryan. The
Yep.
numbers I want to question you about, Mr. Sanders, appear in the left-hand column, starting on line 18 through line 19. They're called total non-fuel revenue requirements. Do you see those numbers?
Yes, I do. Starting with
Yeah.
like 259,555, 293. Is that where we're looking for production demand?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, I see the numbers you are speaking of.
Okay. Your job in this case is to develop the revenue requirements numbers in this for PNM's total filing, is it not?
Yes. Total company revenue requirement and the allocation to various jurisdictions, including PNM retail and the cost diverted to like FERC wholesale customers.
I'm sorry, PNM retail and the,
And other jurisdictions, sorry, such as FERC transmission or FERC wholesale customers.
Okay. And did you have any role in rate design, that is in the functionalization, classification, or allocation of any of these numbers?
Aside from really looking at this and trying to, ensure that we're tying out, and that was at a high level, not really. I do know my model feeds into this at a certain level, but based on decisions and things made within the model, no.
Okay. And maybe this is a question for your attorney. Ms. Terwilliger, is this a corrected page from AC3?
Chris?
Yes.
Hearing Examiner Ryan, can you scroll down just a skosh on the document? No, the other way. So, okay, there we go. Thank you. Cost of service base here. All right.
Okay. So I guess my first question is the total non-fuel revenue requirements in other parts of your testimony is 790 million.9. And this number is different. It says total non-fuel revenue requirements 630,357,499. Can you tell us what the difference is between the 790 and 0.9 and this number?
I cannot. I don't know what that number is. I was thinking it might be our adjusted base period. However.
Oh, you know what the problem is? We're on the wrong page. This is base year. I was looking for test year.
Right. That's later on. That's what where I was. I'm sorry. I was in the wrong document.
Well, no, that's good.
That's a 200. That's a $2 million number.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a little confusing because there are tabs in this, and so we need to go.
That 630 million is the adjusted base period number.
Okay.
KTS3 cost of service adjusted base.
Okay. And can you go to page 45 or 48 for the test year in CASAS?
It's down later on in the document.
Yes.
In the AC3. And the bottom line number there that I see is for total revenue requirements is $2,040,000 and $2,040,071.
And I think we might still be on the different pages, Mr. Hearing Examiner, because the total non-fuel revenue requirements that PNM is asking for in this case with their requested increase is 790,979. So that's the number I'm looking at.
But on 45 of 48 for cost of service test year, AC3?
Yes.
So this is page 201 of 298 of the PDF, if that helps. I think that's what Mr. Gould is trying to point us.
Yeah, that is
Yeah.
helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't have the PDF number. I just have the paper copies.
Yeah, I'm on 201 of 298. And I was just looking at that Schedule 10 irrigation, the last
Yeah, it's
page,
not,
but I'm not looking at the P&M rate retail column, which is 790,979,680.
yes,
Is it useful to share the screen? Or do
Yes,
you,
it
you
is.
not want me to? Okay.
Okay, let's move along.
okay, that's it. Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Sanders, are you there yet?
Oh, I'm giving up. I'm just using the screen. I can't find it in the print.
Okay.
I will use the screen with everybody else.
This
You
goes
can,
back to Mr. Alvidrez's point about the fine print. Go ahead.
well, you can understand how dismayed we are when we get these applications. Anyway, so let's go. You have, these are your numbers, are they not? Is my understanding correct that these are the numbers that you supplied to Mr. Casas in that total non-fuel revenue requirements column?
So I want to be a little careful with that.
Sure.
The P&M retail column.
I'm sorry, Mr. Sanders. I don't know if you can get closer to the mic, but you sound difficult to hear.
Let's see if I can get this closer.
That's better.
Okay, I apologize. So I do want to be a little clear here. The column that's labeled P&M retail on this schedule
Yes.
should tie out to my exhibits. It does appear that there are additional steps that are taken within P&M Witness Casas as analysis here that would not be directly from my exhibits, such as when you're starting at line 18 to 19, where it says, total non-fuel revenue requirements. That line 19 will tie to my exhibits. The subcategories that are broken out, which looks like it's from an Excel outline function, since it's a separate line item. Those different, lines likely will not tie to a specific line item within my cost of service. As that looks like it's part of what Mr. Casas does within his own functionalization of certain costs within his model.
Okay.
I don't know that I could verify every single one of those numbers. I can, the total 790,979,680 is absolutely directly from me.
Okay. Well, that's what you've anticipated where I want to go. So let's go through them and see which ones you can tie back to your schedules or your exhibits and which ones you can't. And if that's okay, just tell me where you're referencing. So the first number is $287,370,135. Do you see that? And it's labeled production demand.
I do see that. I do not summate my revenue requirements by these type of line items.
Okay.
And so I don't know that I could get there as, like within my model, KTS3, return on rate base, say, is probably a biggest, easiest example, is one line item for the entire return on rate base. Right. Whereas this has taken that one line item of mine and functionalized it to these different functions based on transmission plant, production plant, distribution plant, and all of those functions to break out that return on rate base to these different functionalizations. My model does not do that.
Okay.
We have not attempted to do that. So I really doubt that there is a single number within those, categories that are there that, absent doing a fairly significant amount of work to try to replicate this model, that I could validate.
Yeah, and that was the difficulty, just frankly, what I had going through your exhibits. I couldn't find these numbers, but I had understood from conversation with Mr. Casas that he got these numbers from you. So what you're saying, just to make the record clear, is that the 790 million 0.9 and change, that's your number. That's the number that you gave to Mr. Casas, right?
I think, yes, that 100% is. I would assume if you went up into this exhibit, you could likely find other kind of total numbers that you could tie out to specific lines within mine. As you get to this total, it has obviously done a summation of the work papers included here, which include different functionalizations and those that will just be inherently different from the two models that are there. I assume there are plenty of line items, you know, in pages 1 through 44 that we could potentially tie out.
Okay. Yeah, and I think that would take too long at this particular juncture. Just to be clear, is there any place in your exhibits where you break out, say, for instance, the big three categories, which would be, or the big four categories, which would be production costs, transmission costs, distribution costs, and then customer service costs? Do you have those big four numbers anywhere in your exhibits as a total?
Not as a total. And part of that comes from, there are certain items that don't fit perfectly into those big four, as you put it. And so you have to make assumptions and allocations to achieve that. Obviously within my model, I file FERC's Uniform System of Accounts, which for a majority of cost, I would say, do provide those functionalizations. I do not summate totals, just to be clear. But for things that are in production plant defined by FERC, they would be in, you know, the first part of P&M exhibit KTS3 test.
KTS3.
KTS3 test, TEST.
And do you have the page numbers of that? I mean, that's one sub exhibit in that KTS3, right? So it's a test year?
Yeah, it's the test year. From the full KTS3, it would be pages 74 through 120. And then I do try to, on a bottom of it, sub page number just that portion, as it's a specific tab within the overall Excel file of the working functional model. And so on page 1 of that subsection, or, you know, 75, I think, you know, is where net plant rate base sits. And you can see I do come to a total production net plant on line 24. Now that's plant, that's not the return on component and stuff. But that would provide that FERC level functionalization.
Okay, so
Yeah.
let me just make sure I'm at the same page you are, so I can, you're at page 74, which is COS, cost of service test.
Yeah,
That is the
like a cover
sub-tab.
sheet, Cade.
I'm sorry, one at a time, please.
Let me just repeat the question and then I'll let Mr. Sanders answer. So where you are is P&M exhibit KTS-3. At the top of the page, it says page 74 of 120. And the title is COS test. Am I at the right spot?
That is correct.
Okay, so why don't you continue with what you were describing this part of your exhibit illustrates.
Absolutely. And just to clarify for the record, as well as Mr. Lee, COS stands for cost of service. It is the test period cost of service that we have provided in this filing. And so if you actually go to the next page, page 75, as 74 is just the cover sheet. And you can look at what are labeled, you know, lines probably 6 through 24. 6 starts the net plant portion of the rate base. So it starts by defining rate base within the exhibit. And so from lines 8 through 24 is the production section.
Okay.
So based on our FERC Uniform System of Accounts that we follow, those would be, you know, your generation facilities that provide that function or the production function on your system. The next section of that from page 20 or lines 26 to 38 are the transmission function. So again, FERC Uniform System of Accounts determines what costs should be included in transmission, and those are what are recorded there. If you go to the next page, page 76, you'll have the similar thing for distribution plant, right? That's lines say 41 through 63.
Okay. Where would I find the category of customer costs or customer service costs?
Sure, I will get there. I do want to just
Sure.
finish
Yeah,
because
keep
I'm
on
starting this to answer.
Hold on. Whoa. Slow down, both.
My
Mr.
bad.
Lee already, Mr. Lee, when Mr. Lee speaks, listen to him. So I don't
I
have
couldn't
to,
hear him. I'm sorry.
okay.
Go, I stepped on your answer. So go ahead, finish your answer and I'll be quiet.
Mr. Lee, are you speaking? I apologize. I
No,
can't.
sir, I'm not. Go ahead, please.
Oh, okay.
No, the point was earlier on, he asked for a pause, speaking over
Oh.
each other. And we repeated, we got excited and we repeated it. So
Understood.
let's take a pause and take a breath. Go ahead.
All right. So your original question was, to me, was really in the, do I functionalize my model in those manners? And I said in a part, but not in totality, because there are certain counts that don't fall into those FERC Uniform System of Account functionalizations. And so we're actually at a great point for me to illustrate that with the net plant general and intangible, which is the next section on this. Page, what is it, 76, lines 68 through 73. Those are general and intangible plants. They serve multiple functions, and can, I mean, a lot of it are like office buildings and stuff that are not specific to a production function, a transmission or a distribution. And so an allocation has to be made to those functionalizations. I do not do that within my model, to clarify. And so that's where I don't think I can actually tie out to any number, as items like that would obviously be functionalized separately within Mr. Costas's model.
A question before we go any further. These numbers in test period P&M column G as in George on this exhibit, those are rate-based numbers, are they not? They're plant numbers? They're not revenue numbers?
For this section, yes, this is the first part of the exhibit where I establish rate base. As you work through the, I don't know, there's like 46 pages to the cost of service study within here. As you work through those, it will, work through, I mean, just to high level, go through it. It starts with net plant and then accumulated deferred income taxes. That's ADIT. Then regulatory assets. There's other rate base items. And then working capital. Those comprise rate base. And so that will then develop a total rate base number, which then calculates the return on rate base. Below that and later within the cost of service study is where then your operating and maintenance and administrative and general expenses start, which are not rate based. They are the expenses that are included. And so those are just lower down within the exhibit to calculate the total revenue requirement the company is requesting.
Where would I go in this exhibit to start seeing the revenues that are generated by these expense and rate base items?
I apologize. I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, let me ask the question better. Where in your either KTS exhibit 3 or in another exhibit would I find the revenue requirements numbers?
Sure. So this whole exhibit calculates that revenue requirement number. And so as you move down, let me see if I can get you a page. I actually have holes punched through my page references. So I'm going to do my best here to get you a number or a page number. 16 plus 34. It would be on page 90.
Okay.
Or
I'm there.
And so if you look at lines 719, 720, and 721, those are the revenue requirement calculations. And so column J within the exhibit is the P&M retail share. So that's the allocation of the cost to the P&M retail jurisdiction. And specifically line 719, which is the non-fuel revenue requirement, would reflect that 790,000 or 790,979,680 million revenue requirement that ties to Mr. Casas that we just looked at earlier.
Okay, and the next line is the fuel revenue requirement.
That is correct.
Okay, so the 790 is the total number that Mr. Casas used to populate his AC3 at page 45, the test year. And then he did some functionalization of that, which you did not do. Is that a fair summary of your testimony?
So to an extent, first, I think his actually includes the fuel. If I was looking at it while you had it up, I think right above that non-fuel, it did show the fuel as well. I think what we're discussing is the non-fuel, as that's what we're setting as base rate.
Yes.
But I do believe his exhibit has both as well. And then next, I do not do the full functionalization that Mr. Casas says. Like I said, I use the uniform FERC system of account to record things to their primary functional units. For things that don't have that, I do not attempt to functionalize further by any means. And I don't like to opine on, whether things that are in there have multiple functions or potential of that nature either.
Okay. If you could go back to page 75 of 120 of KTS3.
Okay.
There is a line item 21. Do you see that production battery storage?
Yes, sir.
And you have an $11.3 million line item under the column G for George, test period P&M. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what that line item refers to?
That is relative to the 12 megawatt battery BS projects that we I think currently have a CCN filing for as well, have included within this test period.
Okay. Are you aware, and I'm going to use the term for the clarity of the record, Mr. Lee, ESA, which stands for Energy Storage Agreement?
I am aware of the term, yes.
And essentially an energy storage agreement is a purchase price agreement that relates to batteries. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Sanders?
Not being an engineer, not wanting to totally get over myself, that is my understanding of what it is, absolutely.
In other words, they are batteries that are purchased through a contract rather than P&M owned batteries.
Yeah. I don't know exactly how all the contracts and everything are written and worked, but I'll agree with the classification.
Yeah. And they were essentially the output of the battery is purchased through a contract, not the battery itself.
See, that's where I thought you might be going there, and that's where I'm not exactly sure how all of that works. My understanding is we have some ability to control the output and manage it, and I think it's a demand charge on it. And so even if the battery doesn't, like if we don't use it, I think we still pay. And I'm just not 100% sure how the contracts work on that and how the management of those batteries work. And so I don't want to totally state that that's correct.
I appreciate that. I was simply trying to make a distinction between battery resource that's acquired through a contract versus P&M built and owned. But you've made that clear for the record. So my question relates to my understanding is that P&M is asking for a total of $45,172,557 in cost for energy storage agreements, ESAs, during the test period. Have you been given that figure? Does that sound familiar to you?
I believe that comes from my work papers. If I go to page, I don't know what it is, 81. And on line 312, you should see that number of $45,172,557.
I'm sorry, can you give the number again?
So it's on line 312, and the number is 45,172,557.
Thank you.
That number is on PNM Exhibit KTS-3, page 81 of 120. Is that correct?
Yes, I have hole punched through my page numbers at the top.
Oh, well, then okay.
So
But
I'm trying to
it's
do
column
math.
G.
Yeah, I'm trying to do math and add the 7 at the bottom, the 74 to come out. I think it's 81.
Well,
I believe.
yeah, page 81 of 120 PNM Exhibit 7. And it's Exhibit PNM Exhibit KTS-3, line 312, correct? Column G?
That is correct.
Okay, that is to emphasize why everything needs to be optical character recognition. I went exactly to that number in this gigantic document. So emphasis, please do not mess around with not doing OCR because it will be stricken. Go ahead.
And just for the clarity of the record, Mr. Sanders is correct. Even though if you hole punch the top, which I did too, you can look down at the bottom of the page, and for that sub tab, I would call it, it does have test page 7. So that's another way to find it. So just for the paper people in the room that don't know how to do the whatever you did, Mr. Examiner. But going on, so that number you have categorized, if I could use that word, as an operations and maintenance expense.
I think not technically 100%. It's actually a fuel related expense as it sits in FERC account 555. Under the FERC uniform system of accounts. And so operation and maintenance under FERC are actually fairly defined terms, whereas this actually sits in a fuel related. For purposes of discussion, I'm fine calling it operation and maintenance O&M, but just to be clear on the record, I do think it's actually technically different as it's a fuel related expense from where it sits in the classifications.
But it is not reflected in the line item that we referred to earlier of $120,150,430 in test year fuel expenses, is it?
No, and that's where I said fuel related. There is a difference between fuel, which is our cost that can go through the fuel purchase power cost adjustment clause, versus costs that are related, such as demand charges, no different than like a Valencia demand charge on our PPAs there. Those do not go through the fuel clause as they tend to not be variable in nature. And so they're not what we would consider fuel, as that is intended to be what is collected through that adjustment clause. Whereas this is a fuel related expense by FERC definitions, but collected through base rates.
I'm curious why it wasn't listed as part of the production plant, because my understanding, at least in part, is that it performs a production function.
So it's not plant. The items that were listed up in production plant are owned assets that are included in rate base that we earn an allowed return upon. Whereas this is an ESA, which serves as a direct pass-through of the cost to customers. And there is no, return on that amount. So it's not included up in plant. It is no different than, like I said, the Valencia demand charge that is in here too, whereas Valencia is not up in production plant or rate base either, as it's a PPA and reflects a direct pass-through.
And
It
Mr.
is
Sanders,
NPA.
PPA, purchase power agreement.
Thank you.
That's purchased, PURCHASED, power agreement. And Mr. Sanders, is that why it's dedicated to FERC USA, Uniform System of Accounts 555, FERC account 555? Is that why it's designated or allocated to that account?
That is why it will be recorded to that account on our books and records.
Thank you.
But as you mentioned, the actual functionalization in Mr. Casas' study will be maybe different, and maybe assigned a different bucket of costs, right? Maybe assigned to a different bucket.
Yeah, as I stated, how Mr. Casas functionalizes his model is probably better served asking him.
Okay, we'll go. Yeah, we'll take that up with him. It was just unclear from prior discovery where everything fit. So following up on that latest series of responses, would a solar purchase power agreement, PPA, or a wind purchase power agreement be categorized in the same way as this battery ESA?
Not exactly, because a PPA under your fuel clause and the variable nature of you're actually truly purchasing the output of it flows through our fuel clause, whereas
Okay.
these are in base rates. And so while I do believe
And why are they in base rates?
the ESAs, similarly to other demand functions, the fuel clause is intended to collect our variable nature fuel items, right? They are fairly fixed. They do have minor variability to their cost and taxes and other, output things like that. But as a general, they are fairly fixed in their nature. And so by that, I think the commission has ruled that those type of items should not be recovered under, I think, Rule 550. I don't want to totally overquote myself there. But I think the commission has determined that since they are not variable in nature under the requirements of that rule, that they should be reflected in base rates.
Thank you. And Mr. Gold, I paused your cross-examination for my question.
I think we're fine on time. This is new information from Mr. Sanders. I probably should have done a deposition, but just ran out of time. But
just with respect, I want to let you know,
thank you.
I'm not trying to cut down on your time.
Is there anywhere, Mr. Sanders, in this KTS 3 cost of service test sub exhibit where I could go and locate what I'm calling customer service costs, meters, meter reading, billing, collections, those types of things? Or is it just scattered among your various O&M accounts?
No, let me find the pages for you. There is a section within the cost of service study that is, I believe, labeled in it, customer related expenses or something of that nature.
Sure.
Give me a second to flip through and find it.
Okay.
I think it's on 83 or 84. It's page 9 at the bottom.
Okay, give me a chance. I'll go there.
And it's line number 418 is where you will see the customer related O&M beginning.
Okay.
And so you can see all of those items you just referenced. I believe, the supervision for customer accounts, meter reading, collection and records, uncollectible expense, and so on through the FERC customer related, which are 900 through 913.
Okay.
Reflect under the FERC uniform system of accounts. Those are your customer related FERC accounts.
And if you know, on going back to Mr. Casas exhibit AC3 page, the cost of service test year, page 45 of 48, he has a category of costs called distribution customer other and he's got 41.7 or 41.8 million in that bucket. Do you know, first of all, do you know what items distribution customer other might include or does include?
I do not.
Do you have anywhere in your exhibits a $41.8 million expense item or a base rate item that you're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, I have obviously not memorized all 46 pages of numbers, but that is not
Yes.
a familiar number to me. I don't know what the classification of distribution other means, to even attempt to try to reconcile which costs that you would need to ask Mr. Casas which line items of mine feed into that, or if there's additional allocations he performed to achieve it.
Yes, because I noticed that the customer related O&M, the total there for the test period is only 33.4 million. And Mr. Casas distribution customer service items added together far exceed that $31 million number. So you don't know where those other numbers come from in your exhibits.
I do not, I don't completely want to speculate. I would
Sure.
think, as I have said, general intangible or administrative in general are not in a classification. So I would presume there is a portion of an allocation of those costs to the different functionalizations, as that's, fairly normal practice.
And just as a general question, if you know, we might, I mean, in order to disaggregate this, we might even have to go back to what you call the CAM, the cost allocation manual that shows how shared services are divided up between the PNMR affiliates to actually come up with some of those numbers. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes, I mean, the shared services allocation will generally, for the O&M portion, will reside in the A&G expenses within the cost of service. And so they should be identifiable. There's very distinct lines from it. Page 84, I believe, lines 439, 440, and 441 are the portions of our shared services allocated O&M that are included within there. You would need to work back through my shared services work papers to get back to a total company view if you were trying to look through that. But this does provide the shared services O&M costs that are allocated within the model.
Okay. And then to go back to the battery, the ESA cost, the 45 million, let's just call it 45 million that we talked about earlier. Did you have any input at all in terms of how that might be treated when it got into the allocation, the rate allocation?
I was not involved in those discussions.
Did anybody come back and consult you and say, should we assign a portion of these costs, say, for instance, would they be more appropriate in a FERC transmission account versus a FERC O&M account?
Are we speak of the ESAs?
ESAs only, yes, sir.
So they do need to be recorded in an expense. I mean, to answer your question clearly, I was not consulted and I was not involved in those discussions. But I do want to also state that they do need to be recorded in an expense account and not, I think, as you implied, maybe a transmission or distribution or production plant account.
Strictly from a FERC accounting perspective.
Yes, they are not owned assets.
Okay, 3 minutes. Were you ever consulted, or did you participate in any conversations about allocations of cost having to do with the 3 winter, 1 summer functionalization allocator that's used in Mr. Casas's testimony?
No.
And were you ever consulted about what he testifies as the modified 3 summer, 1 winter production cost allocator?
No, it was not.
Okay. Mr. Hearing Examiner, I do believe those are all my questions of this witness.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gould.
And if we can discuss it at the next break, just in terms of how, in terms of searchable documents and how we deal with that, we may have identified a problem with some of our exhibits, but we can kick that out maybe till the later in the day.
Yes.
Okay,
Well,
thank you.
Just please identify all the problems and
Well, we have some general problems that we're trying to work out. And I have we'll have some general issues, let me just say.
okay, well, let's leave it till the end of the day.
Okay, thank you, sir. And thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Sanders. I appreciate your patience, and it's always refreshing to talk to you because you know your area as well as anybody I've ever cross-examined. So thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
You betcha.
Well said, Mr. Gould. Okay, up next, we have Mr. Herman. Mr. Herman, I hope you're feeling a little bit better today than yesterday. Hope you're recovering.
I'm on the mend.
Good. Well, you are up next. You have 30 minutes with Mr. Sanders. Are you ready to go?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. I should be able to wrap up within a reasonable time before lunch.
Please proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Sanders. My name is Keith Herman. I'm an attorney for the Albuquerque-Bernalillo County Water Utility Authority. How are you today?
I'm doing well. Good morning, Mr. Herman.
Can I direct you to your direct testimony in the rate case 270, PNM Exhibit 7? Specifically page 19.
PNM Exhibit 7. Oh, yeah, I apologize. I was looking at my KTS exhibits, of which I have 16 attached to my direct. I understand now. Which page number, sir?
Page 19.
I am getting there. Yes, sir.
Can you explain to me what information is in PNM table KTS 3 and how you chose what regulatory assets or liabilities to include in there?
So sure, PNM table KTS 3 is a summary of the base period adjustments that were made to the regulatory assets and liabilities section of my testimony, or of my exhibits. I'm not sure if you were listening with my cross with Mr. Gould, but as I walked through the rate base, one of those sections was regulatory assets and liabilities. This is a summary of the base period adjustments that we performed to remove certain regulatory assets and liabilities. I actually think they are all regulatory assets that were removed for purposes of establishing our base rates.
Okay, so that's not inclusive of all the regulatory assets that PNM is currently recovering?
No, this reflects the removal of ones that are either recovered through a separate mechanism or is not being requested to be recovered in this case. I mean, generally it's a separate mechanism. There are various different mechanisms. If you'd like, I can go through one by one on how they are recovered or where they're included. But generally, we're looking at regulatory assets that should not be included in base rates as they're likely recovered elsewhere through other mechanisms that we have.
No, that won't be necessary. I was just looking at that and curious why Palo Verde wasn't appearing in there, but your explanation has explained that for me. Let's move on to page 33. At line 17 regarding other retail revenues.
Yes, sir.
In that section, you have a discussion about the open access Technology International West Connect programs, or OATI.
Yes.
Did you calculate the impact of that on ratepayers?
I guess I don't understand your question. This is related to a revenue credit, whereas we collect revenue from certain customers under our transmission FERC jurisdiction. And then we credit that revenue as a reduction to retail rates for what we collect through those services to those other customers.
Okay, I might need to do a deep dive then into exhibit KTS 4, page 639.
KTS 4.
I believe that's where you document this OATI credit.
Can you give me that page number one more time?
639 of 651.
All right, 639. Yes, sir. I am there.
Let me catch up 1 second. Finally, there's a lot of scrolling. At line 12, you have the OATI West Connect total, correct?
Yes, 654,814.
So is that an amount that's being credited back to ratepayers through base rates?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I guess let me clarify one thing on that. And let me just double check. I believe yes, absolutely. But I want to make sure it's being allocated 100% to retail. As it's a transmission related, there might be a portion going to other transmission customers. So just if you'll give me just a second to look at my cost of service and ensure that 100% is allocated to retail for it.
Sure. If you could just also tell me where in the cost of service you're looking at.
Absolutely. So it will be in that P&M exhibit KTS 3. And it is on page 90 of the, however many it was, 820 or I can't remember the total. I can get you that. Page 90 of 120.
What line?
It will be on line 698. And this is why I wanted to check. It is included in the 1,789,874. It will differ from that number that we just saw, as that was a base period number, which then escalation factors are applied to get to the test period. It is being allocated.
I'm sorry, what line number was that again?
698.
698. And so it is a slightly higher credit in there because we have escalated it, assuming the similar escalation factors for everything. That's there. Since it is a transmission related and benefits our transmission system, it is allocated on the trans demand. So 45% of which is allocated to retail customers, which if you go to column J is 818,635 is the
6.
Oh, it is a 6. Sorry. So I will repeat
Can I have
it.
the number again?
$818,836.
Thank you.
And that is a reduction to the retail revenue requirement.
Thank you for that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, back to page 35 of your direct. We're doing a lot of back and forth here.
Oh, we're good.
The elimination of the SO2 credit revenue at line 6.
Yes.
Did you say SM as in Mary
No.
2?
SO2
S,
sulfur dioxide. So I was looking at that revenue, or I'm sorry, that revised rider 27 that is referenced. And I just had some questions about how that money is refunded, because there appears to be a cap of 500,000. Are you aware of revised rider 27?
I am not overly aware of it. My understanding is that is the mechanism we flow the retail portion of that back to customers through. I do believe there is a cap on it. I believe P&M witness Pitts discusses that in her testimony. As I think we're proposing to stop that. And then the unrefunded amount, I believe is what it is, we have requested to include a regulatory liability to refund that through base rates to customers.
Okay. And that's what you're referring to in line 4, P&M exhibit KTS 4 WPRC-1.
Subject to check on line 4, or you're talking line 4 of my testimony. Yes, slightly different. So within that, there is a portion that would have been allocated to FERC wholesale generation customers back when we had them, I guess. And that's the portion of that that ends up amortizing on an annual basis. And so we have always had this base period adjustment in our cost of service truly to just reflect a revenue credit reflected to a non-jurisdictional customer. This ties into the other issues that I just testified about with the discontinuation of, the refund through 27 and establishing a liability for the unrefunded amounts. But the specific adjustment reference here is really for the non-jurisdictional amounts to remove them.
Thank you for that. Next, I want to move on to your rebuttal testimony, P&M exhibit 9.
Give me a second. Switch up binders here. If you don't mind, I apologize. I'm trying to move fast for you. I know you're on a clock.
Appreciate it.
What page again?
Of your rebuttal, start at page 49, please.
41?
49. I apologize, I'm a little congested still.
Yes, sir, I am there.
So about 49 is your discussion about proposed disallowances proposed by ABCWA witness Mark Garrett, correct?
Correct.
And ABCWA has 2 witnesses in this case, both whose last name is Garrett. I don't believe you addressed any of David Garrett's recommendations, did you?
No, I believe mine were focused on, I can't remember, M. Garrett. I think it's Mark, but I don't want to.
Yes, it's Mark. So for sake of my questioning, I'm only going to be asking about Mark Garrett's testimony. So if I say Mr. Garrett, that's who I'm referring to.
Understood.
So you address, among other things, his recommendations of Board of Directors compensation, Director and Officer Insurance, and Investor Relations, correct?
Yes, those are the issues I believe I covered.
Do you recall your testimony starting at page 51, line 4, where you discuss Mr. Garrett's premise that customer and shareholder interests are not aligned?
Yes, I believe I see what you're referring to.
Yes. And then you refute that, noting that customer and shareholder interests are aligned, correct?
Absolutely.
Do the directors and officers of PNM have a fiduciary duty to put the interests of shareholders first?
I yes and no, I don't believe they have the duty to keep shareholders first, as you stated. They do have a fiduciary duty to shareholders to ensure we have a successful and well-ran company that also, you know, aligns with customer needs and provides safe and reliable service.
But you disagree with my premise that they have to put those obligations first?
Yes, I do agree that they have to put them first. I think that they have a lot of competing responsibilities, and I don't know that they have a hierarchy of what's more important, one or the other.
So I'm sorry, I think we might be talking past each other, but do you agree that they put the fiduciary obligation first?
No.
Have you reviewed, I'm sorry, scratch that. What materials did you review in preparation of your rebuttal testimony?
I guess, what are you referring to?
Did you review the testimony of specific witnesses? Did you review any hearing orders? That's a compound question. Let me rephrase it. What hearing orders did you review in preparation of your rebuttal testimony?
I'm not sure I reviewed any specific hearing orders.
Are you at all familiar with the commission decision in EPE case 20-00104, El Paso Electric's most recent rate case?
I am not, no.
I'm sorry, Mr. Examiner, I saw your hand up.
No, go ahead. Thank you for noting that. I was gesturing to something else.
Okay, let me go back to your statement about the interests of the customers and shareholders being aligned. Did the Attorney General support EPE's revenue request?
I do not know. I have no information about the EPE case.
I'm going back to your rebuttal testimony and the case at hand.
I understand, but you asked if the Attorney General supported EPE's revenue request, and I have no basis to know that.
I'm asking in this case, did the Attorney General support PNM's revenue requirement request in this case?
Not in its totality, no.
What about NM area?
I think there was various areas that they agreed with. I don't want to speak for the Attorney General though, and what they agreed or did not disagree with.
And the Water Authority also did not agree with PNM's revenue requirement request, correct?
On certain issues, absolutely.
Are you aware of any party that provided ROE testimony in this case supporting PNM's revenue requirement request?
I apologize. I'm not sure I completely understand the question. Are you asking if they support our ROE that was requested or the full revenue requirement request? Because those, while intermingled and play off of each
I'm
other.
sorry, I misspoke. Are you aware of any party that provided ROE testimony that supported PNM's ROE request of 10.25%?
I did not review all the ROE witness testimonies in detail. That's probably a better question for PNM witness McKinsey.
Are you aware of any party in this case that supported PNM's position related to Palo Verde
I'm sorry, supported PNM's position?
with respect to Palo Verde Nuclear Generating Station?
I'm not sure I can completely answer that. I think there might have been parties that really didn't state much of opinion on it. I'm not 100% positive. I know there is opposition by the parties to our positions on Palo Verde. I can't speak to every single party in the case.
I have one last question. I believe it's under rebuttal at page 23. Starting at line 7, you're discussing PNM's Palo Verde reg asset request, correct?
I apologize. Can I read the page before just really quick so I make sure I have full context of what this is discussing?
Sure, I believe it's starting at line 16.
Sure. So this is, I think I'm discussing not so much the creation of the regulatory asset, but I believe ABCW witness M. Garrett proposed that any amount of our transaction with the SRP deal that was in excess of the amounts of the stranded costs would be refunded to customers, and that would be how PNM would be compensated for it. And so first, what I point out is the transactions occurred, and we know that that's not really an issue because the transaction with SRP was far less than the requested stranded costs. I want to say it's like 98 million, but that's just the number I have in my head. I'd have to look it up to get the exact. And second, my point was that if the commission was to disallow the cost as Mr. Garrett proposed, and not allow recovery of it, and that if PNM was to sell those for higher than their value, that the asset would be a non-jurisdictional asset at that point in time. As the commission has said that, you know, it's not for ratepayers to pay. And so my belief would be that the company would be allowed to retain that gain on that transaction. Again, I state that but it's really a non-issue because we know that transaction is far less than the requested regulatory asset for the undepreciated investment in this case.
So I want to pull back and ask you more about PNM's request for that approximately 90 million in reg asset. And my question to you is, if you know, would PNM's decision to not renew the Palo Verde sale and leaseback agreements be different if PNM were not going to be granted that regulatory asset request?
I do not believe that was a consideration within the analysis. I believe our analysis supports our ability to recover that cost, but it was not a consideration. I mean, we knew that we would be at risk to request recovery of those costs within that proceeding and ultimately into this proceeding. And so I guess, no, I do not think our decision would be different.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all the questions I have for you. I appreciate your time.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Herman. Mr. Sanders, are you ready for lunch?
Always.
Okay, great. Well, then let's recess then until 1 p.m. We'll be back at 1 p.m. Thank you all. Thank you all for a good morning.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Lee. It's Jeff Albright, just checking in, making sure I still have connectivity.
Hey, Jeff, before you finally launch into your new career as a healthcare provider, let me know some dates. Text me some dates you're going to be in town, and we'll go do lunch. Drag Kelly along.
I would really enjoy that as long as it's my treat. How's that?
Okay, well, usually I don't allow that, but we'll make an exception. In your
Okay,
case.
all right. Yeah, let
Okay.
me pick a window. I'm going to be back there in about 10 days. Well, about yeah, I should be back in about 10 days, and then I'll be back there for several weeks. So that should be a good window for us.
Okay, good. Yeah, right after. It's a little hard during the hearing, but we'll get some time
Sure.
after.
Yeah, you have to. Yeah, I'll be back here for a couple weeks following the hearing, so it should be okay.
Good.
And Kelly has to join us.
What's that?
Kelly has to join us.
Well, I think that probably if I sent her instead of me, it would be a more pleasurable experience.
You're too hard on yourself, Peter.
Well, I'm just trying to be falsely humble.
There's pleasure and then there's entertainment.
Yeah.
Everybody else knows it's not humility, it's the truth. But I think, hey, I'm all that,
Well, all of us know, going back to my Navy days, all of us know who is at the helm there, Peter.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, you guys know this is on YouTube. So.
Oh my gosh, I didn't. Yeah. Okay. Well, I always forget that. So. Yeah.
But anyway, we'll get together after the
Okay,
hearing. Some
Cool.
point.
I just wanted to do that because I know it's just hard to catch up with everybody with these full day hearings.
Appreciate that.
Thank
Okay.
you, Jeff. I guess we'll make a plug here. We used to see each other at Mimo's quite a bit.
Yeah.
Now it's called Sal's. Have you been back?
Oh, many times. Yeah, Sal and I have enjoyed a couple of meals there, and with Megan and so forth. And even after my father-in-law loves had really, before he left Albuquerque, had really enjoyed the chicken parmesan there, and great place. But yeah, Sal's been a good friend for a number of years, and I've been back every time, every other week or so. I stop by Sal's.
Give me next time you're going and give me advice. I'll meet you.
I will do that. I will
Yeah.
do that. Sounds good. We look
Yeah.
forward to it.
Yeah. And then. So Jeff, when did you first start appearing before the commission?
It was 1999, and yeah, go back a long way. And it's been water law, telecommunications, some ambulance work. Of course, the electric stuff actually came well after the telecommunications stuff did. But done some ambulance, done some gosh, the rights of way and electric co-ops. I mean, it's been quite the range, and work for the county. Work on behalf of county as their engineer, mostly on in the engineering department, on working with them on water stuff for the county's open spaces and that goes back the full 22 years as well, before the state engineer. Then, of course, I had some district court and Supreme Court cases involving the water rights on behalf of the Bernalillo County. But yeah, I've been representing Bernalillo County for a little over 22 years now.
A distinguished career. And
I'm sorry?
It's a distinguished career.
Oh,
and
well, thank you.
Of course, I probably first ran into you in 2005, 2006. So you've been there, done a few years more than me.
and that was after a very enjoyable first career. I mean, I've been very blessed twice to have two careers that I've thoroughly enjoyed. Very, very fortunate. Some people never have the opportunity to do it once, and I've been lucky twice. My wife and
Mr.
I.
Albright, let me just say,
I'm sorry,
I'd rather be here with you people than with the finest people on earth.
Well, he has a way with words, so.
He does. He does.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and.
That's from Roxanne.
And of course, Jeff, you're referring to the fact that you served with distinction as an officer in the U.S. Navy. And
Yeah, I had opportunity to work with some great people there. I've stayed in touch, and one of the great things about where we're at least this week, my wife and I are going back for a dedication to the Alumni Center at the Naval Academy. We've been invited to the Saturday ceremony, and it happens to coincide with our 51st wedding anniversary, which was Saturday, September 9th, 1972. So
Congratulations.
Special day for us. Yeah, special day for us.
All right, Mr. Albright, I wanted to, before I forget, I wanted to thank you also for your service to your country and our country. Wasn't it on the USS New Mexico, if I'm not mistaken, the nuclear submarine?
No, that was a nuclear submarine, which was part of the work we did, but I had command of one of the USS Arthur W. Radford, DD 968, and it was one of the Tomahawk missile shooter ships. So one of the cruise missile ships, which now, ironically enough, sits as part of a reef off of Rehoboth Beach, where we're at right now.
Ironically.
Reef. Yeah.
Well, be it as it may, thank you. Praise for your service, sir.
Yes, sir.
In both careers.
A real privilege, and just as I mentioned to a couple of the other colleagues there, Jason and some of the other folks, just very blessed, very fortunate. Sometimes just being at the right place at the right time is good fortune. It certainly has worked out well, and been surrounded by very supportive staff, both at the commission and personally, and also by colleagues as well, every step of the way.
Well, thank you, sir. Well said. Appreciate it. And we appreciate you. Okay,
Thank you.
are we ready? Thank you. Are we ready to go back on the record? Is Mr. Sanders? There he is. I'm sorry, so many panels. Okay, great. Up next is the Attorney General, Mr. Elliott. You have 40 minutes with Mr. Sanders, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, please proceed.
Okay. Mr. Sanders?
Howdy.
Hi. I have to wait for you to come onto the screen and replace the hearing examiner. Hope you had a good lunch.
Hard to eat when you're got the nerves, you know, but
I understand. If you would turn to page 6 of your rebuttal testimony, please. Let me know when you're there. This is where it shows the various regulatory assets the company seeking treatment for in this case.
I'm there.
Okay. Several of the assets relate to San Juan, and given the settlement agreement, can you tell me which of these assets or liabilities would no longer be part of the rate case, assuming the settlement agreement is approved?
For So I will start with the top section of this table, are the ones that P&M has truly proposed. And then the bottom, there's another bold section. Those are additional ones parties have proposed that we did not propose within the case. So starting in that top section, it would be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th row down where it says carrying charges on advanced payments under ETA. That would no longer be applicable and would be removed.
Okay,
The next one being really in the section that I spoke of, that's the other parties proposed, would be the first line there of show cause rate credit. I believe that would have been resolved, as well as the next one down, which now looking at is spelled wrong. But San Juan undepreciated investment would no longer be necessary as well.
okay. Thank you.
And then I believe everything else is still applicable and at issue in the case.
Very good. So PNM is proposing various recovery periods for these regulatory assets. So for example, it's a 2-year recovery period for the COVID-19 and rate case costs, and 5 years for EIM costs, and I think a 20-year period for the stranded costs associated with Palo Verde. Is that right?
Subject to check, I believe all those are right. Rate case expense I know is 2 years. EIM I do believe is 5. COVID reg asset, hold on, I have a table in my direct that I can just confirm those.
Okay.
And it's on page 148 of my direct, if that's helpful to anybody else. But yes, the years you stated are correct.
Okay. And PNM's proposing to recover both the return on and of the costs for these new reg assets, except for the carrying charges on the advanced payments under the ETA and the San Juan decommissioning ordinance costs. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct. On the carrying charges of the ETA, which like I said, is really no longer at issue. That did have a debt return onto it.
Okay.
So it did have a return on, just not at a full whack. And then the San Juan ordinance regulatory asset and recovery of that, we are not seeking a return on the regulatory asset there, as it's a non-cash item. And really reflects the accounting of the current net present value of the updated liability. And so since we have not actually paid any cash, we're not seeking a return on that, as you wouldn't include it in rate base.
Okay. So I just want to make sure, did we go, so, because I was going to ask you next, what the rate of return the company was proposing for these assets. And I think you've answered, did we go over all of them just now?
Yes, I will state it slightly differently, but same information, just to be clear on it.
Thank you.
Apart from the 2 regulatory assets of the ETA, which are no longer, or potentially no longer at issue given the settlement,
Right.
understanding that is not approved or anything of that. And the San Juan ordinance regulatory asset, all are at a full return on and full return of, meaning they're placed into rate base and receiving a return on the rate base value of those assets. For the other 2, the carrying charge on the ETA cost was at a debt return. So not included in rate base, but to collect that, as I believe that's what was authorized in 1918 for those. or was the limit that PNM was authorized out on that.
I'm sorry. State
Slow down.
Creek,
I apologize.
that was the limit, did you say?
Yeah, I believe that that's what the commission said, that we could receive up to the, I think it was up to, but I'm not positive on that. The debt carrying charge on that, on the prepayment of those. And then on the last one, the San Juan ordinance decommissioning ordinance costs, I think is what it's called. SJGS decommissioning ordinance cost. That does not have any return on it. It is just a return of. And that is based on the fact that it's based on a non-cash transaction at this point in time, as we have not expended those. It is the accounting and recovery of the increased cost of that liability that we will amortize and recover.
Okay. And then just I see this here, but the period over which the recovery would occur, or the amortization period for the COVID costs, can you just remind me what that period is?
We are proposing 2 years for
Okay.
both the asset and the liability.
Okay. So would you agree that the weighted average cost of capital is intended to be the long-term rate applied to long-term assets?
To an extent, yes. I mean, it is the weighted average cost of capital is the carrying charge applied to items that are included in rate base. Generally included in rate base tends to be longer life, long lived, generally over a year, is the long lived nature of it for those standards. However, as something is maybe finishing amortization or finishing depreciating, it might only have a year left in its life or less than a year, but it would still be included within rate base and receiving that long, or the weighted average cost of capital. So I don't think it's purely black and white of, something has to have a life left of longer than a year. But generally, to be placed into rate base, it would have at least longer than 1 year period. Absolutely.
So if the commission authorizes carrying costs on a regulatory asset, do you believe it would be appropriate to use a carrying cost rate that matches the period over which the recovery will occur?
I'm sorry, I think you might have kind of broken up just a little, and I just don't know if I completely followed.
Sure. If the commission authorizes carrying costs on a regulatory asset, do you believe it would be appropriate to use a carrying cost rate that matches the period over which the recovery would occur?
I definitely think that's appropriate in a lot of situations. I mean, it's hard for me to just say black and white, yes or no on that. I mean, we have proposed on carrying charges on like over under collection accounts.
Right.
To be at a lower rate than a full whack, partly driven by their short-term nature, and they're collected over a 1 year period through their respective riders and mechanisms. And so, sometimes it's a stipulated 4% rate like the RPS. I think the fuel clause was stipulated, I don't remember, lower than that. I think energy efficiency uses maybe the customer deposit. And so there's different examples of that. And even in our grid mod, I think we proposed a 4% to be consistent with the RPS type rider. And that's really to recognize that they are intended to be really just a timing difference of when revenues are collected versus the expense of which should be reflected in the next year period. And so I guess I do to a certain extent agree. I do think when it goes beyond that year, there does become a nature of it being more of a, long-term, long-lived asset.
Okay. Does PNM use short-term debt or lines of credit in its operations?
I know we have a revolver. I don't know crazy amounts of detail about it really on the specifics of that. PNM Witness Grino would be better on how we utilize it and how those are managed.
Do you know roughly what the interest rate is on it?
I do not. Mrs. Grino would know.
Okay. If you would turn to page 13 of your rebuttal testimony. You say, let me know when you're there.
I am there.
Okay. Starting on line 9 through 13, you say that PNM proposed symmetrical treatment of carrying charges on the requested regulatory assets and liabilities in this proceeding. Do you see that?
That is, yes, I do.
Okay. Can you tell me, and I'm looking at KTS table KTS 1 now, which is back on page 6.
Sure. Clarify, we are talking still in my rebuttal for KTS 1.
Yes.
That's all. I'm there.
Okay. Can you tell me how many regulatory liabilities are in the table?
I believe there's 2.
Okay. And do you recall how much those liabilities are?
I do not off the top of my head. I could look it up and find it if you'd like.
Well, subject to check. The COVID cost is about 900,000 total, and the SO2 is about 83,000. Does that sound right?
Yes, those sound subject to check. Those sound reasonably accurate.
So would you agree that these regulatory liabilities are significantly smaller than the regulatory assets included in the company's claim, such as the 94 million related to the Palo Verde investment?
I would say yes, they are smaller. I would point out that those are specific to the regulatory assets requested in this time. We do have in our rate base a regulatory liability for excess deferred that's included within our cost of service, which is a significantly higher value than I think these regulatory assets. Again, I don't know that number just off the top of my head, but we have included that for a full return as well.
Okay, are you familiar with the reg liability associated with the amounts collected for the Palo Verde lease payments after the lease is expired?
Yes, I'm familiar with the calculation and what it's intended to represent.
And that's $38 million. Is that right? Roughly?
Subject to check, yes. I think it's like 38.3 or 38.4, but I'm not positive on the exact number.
Okay. And PNM's not proposing to return that to customers, right?
It is not within our proposal, no.
Okay. Let's turn to page 20 of your rebuttal. And specifically, I'm looking at lines 3 through 8. And this is where you refer to 51.3 million of total undepreciated investments in Palo Verde 1 and 2 that were made prior to the lease extensions in 2015. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. So I have a question about this. So just to clarify, does the 51.3 million relate to capital expenditures associated with the 114 megawatts of lease capacity that's no longer being used to serve customers? Or does this amount relate to the Palo Verde plant that PNM still owns?
So this amount reflects the leasehold improvements related to the leased capacity, the 114 megawatts that PNM made prior to the initial lease extensions in 2015 and 2016. So it is specific to the lease capacity. And it is the amount of, it is the portion of the, I wish I had the number up, the 90 million, 98 million for the undepreciated investments that was related to investments made prior to the initial lease extensions.
Okay, so this is part of the stranded cost PNM seeking to recover.
Absolutely.
Okay,
This
I
is
just
part-
wanted to make sure I understood that because it could have gone either way. Okay, so I just want to turn now to some other issues. Rate case costs, just to make sure I have this right. PNM seeking to recover just a little bit over 3.5 million in rate case costs. Is that right?
Subject to check. Can I get a binder that'll have that in it just so I can make sure I'm looking at it correctly?
Sure, yes.
It's not the right one. Apologies. Yeah. My apologies. I'm trying to look up the exact exhibit that they're documented within.
Well, as you're looking that up, let
Yeah,
me
you
just
can
ask.
ask. I will get there. Subject to
Okay.
check with 3.5 sounds correct, but
Okay. Well, let me ask you this, and I don't know if it's in the exhibit that you're looking for, but have you reviewed any of the underlying contracts in this case for the rate case services?
only the ones that really only one, but that I was really responsible for. And that is related to our capital documentation, which was, I believe, done through Scott Madden.
Okay.
I really wish I could.
Well, so let me follow up with that on that and ask, are you familiar with the hourly rates that were contained in the contracts? Or was that something that you didn't see?
I did not see that. For the one I am, it was a flat rate based on they had experience having provided it before, and we signed a contract of a not to exceed amount, I believe. And so I don't believe it even stated hourly rates. It might have, but I don't remember it.
And is that similar to how it's done for the other contracts, that it's not to exceed? Or
as I stated, I'm not familiar with the other contracts, so I do not know.
Okay. And just out of curiosity, do you know how many law firms are included in the rate case expenses?
I believe 3.
Okay.
I think 3.
All right. Well, let's just go back to regulatory assets for a minute. Am I correct that the regulatory assets and liabilities shown in the upper part of KTS 1 are the ones that PNM is proposing in this case?
I'm just going to try to make sure there's not any omitted, because these are really the ones that parties had different views or positions on.
Yeah.
And so if there was any that there was none, it might not be on there. So if you just give me a sec just to make sure.
Sure.
Yes, I believe that's all of them.
Okay. I asked Ms.
I do apologize. I believe there's one separate one that is not covered within my testimony, and is actually covered by Dr. Pitts, related to the time of day over and under.
Right.
And so that is not in here, just remembering now.
Okay. I asked your attorney to provide you with pages 52 and 54 of Ms. Crane's testimony. Do you have that?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
You may have asked the attorney to provide it, but let us all catch up, Mr. Elliott.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And what numbered exhibit is that in yours, very quickly?
Well, it would be NMAG 1.
Okay, thank you. Pages 52 and 54?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
So page 54 has a chart that's where Ms. Crane's identified deferrals that PNM's requesting in other proceedings, other than in this rate case. Is that right?
Which page number again?
54.
I'm sorry. I was looking at the table on 52 and I was thinking, no.
And there's a table on 53, so I understand.
So 54.
Judge, while they're looking for that document, I need just a half second. I'm having a
Yeah.
software issue.
Right, I can see
Yeah,
that
real
here
time.
too.
Real time seems to have ended on my end too. Well, I be
So we
back up
need-
now.
Yeah, mine, the last line I have is 175.13, okay. Is that what you have, hearing examiner Ryan?
Mine goes to 167-7 and there was a table on 53, so I understand, period. It's the last thing I see on mine.
Last thing I have is, well, it starts on the answer is 175.07. I do apologize.
I'm back up.
Yeah, I
Okay.
refreshed, that's why I refreshed mine as soon as I saw that hit. So that's probably why I have a little extra.
Go ahead, please. When you're ready, Mr. Elliott.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lee.
Just to be fair to him, that cost him about 2 minutes. I'm here to be fair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sanders. I
That's
appreciate
not- That's not your job, Mr. Sanders.
that. So picking up where we left off, Mr. Sanders, there's the chart on page 54, and these are deferrals that PNM's requesting in other proceedings. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And while the hearing examiners were able to pull up the testimony, members of the public might not have it. So would you mind please just reading those regulatory assets that are on page 54 that PNM is seeking a deferral for in other cases?
Sure. So the first three on here will relate to our grid modernization rider case. The first one is the regulatory asset for legacy meters. The next is the regulatory asset for grid modernization startup costs. And the next is the regulatory asset or liability. The or liability is not listed here, but it would be for the over or under recoveries in the grid modernization rider. The remaining items on here relate to the Four Corners abandonment. And so they might not actually really be things we are currently requesting, as that case has, been ruled. At the time when the discovery response was, it was still pending at Supreme Court. But likely if we were to, I know Mr. Monroy said it's still being evaluated, but if we were to refile that case, these would likely be requested again. So I'm comfortable reading them. The first one on there is FCPP, which stands for Four Corners Power Plant, upfront securitization and financing costs. The next one is the FCPP undepreciated investment. The next is FCPP decommissioning. Then the next is the regulatory asset / liability for Section 4, Part B10 of the ETA, of which I believe all of those would be subject to the ETC charge and would be through that, not through a base rates. And then the last two on there is the FCPP obsolete inventory. And the very last one is the FCPP external legal costs.
Okay, thank you. And then if you would similarly look at page 52 of Ms. Crane's testimony, this is where she lists other regulatory assets or liabilities for which rate-making treatment has already been approved. And if you could just read that for me.
Sure. To clarify, not all of these are within base rates. Would you like me to try to state where they're covered? Or
Sure.
Okay, to do that, I have a cheat sheet.
I'm a big fan of cheat sheets. Is this an exhibit that PNM might have provided?
It was the NM area 3-5 that Mrs. Crane pulled this from.
I've got that. That's what Ms. Crane pulls from. Yes.
Here we go. That way I don't accidentally misstate any of these. So the first listed on here is the coal mine decommissioning regulatory asset. That was the $100 million cap on the San Juan decommissioning regulatory asset. That has actually fully amortized and is no longer on our books and records. However, at the time of this, it was still in its final amortization. That would have been recovered in base rates. It is not included in this test period as it has fully amortized. The next being the PCB refinancing hedge. That relates.
Sorry, did you say PCB as in boy?
Yes, pollution control bonds, PCB.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Refinancing hedge, that relates to, it's included within our loss on reacquired debt analysis we do within every rate case filing. And is included in base rates within our filings. The next is the current asset for the FAC, which I believe is our over under collection for the fuel clause. And so that is recovered through that mechanism, the FPPCAC.
What does FAC stand for, just for the record?
Fuel adjustment clause. It's a shorthand we use in some of our accounting records. The next is a Sky Blue regulatory asset, which relates to the over and under collection in the Sky Blue voluntary rider. And it is collected through that mechanism. The next is our regulatory asset for qualified pension. And this is the asset portion of our prepaid pension asset. To get to the prepaid pension asset, you actually have to kind of look at the asset, the liability, and OACI together. So it's not a 1-for-1 with what's in rate base versus what is in the necessarily regulatory asset here. However, that's what that's reflective of, and that is included in
OACI.
Yeah, other accumulated comprehensive income. Jason
Okay,
can explain better what that is.
You have so much information in your head that you're trying to get out. Just slow down for some of the not as fast ones as you, please.
Yes, sir. Apologize. The next is a regulatory asset for our non-qualified pension. It works in a similar way. It actually results in a liability within rate base. The next is the San Juan units 2 and 3 stranded costs that reflects the undepreciated or the current value of the undepreciated investment in 2 and 3, the 50% of it from I think case 13390 where that was authorized, and that's included in base rates as well. The next few are related to ETA regulatory assets. So the San Juan underground coal mine relates to decommissioning costs on the San Juan underground. Then ETA San Juan upfront financing costs. Then there's the ETA San Juan plant decommissioning. Then there is the ETA job training and severance. There's the ETA for the Westmoreland coal mine severance. There's ETA payments to state agencies. And then the SJ undepreciated investments. Those are the regulatory assets on our books and records that reflect the cost to be collected through the San Juan ETC, which is energy transmission or transition, charge for those. The next one on the list is our transportation electrification. That reflects a regulatory asset requested in that case to defer the cost, and then I believe they are collected in the next period. PNM witness Heidi Pitts or Dr. Pitts is probably a little bit better. She'll be more familiar with the program. However, that's collected through our transportation electrification rider that's established. The next line is our loss on reacquired debt. That refers to costs that we've had to pay to reacquire debt at much lower rates. That is included within the loss on reacquired debt benefit analysis that we perform in all rate cases. Similarly with the PCB refinancing hedge, as I discussed earlier. The next is our current regulatory liability for the renewable rider. That can be an asset or a liability. Currently, it's a liability as we are refunding to customers through it. That is the over and under collection for our RPS renewable rider. The next is the current regulatory liability for energy efficiency.
I'm sorry, the next is?
Our current regulatory liability for energy efficiency. And I'm not as familiar with that regulatory liability. I assume we have a over collection some with that, but it would reflect similarly our over and under collection through that rider as well. The next is the regulatory liability for the renewables federal grant. That's related to a federal grant received with, I believe, the 2011 or 2012. I'm not exactly sure when they were online. Renewable facilities within our RPS rider. And that is included within rate base in that rider and reflected there. Similarly, the regulatory liability for renewable state grant. Similar, same facility. We received a grant from the state to reduce the cost on those original RPS owned solar facilities, and they are included in rate base as a reduction within our RPS rider for those as well.
Mr. Sanders, does the grant for the federal and the state relate to or involve the same solar facilities or different renewable facilities?
I apologize, I'm not exactly sure the year, but they are both the same solar facilities. I think it's either 2011 or 2012 was the year of those facilities.
The so-called self-build.
Yeah, they were the original owned facilities.
Thank you.
And I believe after that time period, it switched to a ITC and PTC tax credits as opposed to the grants that were received in those initial ones. And
thank you.
ITC for Mr. Lee stands for investment tax credit. And the last one is the regulatory liability for excess deferred income taxes, which under the, what is it? TCJA. I'm trying to remember what that stands for.
Tax Cut Job Act. Is that
Tax
right?
Cuts and Job Acts, when it restated the tax rate at a lower value, that created the liability for excess deferred income taxes, which we record as a liability and include in rate base. And that is in base rates within this case. There is actually a portion within the renewable RPS for the assets within that were related to that had excess deferred as well. But there's the majority of it is included in base rates for our main assets.
Okay. Thank you for that. That was very helpful. Given our time constraints, I'm just going to ask you, so on the topic of Ms. Crane's recommended non-labor escalation factor, she recommended the 3%, right? That was on, I think you address it in your rebuttal on page 41. Line 8.
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure she's talking about non-labor costs here. And the company chose not to individually adjust that. Is that right?
That is incorrect.
Okay, correct.
Sure. So for our non-labor costs, we applied a 4% escalation rate.
Right.
For our labor costs, we applied a 5% escalation rate. Mrs. Crane did identify an error in our calculation, which I agree with in my rebuttal. In that in our shared services work papers, I inadvertently applied a 5% as opposed to the 4% on non-labor. It should have been the 4% stated for non-labor costs.
And where do you do that, Mr. Sanders?
I believe that's on Mr. Hearing Examiner. Is it 43, Mr. Sanders?
I'm finding it. Yes, on page
Thank you.
43 of my rebuttal testimony, and where I quantified that would correction to go to the 4% would result in a $673,739 reduction to the revenue requirement.
Great, thank you. And about 3 minutes, Mr. Elliott, which is actually 5 minutes because I paused for 2 minutes while Mr. Lee's system was being rebooted. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Okay, so now I'd just like to turn to the issue of Four Corners overhaul adjustments, which you discuss on page 47 of your rebuttal.
Yeah.
Are you there?
I am on page 47.
Okay. And this is where there's some discussion about how multi-year average of overhaul expenses, Ms. Crane reduced them for the July 27 through June 2018 costs from 10 million to 3 million. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And on page 48, you state that one of the reasons why that overhaul was so expensive was because selective catalytic reduction technology, or SCR, was being installed at Four Corners. Is that right?
So I think that's somewhat of a misclassification of my testimony. They were being installed in that time period. That is not the reason the outage was more expensive during that time period. Given that they had to take the units down to install those on both units, at that time, they intended to utilize that to perform additional maintenance work. that would have normally been spread out over even into the next year, as they had to have both units down during that time period, which is why I state that if you actually look at that average adjustment in the following year after that 10 million, it is actually a negative outage costs, because a lot of your normal, what would have been maybe a unit 4 or unit 5, I'm not sure about where they were in their cycles, they would have happened in a following year, was accelerated into that year, given the other activity happening on the plant that made it actually probably more economical to only have them down at the similar time, as opposed to doing multiple shutdowns of it or taking it offline to do the maintenance work.
Well, let me just follow up on the maintenance question, because I'm not very familiar with SCR, but generally when those are installed, is it done with each overhaul, or are the SCRs installed all at once?
So I mean, Mr. Heffington would know better about how those would have worked. My understanding of it is that the initial installation of SCRs would have all been capital. So none of the dollars in here for that time period would have been related to SCRs, is that initial installation was capital and would have been capitalized into plant and service. This reflects your normal just outage maintenance and things of that are the O&M portion of those costs.
So does
so you're, just to let you know, you're in overtime now, and we've got the stopwatch on. So
thank you.
If you want to continue, we're going to take it from another witness. Your cross-examination time. So,
that's fine with me. Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. I'd be absolutely, that'd be great.
but approximately how long though?
I have maybe 7 minutes, 8 minutes.
Okay, stopwatch is on. Go ahead.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, so I was just going to ask you, Mr. Sanders, do you know if they have to do upkeep on the SCRs, or if PNM plans to install additional SCRs in the future?
I do not know. PNM witness Heffington would be better to discuss what
Okay.
ongoing maintenance is required on SCRs.
It's a controversial topic. You're aware, no?
I've paid attention,
Okay.
but I do not know what maintenance or anything is required.
Okay, thank you. Turning to the issue of plant additions. Ms. Crane made adjustments to reflect the fact that plant additions are currently running under budget, or at least they were under budget when she filed her testimony on March 31st, 2023. Is that right, that they're under budget as of then?
That is correct.
Okay. And you note on page 59 of your testimony, a similar adjustment was previously rejected in the commission's recommended decision in 15-261 on the basis it was not sufficiently cost-based. Is that right?
Yes, that is my understanding of my reading of that recommended decision.
Okay. The company included plant additions based on estimates for the period from July 1, 2022 to December 31st, 2024 in its revenue requirement, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Would you agree that Ms. Crane's adjustments, at least through the 31st of March, were based on actual costs?
To an extent, however, that is a point in time and is not reflective of carried into the test period. As you know, we are forecasting capital within to the test period, which is calendar year 2024. And so to take a point in time doesn't reflect the natural timing that can happen with any given project or specific projects, and doesn't account for the fact that we very well could likely, and I do believe we will be caught up long before the test period even begins, as discussed by Keenan Witness Gray, I believe, in his rebuttal.
Okay. But up until that point, it's based on, you'd agree it's based on actual costs as far as what Ms. Crane has provided.
So I want to clarify, it's based on actual cost to that point in time, but that is
Right.
not the
It is-
cost included within a test period.
But up until that point, I'll move on, but because my point is this, and my question is this. Given no party can actually know how much plant will be added until sometime after December 2024, how would you suggest the hearing examiners evaluate whether or not the company's projections are reasonable?
I believe we've provided testimony within the case to justify their reasonableness. I believe Mr. Gray discusses, timing issues that may occur in capital projects. I do also know that, we do quarterly reforecasts, and based on our current reforecast, we've actually increased the amount of spend that we believe we're going to have this year, given needs on some of our new service development and stuff, of which I think 37 million is intended to clear before the start of the test period. And so I don't think it's appropriate to take a snapshot point in time without taking any consideration of potential reforecasting activities that would need to occur. It's effectively assuming that none of that capital would ever get spent or cleared to service, which I do not think is appropriate.
Okay, well, so I'm not sure that answered the question as to how the hearing examiners could evaluate the reasonableness of the proposals or the projections. But let me ask you this, what would you think of a true-up mechanism that would evaluate your projection to actuals to make sure that ratepayers receive refunds if the utility doesn't complete all the projects included in its revenue requirement?
That feels very one-sided for me, especially given that utilities rates are not intended to, always just reflect that 1 year. Yes, that is the cost of service we set to provide just and reasonable rates. However, that gives no consideration to a year two. And so if we're going to discuss a true-up mechanism, I would think that true-up mechanism should be an ongoing mechanism that would allow the utility, basically like a formula rate at FERC, to increase for its capital additions and recover those as well, and not isolate just a capital component within a cost of service or try to reconcile individual components within a cost of service to revenues collected.
That's not how rate making is done, is it, Mr. Sanders?
It is not. And it's relatively impossible to reconcile cash once it's in on a comprehensive rate that has multiple components within it to an individualized component.
Because the test period is a test. It's an analysis. It's not. Right?
Yes, it's intended to provide the information to set what our commission would determine are just and reasonable rates.
Going forward.
Absolutely.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, if you're willing to allow me just to address the last topic of ADIT, I would be comfortable taking more time from our next witness, Mr. Gray.
Yes, it's running. Go ahead.
Thank you. So Mr. Sanders, let's just turn to your testimony on page 64, rebuttal.
Yes.
Okay. Line 16, you acknowledged that, where you note that Ms. Crane acknowledged that an additional ADIT adjustment may be appropriate, but did not have adequate information to quantify it. Is that correct?
It's not exactly what my testimony says, but that's I think, fair representation of the point. Yes.
Okay.
I don't know if I want to say that she didn't have adequate information, but she did acknowledge that refinements may be needed to her calculations to properly reflect the ADIT.
Okay.
Impacts of the adjustments. Absolutely, she did.
Okay, and then did you quantify those, the impact of the ADIT adjustment on her adjustments rather?
I did. I believe it's shown in P and M exhibit KTS 3, or sorry, not P and M exhibit, P and M table KTS 3 rebuttal in parentheticals, as well as that calculation is provided in P and M exhibit KTS 2 rebuttal that provides the calculation for those impacts.
Okay, and in fact, KTS 3 is on page 65 of your rebuttal, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And there you show the revenue requirement impact of the ADIT adjustment that you're recommending for Ms. Crane, right?
Yes, if the commission was to adopt her positions on the various, regulatory assets or depreciation, the items that have ADIT impacts to them, I do think the commission should properly reflect the, impacts to ADIT for those adjustments. And based on that, this would be 3.6 million approximately, 3.7. I would clarify that includes 1.1 million related to the Shanwan show credit liability that she proposed, which if the stipulation goes through, is approved and all of that, that would obviously no longer be needed as an adjustment.
Okay, that's very helpful.
That's-
That's my next question.
That's
what
the
about
1.19 million, right? In the middle column,
Yes.
Crane column.
$1,119,110. That adjustment would no longer be needed, as obviously we would not be proposing the regulatory liability to be placed into rate base as well, with the debt only return, I believe, is how she proposed it.
And you may have said this earlier, but what about the obsolete inventory? Is that in or out?
Well, obsolete inventory is not subject to that stipulation. And so if the commission was to agree that Mrs. Crane's adjustment to that should be made, the corresponding ADIT of $142,000 should be, that'd be the revenue requirement impact, but that ADIT adjustment should be made within rate base as well.
And my question is, why is that not part of the settlement, the obsolete inventory?
To be honest, I am not know the ins and outs of all the settlement. My understanding of the settlement is the only base rate regulatory asset that was addressed within that settlement related to the payments of the Schedule 16, and the obsolete inventory is a separate regulatory asset requested.
Because it's not subject to the ETCs. I know the answer to my own question because I wrote that. Sorry.
Okay, so just to determine, to wrap up here, to determine the revenue requirement impacts of the ADIT adjustments, you would subtract the 1.19 million for the show cause, right? But we'd leave the obsolete inventory in there.
Yes.
Okay, and then the ADIT adjustments that are in this table, they're rate-based adjustments, correct?
I believe this table is the full revenue requirement impact of it, and not the rate base adjustment. To see the rate base adjustment, you really need to refer to P&M exhibit KTS2 rebuttal, which within that exhibit, there is a top section of it, which would be lines 5 through 21, which reflects the rate base adjustment that would be made to the ADIT balances. And the amounts below in the sections 27 through 42, which tie to that table we were just looking at, are the calculated revenue requirement impacts of those.
And for the record, KTS 2 is on page 63 of your rebuttal, correct?
Ooh, I will trust you on that. I have
Okay.
my own notes and tabbed differently and stuff, and so it's just a separate exhibit within mine.
Okay.
Hold on though, but I thought I just flipped forward to the KTS2 rebuttal, which is actually PNM exhibit KTS2.
It's an exhibit, not the table, Mr. Elliott.
Right, right.
Okay, sorry, excuse me. And I guess my last couple of questions here, just what rate of return did you use to quantify the revenue requirement impacts shown in table KTS 3?
For most of the items, we used what the pre-tax WAC to estimate the impacts. So that is our full rate of return, as that's what we have requested on these regulatory assets, grossed up for the income tax impact for the equity return. And so that comes to an 8.94%. That is based on our requested WAC within this case. Now, for the one that we discussed that would go away, I do want to clarify on the show cause rate credit. That was based on a debt only return of a 3.72%, as I believe that is what Mrs. Crane proposed for the treatment of the regulatory liability she was proposing to do, is to get a debt return upon that liability. And so that one has a slightly different rate of return for it, as it is a debt only return.
Okay. So if the commission were to adopt a cost of capital that's less than what the company's requesting, the revenue requirement impact shown in KTS 3 would be less. Is that right?
Yes, absolutely. That is the trick with any revenue requirement number you quote, is it assumes all things else equal, right?
Yeah.
And so, yes, if there was a lower rate of return, those impacts would be different, as would, I assume, a lot of other parties proposed adjustments as well. So.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Sanders. It's been, I've learned a lot. So I have no further questions.
Thank you,
Okay,
Mr.
thank you, Thank you, Mr. Elliott. I'm going to take about 15 minutes since I tag teamed in there a little bit. Where would you like to take the 15 minutes from?
I'd be happy to take it from Mr. Graves, as I know the topics there will likely be addressed thoroughly by others.
Done. Let's make sure I still have you at your fully estimated 290 minutes. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. All right.
Hearing Examiner Darris, I just want to ask Mr. Sanders a quick follow-up question based on some of the questioning. It was, Mr. Sanders, initially the conversation started with Mr. Elliott, and he was going to ask you about rate case costs, and you were looking for a document, and you sort of searched, and then the subject of the conversation changed. And I just wanted to make sure that Ms. Crane, in her testimony, she cites to ORB-12 to the company's filing. And I'm not exactly sure where that is.
Where does she do that?
She does that in her direct testimony at pages 80 to 81. She writes, as shown in work paper ORB-12 to the company's filing, PNM is seeking recovery of 3.5 million and change. And I just want to clarify where in the record it is, because that was kind of driving me crazy to know exactly where that is.
That's what I was trying to find while we were going through it too. So within all of my exhibits, I guess I shouldn't say all, within my cost of service study exhibits, which are PNM exhibit KTS3, as well as PNM exhibit KTS4. PNM exhibit KTS4 reflects my work papers to all of my exhibits, or to the cost of service, which is KTS3. And so within there is a section, it's an Excel workbook as part of the fully functioning model, that is work paper ORB.
Okay.
And so I believe if you give me a sec, I can probably find you a page number. Just hook me up with a minute.
Sure.
So I believe work paper ORB, other rate-based work paper, begins on page 290 of 265. Then within
Wait. Page 290 of 265?
All right, 651. I apologize. 290 of 651. And so within there are, I think, 20 other work paper tabs within that workbook. And so ORB 12, which is page 310 of 651 within KTS 4, reflects that ORB 12 that is referenced.
Okay. I won't, I'll go look that up after the fact when we're all done, but just wanted to clarify where I could find that. So thank you.
Right. No, that's excellent guidance, Mr. Sanders. Thank you. Right, you're teaching folks how these rate cases work for the cost of service. And it's quite something to try and keep a handle on, isn't
it? It is voluminous.
Right. So let's continue. It's not time for a break yet, although it feels like it, doesn't it?
Can I just ask a very simple question?
Sure.
For the benefit of my co-counsel who's going to do the cross, does it look like we're going to have Dane Watson on today?
Possibly.
Okay, I'll just
because now hold on, because I want to tell you what we have. We have about right now about 70 minutes left. With so it's possible that we may get Mr. Watson on around maybe around for a little while. I'd like to get him started.
okay, and we're the first up. So as I see, okay, I'll tell her to be available. Thank you.
Yeah, and let's hope we do. Ms. Nanazi?
I was going to ask you if I could take 15 minutes of Mr. Graves, because some of the discussion earlier has illuminated more questions. And so if I could move 15 minutes from Mr. Graves, so that would be 105, and move it to the Mr. Sanders, which would mean 40 for Mr. Sanders.
Okay, well, we might not get to Mr. Watson today, as I anticipated.
That's why I brought it up.
So I'm still hopeful, still optimistic, but less so now.
We'll hang loose. No, we'll be prepared, whatever happens.
Yeah,
Thank
well,
you.
a dirty little secret. I didn't want to suggest that the times may change like they do, but what we lose now in terms of Mr. Watson's presence, we gain later on, hopefully, right? As long as we keep slotting witnesses in from a later day, that's the key here, to keep the train moving. So 40 minutes now with Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders, are you okay to continue?
I'm doing good. Let's roll.
Awesome. Okay. So with that, I'm going to start the clock on Ms. Nanazi's cross-examination. Go ahead, Ms. Nanazi.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sanders. I wanted to first talk to you about the annual operating plan that I believe you spoke to Mr. Albright about. So if I could first focus there. How long have you been involved in the capital budget process at PNM?
Let's see. I'm not trying to be smart. I'm actually trying to remember. I think I came back because I went to the gas company in Q3 or Q4 of 2019 into the role of Director of Corporate Budget and Cost of Service. So that really would have been when I started within that role. So late 2019. Now, honestly, in that one, I came in late to the process and did some review, but wasn't heavily involved.
So that's about 4 years, right?
That seems fair.
Okay. Is it correct that capital additions by P&M utility result in increased rate base?
That is one of the components that impact rate base, yes.
Does the company issue capital targets?
Yes, as I discussed earlier with Mr. Albright, I think we do establish capital targets.
Who at the company issues those capital targets?
So it's kind of a complex question. The capital targets are really an ongoing function. I mean, my team is what ultimately issues them out to operations. They go through a review, I think I discussed in my direct testimony, with our resource council that evaluates, really what we believe we can fund from an aspect, with the operations groups balancing risks of, potential shifts in projects or, delays to projects being based on what we can fund. As I believe I state, we generally have more projects than we can fund within our credit metrics and to maintain healthy there. And so it's kind of an ongoing process with that, but really the resource council kind of approves those targets. My team and I communicate them out to operations groups after those discussions and everything is held. That formulates a capital plan. And then for the ongoing next year, not the full 5 year, our board of directors approves that 1 year capital spending plan as part of the annual operating plan.
Who's the resource council?
Let me get to my direct testimony. Make sure I don't misstate that.
Is that COUNCIL?
Ooh, you are not talking to the right English person. I think so. I think it's
Thank you.
CIO.
Well, is it a group of people or is it an attorney?
It's a group of people.
So it'd be CIL.
No.
Excuse me, COUNCIL.
Thank you,
Subject
Judge.
to check. Subject to check.
I can't find the exact reference in my direct testimony right now.
Okay, we could move on.
Okay, thank you. It is generally our CFO, our operations officers, VPs of the different operating groups, our controller. I participate in the discussions, although more of a note taker, facilitator of the conversations.
And what's the council called? A resource council?
Resource council.
Yeah, it is COUNCIL.
Thank you.
Capital R, capital C. Go ahead.
Numbers I do well with, spelling not as much.
So I think you just said that the capital target is approved by the P&M board, correct?
So not necessarily the target. The target, as I said, we established within Resource Council. The actual capital spending for the next year is approved by the board. There are opportunities within that next year to go back and request additional capital. We have to do analysis to make sure that we can still stay financially healthy, that we have the funds available to make those fundings, and that there's good business need for it, of which then we can go back to the board to increase that year for the, I say on year, which is, the next following year of your annual operating plan.
Is the capital target that's developed a dollar amount?
Yes.
So is that dollar amount then given out to various segments of the company who then figure out what projects they need or want within that dollar amount?
That is generally how it would work. Yes. I mean, for a lot of it, we develop capital targets almost even by the individual like groups, and then there become trade-offs that occur at Resource Council. So we might, we look at a total bucket and we look at historic trends and things of that. And we may say, transmission and distribution, your capital target, of what we believe that, you can spend is X, and then BTS services, office services, your capital target is Y, to get to a total that we know we can fund as a company. And I would point out that that includes our other subsidiary and utility in Texas is included within that analysis as well. That gets to that kind of total amount. And then as we go through that Resource Council, pardon me, I need a drink of water. Voice is getting hoarse. There may come needs that, we may have a little bit of threshold within our credit metrics and funding ability, that there may be a reliability need where we decide, we need to fund that project. There may also be trade-offs that happen within the totality of it, where New Mexico may have a need, and our Texas utility has identified a surplus or something and they trade, or they may just risk rank and say, no, our need's a little better than yours, and trade those dollars within that target. And so it's a little bit of what you said, and it's a little bit of, we try to give some parameters for people so they don't just come in with a huge, request that doesn't have any guidelines to it.
But the need and justification is done after the capital budget is set, right? Within the departments.
So I don't agree with that 100%. We look at a 5-year capital plan. And so when I get to this time now, I have an understanding of what the groups have said last year for their needs and explanations of that. And so it's really just kind of always shifting forward, and it's a continuous process. And so I don't want to say that, if funding is set and then you talk about need, because it's an ongoing circular, process that has to continually evolve, and your targets are really, to a certain extent, ever changing based on shifts in needs and all those conversations that occur, as well as, financial metrics within the company shift and change and may change what we can or cannot do as well.
Was there, since you've been involved, has there ever been a time that the capital target was not achieved?
What do you mean by not achieved?
Like you said, we've got to spend X amount of money, whatever that number is. And, it's not spent.
Yes, there have been times it has not been spent. There has also been times where, as I discussed, we've gone back to the board and needed to request additional fundings. Sometimes that happens because a given year, may have had a delay to a project and that funding shifted. When I'm looking at a totality over a planning window, I'm really not increasing, but I'm accounting for inherent shifts within projects. Absolutely. Other times, as we had this year, with our new service delivery activities, we identified that we really had a need to increase those services, and we went back to the board. We're able to show that, we could fund it within our credit metrics. And I believe at PNM released an additional $50 million above that originally established approved amount by the board to help with that emerging need.
What are those service delivery activities precisely?
I am not the right witness on that. PNM Witness Gray would know better about the activities that they are doing within our new service delivery.
Can you give us a general idea?
I apologize. I really don't know. All I know is that we needed to run the analysis for it, and I am just not familiar with what all goes into our service. I don't know if it's new meter hookups or if I honestly, I don't know.
But
what-
they
what-
provide that, they just provide the numbers to you and you plug them in?
Yes, and I mean, there's a full presentation that goes with the board. I'm not familiar with it. I mean, I think I might have read it, but I don't have it in my mind of
Okay.
what that services was related to.
And you said, who should we ask about that?
PNM witness Gray would know.
Gray. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Does the company incentivize achieving the capital targets? Like, is compensation for managers, is that part of it?
I don't believe achieving the capital. I'm trying to think through all of the metrics. Angela Pino or PNM witness Pino, pardon me, would be better to speak to what all metrics are included within our annual incentive plans for employees. I don't believe there is one tied to our capital spending. But there may be one tied to clearing, and I honestly, I don't know what they are at the current, or if you're talking Pat, and so if you could ask Mrs. Pino, she would know better.
I don't have time with Mrs. Pino, but okay, thank you. I'll
Apologies.
remember that next time. Let me ask you this. Those capital project additions that have been targeted, those get earn an ROE. Is that right? A return on equity?
The capital clearings that are, so there's a super nuanced accounting element to this. And so I want to be clear with it. I mean, as a general, yes, as plant, is invested and the investment is made, it would earn a return on, or the equity portion of it. Although what we're talking on targets has to do with capital spending and not capital clearings. And so things are not placed in rate base until they clear to plant and service. While they are spent, they'll sit in what's called CWIP, or construction work in progress. And during that time, no, they are not returning or getting a return on equity. It is not until they are cleared. And so I just want to be clear, because the targets are really for spend, not clearing. And we're talking about targets. And so it's a nuance, I understand, but it is an important class or characterization for me.
Okay.
Explain clearing very briefly.
I'll do my best. So when a project is completed, often energized is a good word. I mean, obviously different things have different, but if it's energized, it's completed, it will clear, which means it will be credited out of CWIP, which was your FERC 107, and then debited into plant and service, which is like a FERC 101 with sub-FERC accounts based on functionalization.
Perfect. Perfect. Thank you.
Now, sir, if I could ask you please to return back to something that Mr. Gould asked you about, one document that I wanted to ask you. Could you go to PNM Exhibit 43, which was the direct testimony of Abraham Casas, and then go to, please, PNM Exhibit AC3, page 45 of 48 was the document you were talking about at one point, and I just wanted to ask you one or two questions about that.
Okay, I have a paper copy that's not really tabulated and stuff. Do you know? So PNM Exhibit EC3 test year, do you know?
Yes, sir. Yes, cost of service test year. It was the document that you were discussing with Mr. Gould in the very beginning of his cross of you.
An exhibit to the testimony?
Yes, it's PNM Exhibit 43. It's actually, I have page 201 of 298. It's PNM Exhibit AC3, cost of service test year, page 45 of 48.
And that's helpful. Thank you, Ms. Terwilliger, by the way, for pointing out the PDF numbering. So 201 of 298, which is PNM Exhibit AC-3, cost of service test year, page 45 of 48, correct?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Tell me when you're there, sir.
I will. I am not there. My version
I mean-
I have here does not have PDF page numbers.
These hearings can be excruciating if we're not all on the same page with the document. So that's why I did what I did there, to try and frame the reference, so to speak.
I understand, and I apologize. I'm just not that familiar with Mr. Costas's workbook, so I can't find it quickly like I can in mine.
And that's why I'm no longer in binders, because I hated people staring at me, trying to flip through binders and knocking the binders over and stuff.
Is it possible, your honors, if I could just share my screen?
I'll do it. I can share it. It's for there.
Well,
Okay,
thank you.
let's do
Sure.
it.
Thank you so much, hearing examiner Ryan. So can you see this, Mr. Sanders?
You mean to zoom in?
I'm gonna get awkwardly close to the camera, but I can see it.
Okay,
Chris,
so my real big question here is, okay, but I'm
Too
sorry.
big.
Could you, okay, could you just make the whole document so that we could see it?
scroll up.
Okay,
There we
perfect,
go.
perfect. So let me just ask you something. This is really it. You're at, PNM's asking for $790,979,680 for a total non-revenue requirement increase. Is that right?
I think you meant non-fuel revenue requirement.
Yes, that is what I meant. Excuse me.
Yeah. I won't say that that's the increase. I think the stated deficiency is like 63.8 million. That is the total revenue requirement number.
And of that requirement, is it true on line 2 that the return on rate base is $193 million of that?
I honestly don't know this exhibit. That's what it would appear to say. But I don't know that. If you would like, I can go to my exhibit and confirm.
In 1 second, one more question on this, and then yes, I would like you to. Thank you. So, and then line 4, it says the return on rate base less Four Corners capital improvements is 189 million of that 790 million total. Is that also what this document says?
Objection, foundation. I mean, Mr. Sanders was fairly clear with Mr. Gold that he could tie out the 790 million, and that was about it. And he just answered a question with Ms. Nanasi that this is not his exhibit. He's willing to go to his exhibits, see what he can find, but I don't think he should be providing testimony on this exhibit, which he already said he was not familiar with.
Ms. Nazi?
I just want to ask him, is that true? And then can he point us to it? This was just sort of a foundation question in his testimony. So that's the last question on this exhibit.
Okay, link it to your testimony, Mr. Sanders, and answer the question.
Absolutely. Give me a second to find these in my testimony. For those trying to follow along with me, it will be back in P&M exhibit. Well, it's in my testimony, my direct testimony, P&M exhibit KTS3, COS, cost of service test.
KTS what?
COS test. And so it'll be that page, it'll start at page 74 of 120 within P&M exhibit KTS3. And then
Well, yeah, 74 is the cover page.
right, that's where KTS3 starts. I need to work through to find where within the exhibit.
What number are you looking for?
I guess I'm trying to tie out that 193 million, Mrs. I apologize, ma'am. How do you pronounce your last name? I don't want to say it wrong.
Thank you. Nanasi.
Nanasi.
Yeah.
Okay.
193 there's the FCPP capital improvements on page 88, 193 million.
I think that the return on rate base, if I'm correct, and I used your excellent guidance, Mr. Hearing Examiner, is on P&M exhibit KTS 3, page 88 of 120.
Column J.
Can you have a PDF page on that, Ms. Nancy?
Yes, I think it's page 253 of 1,195.
Thank you.
And yes, it would be line 601, column J.
And so that is the $193 million of return on rate base out of the 790 million or 791 million, essentially, of the non-fuel revenue requirement. Is that correct?
So yes and no. So yes, that is the return on rate base. However, there is an adjustment made to it for as we calculated the debt only return on the Four Corners investments from July 1 of 2016 through December 31st, 2018. And that is what that next line represents. And that is only a portion of that debt adjustment. There's another portion that falls through the deductibility within taxes that further.
There's another portion that follows.
Sorry, that flows through the tax portion of the calculation based on deductibility of interest that further reduces the revenue requirement for the Four Corners debt only return.
So what you're just saying, if I could just say it in a different way, is that on line 603 of that same document, page 88 of 120, it is reduced to 189,241,000, et cetera. Correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
That is the return on rate base.
What did you say, Mr. Sanders?
That is the return on rate base.
Thank you.
So now if I could ask you, please, to go to page 148 of your direct testimony. And this was another question that somebody else asked you. I haven't even gotten to mine yet, but I will. And that is here on your P&M table KTS 14. The undepreciated investment on the 114 megawatts, which is 104 megawatts from unit 1 and 10 megawatts from unit 2, equaling 4.8 million, which would be amortized over 20 years if P&M's request is approved. Is that right?
That's not correct.
Let
me clarify for you. I think you said the 4.8 would be what is amortized. That is actually the annual amortization expense included within the test period. So it's really that amount times the 20 would be the total regulatory asset amount to be amortized. This was reflecting what the amortization expense within the test period is.
Okay, but it is true that if P&M is allowed to amortize the 114 megawatts of undepreciated investment, it is currently requesting to do so over 20 years. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And that would be a $4.8 million cost to ratepayers every year?
That is the amortization expense.
Okay, and that is for 114 megawatts that the hearing examiner, commissioner, and Supreme Court found to be imprudently extended, lease extension. Is that correct?
To be fair, I'm not overly familiar with those orders. But I mean, I believe that they have been, that there is a prudency finding on them. I'm not exactly sure what the orders say or if it, and how it relates to those. I apologize. I'm just not.
No, that's fine. And then I didn't write it down, so I need to ask you, this is the last question on the what other people asked you about. And that is the Four Corners undepreciated investment and decommissioning. Those costs are currently depreciated out till 2041. Is that right?
Yes, I believe our current depreciation rates for the Four Corners plant is based on a terminal date of 2041.
Even though PNM's current plan, other than if it sells it to NTEC, if that's approved later on, is to close the plant in 2031.
I believe Mr. Monroy testified to yesterday that, you know, we did propose to shorten that to 2031 and the commission has, or ordered it to be at 2041. And so we haven't continued to apply our commission approved depreciation rates.
And nobody from PNM ever went in to say, hey, why are we collecting on this plant to 2041 if we're not, if we know it's not going to be used and useful after 2031, right? No PNM filing has happened since 2017 to say something like that, to change the depreciation rate.
Objection. I think that's a compound question, a bit argumentative. I couldn't really follow the question at all. So,
okay, I'll move on. But let's talk about depreciation. Would you agree that depreciation is an accounting method that spread out the cost of an asset over its useful life?
Yes, that's a fair generalization of depreciation. Although, to be fair, specifics of depreciation are better with Mr. Watson, but I will do my best.
Okay, I don't have much on this, but I do want to ask you. You heard Mr. Monroy's testimony about depreciation, explaining that the depreciation is a decrease in the book value of fixed assets, which is an ongoing process until the end of the life of that asset. Is that right?
I don't know if that's verbatim what he said, but yes, that is how depreciation works. It goes onto the balance sheet as a reduction to net plant through accumulated depreciation and reduces the value.
Thank you. Could you please turn to New Energy Economy Exhibit 16?
All right.
Here we go.
No, I've never done the electronic exhibits during a hearing, so bear with me.
Okay.
Which exhibit was it again? New Energy Economy?
16. New Energy Economy 16.
Okay.
So if you go to the second page of that PDF.
Well, what is it? Lay a foundation.
This is the interrogatories that New Energy Economy posed to PNM, and this was the fourth set and the fourth and the 22nd question. So New Energy Economy. Thank you. New Energy Economy asked this interrogatory, and I believe you answered it and gave sworn testimony. Relative only to PNM's actual.
Just let's make sure. Did you, Mr. Sanders, just lay the foundation properly? Did you, Mr. Sanders? Are you familiar with this document?
It appears to be interrogatory NEE 422, which I did sponsor.
Okay, go ahead.
New Energy Economy asked, relative only to PNM's actual gas, solar, and storage costs, please provide all PNM gas, solar, and storage actual installed costs on a KW basis from 2013 to December 5th, 2023, compared to Four Corners Power Plant that says FCPP costs per kWh for the exact same time period. And so then you responded, and could you read your response after the objection and response? Could you start with PNM does not track?
Sure. Can I actually just read the full response, including the objection, just
Sure.
Says objection response, PNM incorporates by reference general objection number 5 above without waiving the foregoing objection. PNM states PNM does not track costs on a kilowatt hour basis, kWh basis. PNM does not have actual data through December 2023. Please see PNM exhibit NEE 4-22 for annual net book value by generating resource for 2013 through 2022.
Thank you, sir. Now I'd like you to pull up New Energy Economy Exhibit number 17. But really what I'd like you to actually pull up is 17A. 17 is a screenshot of 17A, but I'd like you to actually pull up 17A so that you can make some calculations with that.
And what is this document?
This is the response, I believe, that you provided, Mr. Sanders. And what it is it's in response to, it's the exhibit to New Energy Economy Exhibit 17 to NEE 4-22, which is the net book value by generating resource 2013 through 2022. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, that is what it looks like.
Okay. And this is the document that you prepared, correct?
Yes, under my supervision.
Is it true that in 2013, regarding Four Corners, which is on line 19 of this document, the net book value was $58 million in 2013, and it increased to $251 million in 2022. Is that right?
Those numbers appear correct, yes.
And that's as a result of all the capital expenditures added post 2013, particularly in 2017 through 2022. Is that correct?
Can you state the years again? I was trying to look at the document and refamiliarize myself with it. But yes, it would reflect both the capital additions as well as the increase to accumulated depreciation.
So just so we get this concept right, normally, like with a mortgage on a house, once you start paying, it's supposed to go down, right? You pay your principal and your interest, and the principal is supposed to go down. Isn't that right? And like with the way that most people are familiar with a mortgage, right?
I don't understand the connection of a mortgage to plant and service, I guess. I mean,
Okay, well, unless you take out a second mortgage on your house, what you pay monthly to pay off the bank, your mortgage decreases, correct? And unless you take out a second mortgage, it decreases, it doesn't go up. That's what depreciation actually is supposed to show, right?
Not really. I mean, a mortgage is money I owe the bank. And this is not reflective of money I necessarily owe the bank. This is reflective of the value of the asset. And while depreciation does take into consideration the declining value of an asset, as it does tend to have a useful life or a terminal date to it, and it does account for that. That's very different from a mortgage in the fact, as your mortgage you expended, my house that I took that mortgage out on is not necessarily at a zero value when I pay my mortgage off.
Right.
So to me, they're just not connected.
Because
You're
you may have,
analogizing to plant and service. I mean, I think I understand what you're trying to make, but I struggle with it just because to me, they're not. Depreciation is intended to recognize the reduction of a value of plant. And yes, as we make improvements or additional investments in it, that will increase the value.
Right.
Okay.
Sorry to follow along, but to speed it along, but that makes sense. Thank you. Go ahead.
Comparing the net book value of all P&M's solar facilities, which once completed actually have declining book values. Is that correct? So we could look at line, what's here, 109 or 139 or 154, et cetera, that once the solar facility has been completed, actually the straight line method of depreciation actually goes down, right?
Yes, and I'm not totally familiar with the investments in our solar facilities versus the O&M. I do think from my time doing RPS that we have contracts on our solar facilities to where when they are replaced, that is actually recovered as an O&M cost through our RPS. Whereas, you know, a replacement of a component on a plant may actually be an additional investment. And so I don't know that that's 100% fair as a dollar for dollar, as O&M is passed through to customers at a dollar for dollar basis, not the declining depreciable value. And so I don't know that it's a fair comparison to look at that.
Would replacing panels on one of these units be considered an improvement if they're more efficient panels?
I think it could be. Like I said, I think we have long-term management or not like maintenance contracts on our solar facilities, which under those contracts, the replacement of panels are collected through our O&M costs as part of the contract. And so they're collected as O&M within those. And I honestly don't know how many panels have been replaced. I think that happens somewhat. Because from my understanding, they get shot out on occasion, unfortunately. But so I do think it happens. I don't know how frequent or how much, but I do believe that is the improvement or investment in those is generally passed through O&M to customers based on the long-term service agreements on those facilities.
But in theory, if an old 2013 panel is shot out in 2022 and it's replaced with a higher efficient panel, that actually improves, or say a bunch of panels are shot out, that actually improves the efficiency of the facility and therefore enhances the value of the facility, wouldn't it?
Yes, which is why I'm not sure it's a apples to apples comparison, because say it's $1 million panel. I mean, I'm making up numbers here, so please take that with stride. But if it's $1 million panel, that would be expensed as O&M through our rider, and we would collect the $1 million in that year from customers under the service agreement, as opposed to potentially capitalizing it and then increasing the value, but then collecting it over 30 years or 40 years of the remaining life of a facility. And so I don't know that the declining bound, just given the nature of the long-term service agreements on the solar facilities, I'm not sure from a customer impact perspective if it's truly a dollar for dollar comparison to only look at the plant values.
Okay, can we move on, please? Because I don't have that much. I'm going to have to add more time. But let me just ask you about the gas plants. So right here in 2014, if we looked at Afton, which is on line 49, you can see that even though it doesn't depreciate as significantly as the solar does, it does depreciate. And there is a lower number in 2022 for Afton by 169 million, as opposed to the beginning number, which was 178. And if we go through all the gas plants, I think pretty much each one of them depreciates and using a straight line depreciation methodology. Is that correct?
Objection, sorry. That was a compound question. I think Ms. Nazi started by asking about Afton, but then moved on to another question.
I follow, overruled. Go ahead.
So
I followed the question. Go ahead.
First thing I would clarify is it is not at a straight line depreciation by any means. We use depreciation rates approved by the commission, which have different components other than just a terminal date of it that create that rate. And so it's not straight line by any means. The other qualification I would make to your statement is I'm not sure on these if they have LTSA long-term service agreement, LTSAs that have similar treatments. I believe some might, and I'm not positive on all, I really don't know. But again, I'm not sure that the level of investment in those, just given the nature of a gas peaking plant versus, you know, a substantial coal, is a dollar for dollar comparison when they may have an LTSA that has O&M costs that pass through.
Okay,
on that
but
base.
let's talk about what you do know and what this document shows. This is your document, right? That you inputted these numbers, and what it shows here is that basically the gas plants continuously, even if it's not a straight line depreciation, have a lower number in 2022 than what the height of its once it was put into plant and service. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, I'd like to go on to the next document that I have, and if you could please pull up. Oh no, I would like to just first talk to you about direct testimony, page 24. Now, I believe that Mr. Albright asked you about this. And what you did was you said it was about the normalized planned outage expenses associated with PNM generating facilities based on a 6-year historical average. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and then could you turn to, please, KTS 4, page 489 of 651.
Thank you, Ms. Nadazi.
I will have some time with Mr. Heffington, so I will follow up with him on that. But I do have just like 1 or 2 questions on this.
Can you quote the page number again? I was getting my binder.
489 of 651.
And Ms. Nadazi, as you'll see on the clock, I have the stopwatch running, which means you're in added
Borrowed
time, or depending where you are, injury time.
Borrowed time. I get it.
Right, soccer
Thank you.
reference.
Thank you.
You're on work paper OM7, correct?
Yes, I am.
So, okay.
But I don't know if that's where I wanted to be. So does this, does this document reflect the 6-year period that you said was a reasonable adjustment to make in order to derive representative O&M costs to be used for the test period for all the plants listed on KTS 4, including Four Corners and Palo Verde?
Yes, so pages, well, I have hole punches, but the first 2 pages of this provide the actual historical books and records of the costs we experienced. The 3rd page of it provides for providing an escalation on those to get them to current period dollars, and then provides the averaging effect of the 6 years to create a normalized outage cost based on the average of a 6-year normalization.
And what I understood from your former testimony was that Mr. Heffington is the one who I don't know if better who instructed you to use that 6-year period. Is that right?
Yes, PNM witness Heffington would be better to discuss why the 6 years is appropriate to capture the proper fluctuations.
Okay, excellent. Could you please turn to New Energy Economy Exhibit 58, just 8, 8. New Energy Economy Exhibit 8.
And can I close out of the new
Yes,
energy?
please.
Okay. New energy economy exhibit 8.
Yes, please.
Okay.
This is a copy of New Energy Economy Interrogatory to PNM 5-1 and 5-3. Your name appears as the person who, along with Frank Graves and then with 5-3, Brent Huffington, provided these sworn answers. Is that correct?
Yes, my name is on there as a respondent for 5-3, not on 5-1, which is also included.
Yes. Okay. And now can we turn to, please? So I should ask Mr. Huffington about that. Is that right?
For 5-1?
Or both of them? It sounded like you were a little bit hesitant about 5-3.
I think I provided certain inputs into it for them, really more on the polling company data related to, you know, capital investment amounts. Maybe I would have to read this entire.
Okay,
to figure out
I'll
what
definitely
portions.
follow up. I'll follow up with Mr. Huffington. Could you look at New Energy Economy Exhibit 12?
Okay.
What is this, Mr. Nazi? Go ahead.
This is New Energy Economy interrogatories 16-9 and 16-10. And I believe that you gave the sworn answers to both these questions. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And as you said there today, you believe that they're true and correct. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, can you go to New Energy Economy Exhibit 13, please? And this is interrogatory New Energy Economy 1-37 that I believe you also answered twice, once on December 28th, 2022, and then you gave a supplemental response on February 3rd, 2023. And this is about the ongoing actual expenditures from Palo Verde Nuclear Generating Station between 2013 and 2022. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, that is correct. The supplemental response is to update through December of 2022. As when we received it, we only had information through November. And so to be fully responsive, we supplemented to provide the last month.
We're starting. Hold on, Mr. Nazi. I'm going to pause you. Oh, it looked like you froze for a second, Mr. Sanders. Go ahead, Ms. Nanazi.
Thank you so much. Now, I think this is the last part of my questioning. If you would, could you please pull up, could you please go to New Energy Economy Exhibits? This is.
I'm afraid we might have lost Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders, are you there?
I am here. Am I breaking up? I'm here. If you guys can hear me. Although you are all now frozen.
And Examiner Medeiros, my screen is entirely frozen. So.
Okay, Chris?
Yeah, Mr. Sanders is lagging. Mr. Welliger is not lagging as much, but.
Are we lagging?
No, I'm good. And I hear Ms. Nanasi fine, and I can see Mr. Gould moving around and Mr. Borman.
Okay, we're trying to isolate the lagging.
Well,
I think it's PNM.
I did get an alert on my computer that said the internet connection is unstable or something to that effect.
Well,
So.
would it help for you to log out and log back in? Well, I'll pause, Ms. Nanazi. I'm sorry. I'm going to reset it to 9. But to log out and log back in. very quickly? Would that help potentially? Or are we stable again? Because you look kind of blurry.
From my perspective, all of you are frozen, so I will try to log out. and
Yeah.
log in.
Mr. Maderos, why don't we take a break? Because I think it would be appropriate time for that anyway. Or do you not want to?
Let's take a break and reset. Okay, I am not going to log out though. We're going to remain because hearing examiner Ryan tells me that, our connection looks stable. So let's take a break for 15 minutes because we're right at almost 3:00. Is 15 minutes enough for a break? Okay, let's take 15 minutes. We'll be back at 3:15. We're in recess.
Examiner, my connection looks good, so I'm not gonna log out. Okay, thank you. Appreciate
No,
it.
don't. Yeah, it looks fine.
Do I just click leave?
Hey, Mr. Lee. Oh, I wanted to say something.
Yes, ma'am.
I think I saw you at a Shakespeare play.
That Miss Beatles?
Yeah, I'm trying to put my camera back on, but it's not
That's-
cooperating.
That's quite all right. You did see me at a Shakespeare play.
I went to the same venue, I guess it's the same production company or group last year, and I have to admit I enjoyed last year's better.
Well, I'm starved for as much Shakespeare as I can get, so I'm happy to take whatever comes my way.
You're not as picky. You're not going to be so picky about Shakespeare. Shakespeare,
No.
Shakespeare.
No,
But it sure is a beautiful spot, huh?
it sure is, and we had a great picnic there.
Well, anyway, I would have gone up to say hello to you, but by the time it was over, I turned around and people were already filing out. So I missed you.
It's all good. Next time.
Okay, bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, we're back on the record with cross-examination, Mr. Sanders. How does the connection look for P&M now to the Zoom video
Good.
conference? Great. Okay. Thank you very much. Ms. Nanazi, as you can see, I reset the stopwatch to 9 minutes. Sorry, I went 1 second over. I was rushing over to stop it. So you've got 9 minutes of added time. How much more added time do you estimate? Could you please unmute
Unmute,
yourself?
Mr. Nazzy.
Excuse me. Hopefully, Mr. Sanders will give me really concise answers. And if that is the case, 5 minutes.
All right. Then you're in added time or injury time. Please proceed.
Thank you so much. Okay, so I just wanted to ask you if you could please go to New Energy Economy Exhibit J, which is an Excel spreadsheet of P&M response to New Energy Economy 1-19B.
I'm there.
Great. So sir, this is the Four Corners annual revenue requirement that was produced by P&M in response to New Energy Economy's Discovery 119B. Is that correct?
It appears so. I don't remember exactly what the discovery said, but I do remember producing this. It intended to be annual revenue requirements.
Which exhibit is this?
It's New Energy Economy Exhibit J.
May
Got it.
I, hearing examiner, if this, where the document that was the discovery response that referred to this was that one of your exhibits, Ms. Nanazi?
Yeah, it's already in this exhibit is
Okay.
already in Mr. Sandberg's testimony as CKS 35, but I wanted to.
It's password protected by Baker. Do you have the password?
I assume it's 1, 2, 3, 4.
That's the original one.
I got it from the movie Spaceballs.
Let's see. It's open. Okay.
Okay, thank you. So this is just a couple of questions that I wanted to ask you. So if you drag your cursor along line 69 from column J, which is the revenue requirement in 2024, until column N in 2031, and add that up, could you tell us what the full revenue requirement from 2024 through 2031 would be?
So starting at column G.
Yes, please.
Be 656,579,573.
So is that the amount customers will pay P&M if rates remain as P&M has requested between 2024 and 2031, barring new CapEx expenditures and associated ROE?
So no, with the qualifications that these assume basically effectively that there is a rate case every year. And so to say this is what customers would pay, and then to say that if rates stayed into effect is incorrect, because this does include additional capital additions that are included through that time period, as well as depreciation expense on those investments. It has an escalation on O&M, which is not, that would not be included until you had a different rate or rate case that set and established new rates. So no, I don't think that that is the number that customers would pay if we did not have another rate case.
Okay, could you tell me what the number estimate would be if between 2024 and 2031, as best as you can tell based on this document?
I don't know if I follow. Can you try to rephrase the question? I
Yeah,
don't-
if there is no rate case between 2024 and 2031, what will P&M ratepayers pay P&M for pay in an annual revenue requirement total between 2023 and 2031?
Based on the assumptions that are in this document, I guess how many years is that? That would be, and are we saying the beginning of 2031 or the end of, it's complicated, but so through the end of 2031, is that what you're asking me?
That's what this document has, right? Or no?
Well,
Oh, no, it says it July 2031.
Yeah,
It's-
yeah.
Okay, there's a little asterisk there. Okay, so let's say between January 1st, 2024 or January 4th and January 6th or 4th, 2024 till July 1, 2031. If there was no new rate case, how much would ratepayers have to pay based on this document for Four Corners?
So based on the assumptions including in the document, I would take column G, line 64. And multiply that by 7.5 to represent the 7.5 years. To get to the mid-year of 2031, right?
Now, how can I just ask you something? How come you wouldn't use column 69? I mean, line 69?
Sure. I'm going to do a little different approach to that, as those reflect fuel costs that are collected through our fuel rider and clause. And so those by nature somewhat do have a rider that would be collected annually every year. And so that's what I was going to say, is then I would then add to that number the actual, or I mean, not actual, but the estimated fuel costs by year from 24 through 2031. And so if I take that line 64 in column G, the 40,075,939 times 7.5, I get $300,569,542. If I then sum the fuel numbers, both line 66 and 67, as those costs are included in our fuel clause. And so, like I said, that assumes that I have an annual rate case, and those would be reflective of what customers would pay that year. Understanding that is assumptions, but and do those, that would assume there's fuel of 300,192,620. If I then add those two together, it is $609,762,161.
Okay. So pretty close to that other 656 million that you originally said, right? I mean, yeah.
I mean,
Okay.
it's 10% different. I don't know if I would say it's pretty close, but
Okay,
I
fair
think
enough.
that's a more accurate representation of the hypothetical you provided.
Yes, please. Thank you. You're right. So now what I wanted to know is you've already calculated the fuel. Could you tell us, this is basically the last question I have, is that what would be if so you might know that New Energy Economy is proposing that the that P&M Four Corners no longer be in rate base, but that because to the extent that we would still be getting energy from that facility, that we should be paying for fuel and O&M. And so what I want to ask you is, what do you say that number would be if we had fuel from let's say 2024, and I'm saying till 2031, July, and O&M, could you tell me what that number, based on this document that you provided to us, would be?
What are you classifying as O&M?
Whatever you would classify as O&M, whatever P&M. I mean, there is a line here that's number 30 that says O&M. And so
Right, that is direct operation and maintenance costs. I'm trying to get clarification if in your hypothetical, you want like all operating costs, including like depreciation expense, accretion for the ARO, property taxes to be paid, income taxes on any return on rate base. Like I'm just trying to understand what exactly you're saying is operating costs that you would propose to be in the fuel clause, I think is your proposal. It's not my proposal, and so I don't know what you're asking me to add up.
I'm asking you just
I'm
O&M.
happy to sit here and add, but I don't.
Thank you.
I don't know
Thank
what
you.
to do.
I appreciate that. So just fuel and just the line O&M.
And you want me to add up the O&M for every year?
Well, whatever you think is the most appropriate. Is it the test period 2024 in line G times 7.5, or 2024 through 2031? You tell me. I don't know what.
How about, can I ask what your proposal is under this hypothetical? Is it that in the fuel clause, we would collect actual O&M expense for every year?
Yes,
Or
sir.
are you setting an amount?
Yes, sir. O&M for every year.
Okay, then I would probably sum column G through column N for the O&M, which would result in $179,340,000.
I'm sorry, the number again, which would result in
$179,340,157.
And so if you could just add, this is the last thing, add that number with the number that you said before around fuel, what would that be?
So the fuel number I quoted before was $309,192,620. When I add that to the stated O&M number of $179,340,157, those total to $488,532,777.
Okay. I do have so many more questions, but I think that my time is really up, and I appreciate you talking with me, and Mr. Medeiros and colleagues. Thank you for giving me that extra time. It's 20 minutes. And so should I tell you right now what I'd like to do with it, Mr. Hearing Examiner, or do you want me to tell you at another time?
21 minutes. Let's deduct it now.
Okay, so I had Frank Graves left 105, and I think I want to take the 21 minutes from Mr. Graves.
Okay. Done.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Sanders. Also, Mr. Hearing Examiner, could I please move into admission exhibits 12, 13, 16, and 17?
My problem with 13 is it does not have the cover page as Ms. Nanasi has done for the other discovery requests. It is just the interrogatories. It is not the cover. It does not include the cover page.
For 13?
Yes.
Right. For authentication purposes?
Yes.
Right.
I mean, I don't object as long as Ms. Nanasi amends this and includes the cover page, as well as the information page that usually is typically included, and she has for the others.
Right. Do you have those, Ms. Nanazi?
Yes.
So we're talking about NEE 12, 13, 16, and 17.
Yes, but this is only for, I believe it's only for New Energy Economy Exhibit 13 that.
Okay, I'm circling that. That's provisionally admitted, subject to the affirmation page and whatever, the cover page, like the others. So that's the other provisional one right now is 13. Any objection to 12, 16, or 17, Mr. Williger?
Don't. 12, sorry, I'm just rechecking these. 'cause
No, go
8
ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, because I also note the 8, although she's not moving for admission, she might for Mr. Heffington also does not have that same cover page.
We need to fix that.
So 16 looks fine. 12 looks fine. 13 has the issue, and I must have lost, let me pull up 17 again, sorry. And I guess,
I have,
is it just 17, the screenshot, or the Excel sheet?
It's the screenshot because I didn't. It's just a screenshot. It's the exact same thing that we've just been talking about with 17A, which was an Excel sheet, but that I didn't. Now, for just so you know, in the future, I'll always be asking if there's an Excel answer to please provide it in PDF form, so I don't have to go through this. But that's it's a screenshot of 422, which was asked about in 16, and then is the document in 17. So.
Mr. Sanders, does that look right? That screenshot?
Okay, yeah, 17 is informed by 16, so I have no issues with 12, 16, and 17. 13 provisional is fine. So,
Okay. With that, PNM Exhibit 13 is provisionally admitted, subject to being augmented for verification and authentication purposes. Fully admitted are NEE Exhibit 12, 16, and 17.
Yes, and for the record, I did email the corrected PNM did provide a PDF of the other document, which
NEE7?
NEE7. And so I just added the label to it and sent it out to Mr. Lee and all the parties.
So, Ms. Twilliger, can we fully admit NEE7? Close that loop?
I did not review that PDF. That came in under one of Mr. Alvitras's.
Right.
He's the one who gave it to me.
Okay, well, let's hold off then on that one. And I'd like to try and close that loop though, if we could. But if you'd be more comfortable having Mr. Alvidrez address that, Ms. Twilliger, I'm fine with that too.
I'll try to get an answer by the end of today's hearing for you.
Thank you.
Oh, wait,
Thank you.
I just heard from Mr. Alvidrez. No objection to NE7 now.
Okay. NEE Exhibit 7 is fully admitted.
Thank you so much.
Fully as opposed to, I'm not sure if that's precisely right word, but fully as opposed to provisionally or finally admitted, whatever. One of those LY words. Okay. So 7 is in, 13 is provisional. And you'd be surprised, I say that over and over, but I read these transcripts and it's really annoying. Maybe I'm having flashbacks to 16276 reading those transcripts and seeing those loose ends. And so I'm being kind of anal about it here to avoid that, frankly. A little PTSD. Okay, with that, we have staff now. Is that correct? With Mr. Sanders?
I am prepared to ask my cross of Mr. Sanders.
Great. Let me find the right spreadsheet. So, Ms. Nazzi, just go back. You're now have 84 minutes with Mr. Graves, and you're still at the 299. Is that correct?
320?
You had, well, I reduced Graves to 84.
Correct. So that is 320 total.
Okay. Well, you were at what were you at? 105?
Yes,
And now you're at 84?
yes.
Okay. All right, let's move on then to 40. You have 45 minutes, Mr. Borman. Is that correct?
That is what I requested. I believe that should be sufficient.
All right, let's go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Sanders.
Good afternoon.
Let's start with your rebuttal. And page 11 of your rebuttal. Give me a second. Got it?
I'm there.
Okay, at the very bottom of the page, you ask yourself the question, what basis do the parties give for their proposed disallowances of carrying charges? Do you see that?
I do.
And at the very top of the next page, you answer, staff witness -0 recommends no return on rate base for certain regulatory assets and liabilities based on the assertion that the costs included are typically expensed in O&M. See that too?
I do.
Now, is that the sole justification that Ms. Dashino gives for her recommendation?
No, I think that was only for certain ones. I can't remember exactly which ones that recommendation was tied to, but I do know that was oh, sorry, I'm choking on water. A reasoning and classification that she gave to justify on certain of the regulatory assets, no carrying charge.
Okay, and she also bases her recommendation, at least for some of the recommendations, on the used and useful standard. Is that correct?
That sounds correct. I like I said, I don't remember exactly which ones had which.
Okay. Now, is it a fair definition of rate base to say that it's the original cost of invested utility plant in service, net accumulated depreciation and adjustments?
For rate base?
Yes.
I don't think that that's 100% fair for rate base. That sounds much more of a description of net plant to me, which
Okay.
would be the original cost basis less accumulated depreciation. Rate base includes other items such as accumulated deferred income taxes, various regulatory assets, other rate base items such as right-of-way renewals, and then working capital as well, such as inventories and materials and supply. So I don't think that's fully reflective, that definition of rate base.
Okay. O&M, we've referred to O&M a number of times. That's operations and maintenance, correct?
Yes, I don't know if it's operating and maintenance or operations and maintenance, but yes.
Okay. Is it fair to say that O&M encompasses operational and maintenance expenses, including general and administrative costs?
So generally I would, yes, for a very simple answer. I mean, I would break those out as O&M as true operations and maintenance, and then administrative and general as another category, just as I do within my cost of service. However, I would state that from a philosophical standpoint, they are all types of O&M costs.
Okay. So
it's a difference of a FERC accounting classification and a generalization.
Okay, So I think it sounds like what you're saying is general and administrative costs are almost a separate category of O and M.
Administrative in general, under like FERC accounting guidelines, they have their own FERC accounts, whereas operation expenses have a FERC account definitions, maintenance accounts, expense accounts have FERC definitions. And so, as I said, as a generalization, I would agree that they're a type of O and M. But I do want to clarify that from a true FERC accounting standards and technicality, that they are a different FERC account recordings.
Okay. Are legal and consulting fees considered O and M?
Legal and consulting fees. So oftentimes, yes, I think it really depends on what the purpose of them are. Legal and consulting fees can also be capitalized. Absolutely. As if we have a large project, a large investment, if there's legal work or consulting work that needs to be done to facilitate those capital projects, they would be capitalized. So depending on the circumstance, it could be O and M or capital.
Okay. Do O and M costs generally earn a rate of return?
Sorry, do all O and M costs?
Can
you ask your question again?
I asked, do O and M costs earn a rate of return?
So I don't want to be super highly technical on stuff, but I do think I will be a little here. I would say generally, like commonly discussed, no. However, within a cost of service study, there is what's called a lead lag study performed, which looks at, the lead of revenues to the lag of when they're recovered, and balances that. And that balancing impact of, revenues collected versus when expenses are incurred is included in rate base. It's much more on a globalized study basis, not on an individual line item basis. And so that's why I don't want to get too technical, but I do want to make that distinction that to a certain extent, there is consideration of the timing of when expenses can be recovered within a cost of service that does receive a rate of return on it.
Okay. For each of PM's requested regulatory assets in this case, has the commission provided PNM a guarantee that it will receive carrying charges on these regulatory assets?
Give me just a sec. I want to make sure I have my list. I think the answer is a plain no, but I just want to make sure there none on the list have been approved for that, if that's fair.
I want you to be accurate.
Thank you. No, I do not believe that any, I think for all of them requested, the rate making treatment has been deferred into this case.
Okay.
And also I would state that the company's never guaranteed a return on anything, understanding, the test period, but it is our job to manage our business to try to achieve a rate of return.
Understood. Now, in a previous case, you testified that the term used and useful means that plant is in service and being used to serve customers. You recall such a definition?
I think you might be referring to my testimony and grid modification. I think I'm trying to remember exactly what I said there. I think for plant and service, absolutely, that is a reasonable definition of used and useful. I would state that used and useful does not apply to all elements of rate base. That was very specific to plant and service.
Okay. Given that it's specific to plant and service, is this still your understanding of the meaning of used and useful?
Yes, as I just testified, I think that's a reasonable definition of used and useful as it applies to plant and service.
Would it thus follow that assets that are not in service would not be used and useful?
On plant and service. Yes.
What? Okay. Are you aware of any requirement in New Mexico that regulatory assets, which are made up of assets that are no longer used and useful, are assured of earning carrying charges?
I'm sorry, I got distracted in the question. Can you repeat it? I just want to make sure I understood it completely.
Absolutely. Are you aware of any requirement in New Mexico that regulatory assets, such assets that are made up of assets or projects or whatever that are no longer used and useful, are assured of earning carrying charges?
I am not aware of any rule that ensures carrying charges on regulatory assets.
Okay. PNM is requesting to recover costs through one or more regulatory assets associated with Hickory Solar, Hickory Energy Storage, and Sandia Peak Energy Storage. Is that correct?
Regulatory assets? No, no.
Those projects, there are no costs of those projects included in any of your regulatory assets?
So I think you may be discussing the San Juan Replacement Resources regulatory asset. PNM witness Heffington would be better to discuss what all costs are included in that. I don't know that specific cost to an individual resource is necessarily included. They might be. Heffington would be better to discuss which costs are in that regulatory asset.
Okay, and he would be the one also to talk about Rockmont Solar and Rockmont Storage?
To the extent that there's a cost associated with those, yes. I'm just unaware if there is or is not.
Okay. To your understanding, does the commission have the authority to disallow carrying charges for costs that have been determined to be imprudently incurred? And I can repeat the question if you need me to.
Yeah, please do.
Okay. Does the commission have the authority to disallow carrying charges for costs that have been determined to be imprudently incurred?
I think the commission has the authority to make those determinations. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Now, did the commission find the renewal of Palo Verde units 1 and 2 leases to have been imprudent in case number 15-00261?
That is my understanding. I haven't read all the Supreme Court and hearing, but that is my understanding of the findings. Yes.
Okay. And in this case, is PNM seeking recovery through 2 regulatory assets of its undepreciated leasehold and improvement investments in Palo Verde units 1 and 2?
PNM is. I would clarify that I don't think that the leasehold improvements were included in the prudency finding. I thought that was fairly limited to decommissioning expense, but again, I'm not totally familiar. But the leasehold improvements I thought were always on the least capacity considered prudent expenses and were properly included in rate base and rates.
Okay. Now, I'm going to ask you to turn to your direct testimony. And specifically, it's going to be your exhibit KTS4.
That's a big exhibit.
It's a big exhibit, and I'm looking first at page 314 of 651. So it is a big exhibit, but hopefully we can find it relatively quickly.
314. Oh, no.
Their numbers, at least in the version that was uploaded to Dropbox, the top right corner has P&M exhibit KTS 4, page 314 of 651.
All right. Yes, sir, I'm there.
Okay, and that's labeled WP ORB-16, summary and amortization of PVNGS Unit 1, 104.2 megawatts undepreciated investment, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and if you look at row 19 of this spreadsheet, is the Palo Verde 1 lease capacity QIP balance included in the value of the total regulatory asset to be amortized?
So I'm going to clarify this response because yes, there is a QIP assumption. However, that is assuming the amounts that were in QIP at the time of the lease expiration are then recorded or are removed out of account 107 and recorded to the regulatory asset of FERC account 182. And so what PNM is requesting is the regulatory asset, and what is including in the test period is the regulatory asset upon the expiration of which is recorded into the FERC account. I believe it's 182 for regulatory assets of the 88.9 million, which is then amortized over 20 years. So PNM has not included QIP in the test period. That is just a modeling assumption to build the value of the regulatory asset needed to properly reflect what is included in that regulatory asset as the buildup.
Well, where is this amount? And it looks like it's 8.858 and some odd million. Where would that be removed then?
What do you mean?
Well, you have this number in here on line 19, and you say that's part of modeling, but it's in here in your exhibit. And so I'm trying to figure out if it's in here in the exhibit and included here in the summary and amortization of the undepreciated investment, wouldn't it need to be taken out then to ensure that it's not recovered?
So no, and I want to be really clear. When I say it's modeling how the accounting will actually occur upon the abandonment. And so on PNM's books and records for this is unit 1 in January of 2023, when that retired, PNM would have credited plant and service, and then debited the regulatory asset for items that are included in FERC account 101 to establish that portion of it. PNM would then also have had to have taken the amounts that are included within QIP for capital that was spent through that date.
Included within?
QIP, CWIP, it's an abbreviation for construction work in progress. And so PNM would then have to have, or did, credit what was included in FERC account 107 for QIP and debit it to the regulatory asset. So this is purely just attempting to show the accounting of how you would build up the regulatory asset for which PNM is requesting in this case. No different than a clearing to plant and service included within our test period.
Oh, let me ask this question. Palo Verde Unit 1, that's not currently being used to provide electric service to PNM ratepayers, is it?
My understanding is that the leases expired in January of this year. So
Okay.
there is still some Palo Verde Unit 1 that is being used. I think you used a fairly generalized amount specific to the 104 megawatts. Those leases did expire.
Okay. Are there any costs related to Palo Verde Unit 1 currently included in PNM's rates?
In the rates currently being charged to customers?
Yes.
And again, are we referring to all of Unit 1 or specific to the 104 megawatts?
Well, I guess I'd ask you both. You know, are there any costs related to the 104 megawatts, and then are there any costs outside of that?
So yes to both. I guess there are in what is currently built into rates, as at the time when the rates were set back in 2018 and 2019 with the phase 2. The rates set at that time included that were approved included the operating costs, return on rate base and such associated with the Palo Verde Unit 1 lease capacity of 104 megawatts. There is an additional, I'm gonna say 20 megawatts, because I think it's 134 in total, that is PNM owned. And yes, the PNM share of the O&M operating costs, the rate base values and those and such would be included in rates as well.
Okay, thank you. Now, let's
Included in current rates.
Current rates, correct. They have been removed. The 104 has properly been removed from my forecasted test period.
Right.
And are not being included.
Thank you.
Now let's turn back to your rebuttal testimony. And I think it's page 29. And I'm going to turn there while you turn there. Got it?
Yes, sir.
And lines 5 to 9, you talk about staff witness Dashino's recommendation for a 3-year amortization period. You see that?
I do.
Okay, and you state that the 3-year amortization period, or the 3-year period, appears to be used as an attempt to simply lower the revenue requirement or provide a potential disallowance of costs in a future case, given the proposals related to uncollected rate case expense or over collected rate case expenses. See that?
I do. That is what this says.
And I'm sorry I stumbled over the verbiage there, but I think that I caught the gist of it. Now, PNM's last rate case was 2016, correct?
That was when it was filed. The test period was 2018. And I believe there was a phase in. And so rates actually became effective in both 2018 and then into 2019.
Okay. So they became effective 5 years ago. Is that correct?
Yeah, 5 or 6 years ago.
Okay. And PNM is in control of when it files a rate case. Is that correct?
PNM is control of when it would come in to file a rate case. I do also believe that the commission and potentially other parties could petition for PNM to come in for a rate case as well.
That's true. Okay. So, and the amortization issue here and that's discussed is that, and I'll try to explain it as I understand it, and you can tell me if I'm wrong or not. But basically, a rate case expense number is determined, and then the multi-year period is used as an estimate to try to figure out how long that amount, that allowed expense, should be recovered over, correct?
I don't know if it's to estimate, it's to authorize the time period that the company would amortize it and recover it over.
Okay. So for instance, if you have, let's say it's a $1 million authorized rate case expense. If you have a 3-year amortization period, that means P&M would be allowed to recover $333,000 each year, correct?
Under that hypothetical, yes, that's how the math would work
Okay.
out.
Okay. And if, for instance, P&M were to not come in for a rate case for 5 years, it would continue to recover that $333,000 over those additional 2 years. Is that correct?
So this is where I tend to start to disagree with that, in that it assumes that our rates are collecting very distinct and specific costs that can be reconciled to revenues collected. And as I've testified and stated earlier, your rates are intended to be just and reasonable and be reflective of your overall cost of service. Once those rates are set based on the multitude of items included within that rate, they're really just intended to be reflective of your overall total cost. Now, any individual line item within that may fluctuate from year to year, and that is where the company would evaluate when it's appropriate to come into a rate case. And through informational filings made with the commission, either through our earnings test or I believe 510 filings too, would give the commission, the information needed to, if they wanted to request the company to come in for a rate case. And so I really disagree with the concept of I'm collecting that cost year after year after year. I have set rates to be just and reasonable and reflective of what my costs to serve customers are.
Well, wouldn't your cost to serve customers, at least in part, be reflective of how much you spend on rate case expense? And if you're not spending rate case expense every 3 years, but every 5 years, does amortizing it over 3 years represent a fair and reasonable amount for P&M to recover?
I apologize. That was fairly long and I didn't follow all of the question. Can you restate it? Re-ask it?
Well, you're basically saying that the commission is bound to set rates that are just and reasonable, and part of setting rates that are just and reasonable is to find a reasonable amount of expense that the company would expend every year. Is that correct?
Yes, and that, there are studies provided in rate filings to try to provide that just and reasonable amount. My point is that to try to reconcile that year after year after year to what is truly collected through revenue to individualized expenses is, one, fairly impossible to do with just, cash is fungible and I can't do it. And one, it's not taking into consider, especially as you start to isolate an individual line item, you're not taking into the fluctuations of the totality. And let me give an example on something similar to that. In our rate case that you referred to, that was filed in 2016 and rates in effect in 2018, we included a amortization of state excess deferred liability, which was an $8 million reduction to our revenue requirement. That was amortized over 3 years. And so under that principle, I thought then any amount after 3 years, I have over refunded to customers, which is not correct because, your same argument of then I've over collected on another item is taking away the fungibility and the natural just movement of individual lines and costs within a cost of service study as rates progress from the year they are initially set till the next rate reset filing.
Well, you basically said that it makes sense then, and it's incumbent on the commission to determine a reasonable time frame for P&M to recover or to amortize its rate case expense over, correct?
Yes, it is absolutely the commission's, I think, as you said, responsibility, or I'm not sure you use responsibility, but to find a reasonable time period. P&M has proposed 2 years. It feels that is reasonable. If the commission was to disagree and propose a different amortization, the company would obviously comply and utilize what the commission felt reasonable for that time period.
And you'd probably agree that 10 years would be unreasonable, right?
I would think 10 years would be too long.
Yeah.
But again, if the commission, if that's what they believe reasonable, that is what the company would amortize their regulatory asset over.
And likewise, someone might, some other party might find 1 year to be unreasonable, correct?
I think even I would think 1 year is not appropriate for the amortization of rate case expenses.
Okay. In the 2015 rate case, P&M received approval of a 2-year amortization period. Is that correct?
In the 2015 case, I believe that is
Last
correct.
litigated case, 2015.
Yes, I believe that was 2 years.
Okay. Now, let's stay in your rebuttal testimony. And let's go to page 28. And line 10. You see, are you there?
Yes.
Say, other witness support is for expert witness training in order for the utility to clearly communicate the many complex topics in this case. Right?
In this space?
Case, I'm sorry, CASE. Can you show us where in the record P&M has provided a full accounting of the costs that it included in this rate case expense category?
I believe it's within P&M exhibit KTS4. It's work paper ORB 12. This hearing examiner Ryan so wonderfully found for me earlier. Let me find it so I can give you the page numbers. I have way too many books. And so in ORB 12, which is in P&M exhibit KTS 4, attached to my direct testimony, page 310 of 651, provides the summary of rate case expenses requested in this case. The portion from lines 8 through line 32 are the estimated costs. Column B reflects the cost that had been spent as of like the end of our base period. And then, as you know, we have a future test year of which we needed to estimate these. And so then we have the estimated costs through the completion of the filing, and then the total cost to be included within the test period. Or
and I'm looking at. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you.
I was going to say, or the buildup of the regulatory asset. The amount included within the test period is actually a 13-month average of this amount. So it's not technically the full 3.5, as we are required to do the 13-month averaging per the future test year rule.
Okay. Now, is it your understanding that a New Mexico rate case expenses to be deemed reasonable must be fully itemized, supported, and justified?
I don't know that I've ever seen or read that before. I would state that this would be the itemization, and in my direct testimony discussed through I believe all of the consultants as well as legal and justified the expenses.
Okay, and when you say this is, itemized, this, I'm looking at this exhibit and then there's a line item, line 9, Itron Inc. And it gives
I'm sorry, the name again?
Itron, ITRON Inc. And then it gives a final estimate of cost of 100,000. And these are just illustrative. Further down, we have line 16 KPMG. I'm looking across here, and that looks like 150,000 final estimate of costs. Now, is this the itemization that you're referring to?
Yes, that would itemize the individual consultants used as well as, our legal counsel firms. We then itemize the estimate for other costs such as postage and reproduction, that are estimated costs as well.
Okay. Okay, finally, let's talk about the government affairs casita. I think you refer to it on page 60 of your rebuttal.
And you said casita, correct?
Casita, CASITA.
Can you refer me to the page number just one more time?
I'm sorry, page 60, I believe, of your rebuttal.
Yes, sir. I'm there.
Okay. And here you respond to staff witness Jonah Malden's recommended adjustment to remove the government affairs casita renovation project from P&M's test period plant and service balance. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, the sounds like the name of the building is the government affairs casita, and is that the name that P&M gives it?
I believe so. Within our accounting records, I believe that's the name that's.
Okay. So given that name, is it fair to conclude that this casita is used at least in part for government affairs activities?
Yeah, yes, I think that's fair, which is why in my rebuttal, I point out that only 60.8% of this cost of that renovation is actually allocated towards retail customers to account for the other functions of which it serves. It does additionally serve to house, our legal functions that, as well as regulatory as it pertains to open meetings and customer things of that nature. But yes, it does serve as a government function as well, which is why we've appropriately not allocated 100% of it to customers.
Okay.
Hold on. Government affairs being essentially what we don't refer to as lobbying.
That was my next question.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, government affairs includes at least in part lobbying, correct?
I would assume so. I do not know the level of which P&M performs lobbying activities. It is not within my function, preview, or really to get involved in that within the company.
Mr. Sanders, are you aware or familiar with the Florida Power and Light situation regarding a potentially similar structure hosting legislative events?
I am not.
Hosting being put in quotes. Okay, just a placeholder. Go ahead.
Well, okay, so, Mr. Sanders, you said that you're really not familiar with, the lobbying activities that take place there. Given that, how did you come up with the 60.8% of cost to allocate to retail customers? How did you know how much would be lobbying and how much would be something else?
That's based on our CAM allocation manuals and the cost that it allocates.
Can you, what, your CAM allocation manual, can you explain that a little?
Cost allocation manual, it's our CAM. We file that with the commission annually, which provides our estimated allocation rates from shared services functions to the subsidiaries.
Do you deduct the legislative sessions? In that CAM
honestly don't
analysis?
know. I do not know.
Because that's when most of the lobbying would occur, wouldn't it? Or special sessions or LFC meetings or meetings with other meetings with Roundhouse folks?
Like I said, I don't really know.
Who would know?
On when those lobbying activities would take place.
And yes, because this is included in the calculation. I'm sorry, Mr. Borman. But I can ask more. I think I tend to ask pointed questions. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Are you finished? I can go forward or?
Go ahead.
Okay, well, I guess I'm trying to understand how we can come up with the 60.8% or whatever to allocate to retail customers when we don't know how much this particular, I guess, property is used for lobbying or other activities. You had said it comes from your CAM manual, but how is that put together?
How is governmental affairs defined too in relation to that? I know it's a compound question, but answer Mr. Borman's question first.
Based on my knowledge, it's in our location 941 is where it was booked to. And so I'm not exactly sure. Mr. Peters, I think, sponsors our CAM, so he might be able to tell you what all is considered in the allocation percentage within that rates. And I don't know at what level governmental affairs is, how it's defined or where it sits in there. I'd say generally governmental affairs activities is recorded in OID. This is a capital, so it's different. OID stands for other income and deductions. So is that a lobbying expense or activities such as that would be recorded in OID so that it's always separate from what you would request in rates. As it pertains to an actual building that's capitalized that serves multiple functions, I don't know how governmental affairs is defined or identified, or how it's built into the CAM.
Are you trying to deduct the time that's dedicated to lobbying and the use of the casita?
From my perspective, that's what the approximate 40% that's not going to retail customers is reflective of. I don't know that it's truly 40% or I like I said, it's based on a CAM, but that is what it is intended to be reflective of, I believe.
Well, that's problematic then if we don't know.
Understood. I think Mr. Peters might be able to expand, but.
And, okay, is there a witness who can explain how that casita is used? Who has knowledge on how it is used? Who communicates through to you, the cost of service person, how to allocate the usage of the facility?
So I think PNM Witness Mendez is the one that sponsors the project. She has more overall like general facilities project. So she would maybe be the best to explain how the building is used.
Great, thank you.
And with that, I have, go on, Mr. Medeiros.
And do you mention another witness?
Mr. Peters, he sponsors the CAM and the development of that.
Got it. Thank you.
And I have no further questions for Mr. Sanders. I'd like to Just say it's good to see you again, sir.
Likewise, Mr. Borman. It's been a while.
Been a while.
Thank you, Mr. Borman. Let's see, we've concluded the cross-examination of PNM witness Sanders. And it's time for commissioner questions. If Commissioner Aguilera has questions for Mr. Sanders.
I do not at the moment, but thank you for the questions earlier and the responses.
Thank you, sir. I'll move to Commissioner, not yet Commissioner, to hearing examiner Ryan.
Yeah, and before I ask just a few questions, I will say that we did receive an email from Commissioner Ellison, and he indicated that he had other matters to attend to this afternoon and indicated that he may have questions. I don't think he was in a position to say definitively whether he did or didn't. And so I think, Mr. Sanders may have to make himself available again if Commissioner Ellison wishes to question him. Is that acceptable to PNM?
Yes, hearing examiner Ryan, we will make Mr. Sanders available as you see fit.
Thank you. So, Mr. Sanders, I wanted to just.
Second. I'm sorry, Mr. Ryan. We were going to have my co-counsel Kelly Gould cross-examine Mr. Watson. Do we think he's going to come on? Because if he is, I need to get out and
No.
then she come on. Okay.
No, we're too far along. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
I was hoping just to have a broader discussion with you, Mr. Sanders, than we've been having so far, which is fine. I mean, it's wonderful to zero in on stuff. So if you go to page 9 of your direct testimony, and this is where you talk about the drivers to PNM's change in non-fuel revenue requirements from 2016. And you identify, is it 5, I think? Yeah. So the first you say is the first key driver is the increased costs associated with the recovery of 0.6 billion of rate base for investments in transmission, distribution, and other generation facilities since 2018. And the second sentence of that is the increases in return on investment, depreciation expense, and taxes result in an increase of 110 million to the revenue requirement. What is the connection between those two sentences? Because you seem to be suggesting in the first half of this statement here, the driver is these investments in transmission, distribution, and generation facilities, and then the subject changes to increases in return on investment, depreciation expense, and taxes. So you can just connect those for me?
Yeah, sure. So when we make those investments and that growth in rate base, as it's been discussed here today, that's generally by investments in our plant and service, then offset by depreciation, which results in that growth in rate base that I quote, that 0.6 billion number. Along with that, though, as you make those investments, your depreciation expense increases as you have a higher gross plant balance. That's the depreciation rates are applied to. You have increased property taxes on your investments, as well as those investments made go into rate base, of which then the rate of return is applied to. And so you have an increased return on rate base that's driven by those investments as well. And so that's where you get the return on this 0.6 billion is really your rate, that increase times your WACC, your increased depreciation expense on them, which for purposes of this is based on our currently approved rates, as I believe I identified the depreciation rate change as a separate driver. And then both income taxes, as I have a higher return on rate base, higher equity return, I have higher income taxes I will have to pay, as well as property tax that builds up that totality of the driver that's really all based on that core rate base growth.
Can I pause there let me pause there for a second. Keep your question. that 0.6 billion of rate base for investments on lines 15 to 16.
Yes.
I seem to recall during the San Juan show cause proceeding, the figure that was in the testimony estimated there was higher than that.
Sure. So I believe that was on capital investments made, which it should be 2.4 to 2.6 billion. I think as I've updated it, as we've gotten more actuals in, is now estimated more like 2.6 billion. That will obviously be offset by increases in accumulated depreciation, as well as increases to accumulated deferred income taxes. It's offset by amortization of existing regulatory assets, such as the San Juan units 2 and 3 regulatory asset that's amortizing outright. And so it's really all of that in conjunction that gets to the 0.6 billion. The investments themselves that we made was the 2.6 billion, which does drive higher depreciation, as depreciation is applied to the gross plant, not that net investment, net of the accumulated depreciation.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
And so I just the other thing about this is, and I'm not asking trick questions, so I'm just asking honest, just general questions. So please feel free to educate me. But you're talking about past investment, and this is a future test year case. And I'm just trying to understand how does that work exactly? You're saying you've made these investments, and then in answering that question, I also want to know if I understand correctly, PNM exceeded its allowed return on equity or allowed returns, and had to refund ratepayers some monies. Yet still, there's this need to recover costs. Can you make sense of that for me? And I'm not sure I'm asking a totally coherent question. And if you sense confusion in it, that's because there is.
Yeah. So the 0.6 reflects the growth all the way into the future test year. So a portion of that is our projected plant additions, projected accumulated depreciation activity, and all of those. It is not purely as of an actual number that reflects, a past, I think is what you said, activity. It is inclusive of the linkage and test period activity. So there's obvious, increases from that as well. Then I think I'm sorry, I think that was the first half, and I don't really remember the second half of your question. It was around.
The second half of the question was, if I understand correctly, PNM earned beyond a certain amount, which then necessitated a refund to customers. Is that a correct statement?
Yes, for 2022, we had an over earning of, I believe, 1.8 million that is being
over what?
Over earning, which I think Mr. Monroy discussed yesterday, of 1.8 million that's being refunded through our RPS rider to customers currently in 23.
So should I understand that to mean that whatever investments PNM has made, you're still over earning, so it's not as if you have to recover anything?
I think that's a tricky topic, right? There's a lot of changes that happen. San Juan is one of those big ones, right? And that in our stipulation, we just agreed to refund 115 million. That is an offset, as well as, we have demand charges coming on this year.
Wait. Why is that an offset?
Was we refund that, it will obviously go against our earnings into the future to refund it. We will actually reflect it as a liability, I believe, this year, as it will impact our earnings as that happens. And then additionally, I would point out that as we have demand resources come on as some of those replacements this year and into our test period, those are costs that are currently not, there, that I think, as I state, are like a $45 million driver for increases that we expect to see through the linkage and test period as well.
with the distribution investments, we just had the grid modernization hearing for the benefit of Mr. Lee. And the status of that case, where I think we're all familiar with, sort of in a holding pattern at the moment. But is there some way that you can principally kind of, and this was sort of a discussion that was had during the grid modernization hearing. So you're making distribution investments and you're seeking recovery of them in this rate case, but then you also are given statutory authority to do that in the grid mod case. And so I just wonder, Mr. Sanders, if maybe you can just remind me, or to the extent to which you can add to what I recall hearing in that proceeding, how is PNM balancing that? Because this isn't your only opportunity to recover distribution investments. You can do that in grid mod.
Sure. So I think the grid mod is limited to certain types of distribution investments. I don't totally remember what all was in those. I just haven't studied up. I know I'm a witness in that case as well. Just not totally remembering everything.
Well,
but in this, it's, has other distribution level investments. One of the big investments in the grid mod case is, advanced metering technology, of which we are not proposing in this case. The only metering investments included, which I believe are very minimal, are related to potential new customers that are being estimated. And so, and I want to say that's around like 2 to 2.5 million of investment. So relatively small on that side, which is a large portion of what's included in that grid mod. And so I would say that the investments included within the grid mod proposed rider are distinct, different, and incremental to any of the core. I'm not a huge fan of the word core, but I just don't have a better one. Core distribution investments that we are making on an ongoing basis that are included within our request in this case.
And if I wanted to have, I understand Mr. Gray, and I've read his testimony, but he's the person to talk to. Is that the case as far as teasing further out, like what should we be doing here? And this kind of points back to the conversations we had at great depth. And I can't remember his name. The person who's in charge of the distribution testimony in the grid mod case.
Warner.
What was it?
PNM witness Warner.
Warner Omni. Yes, correct. It's sort of an unusual first name. That's why it struck me.
but he's not in this case.
No, he's not in this case. And I guess my point is, if I want to talk to Mr. Gray about those subjects, is he the one? He'll give me more answers.
That is correct.
The other interesting thing about having these discussions about distribution improvements in both this case and in grid mod is now we have the time of day rate here. And that was one of the major problems we had in the grid mod case, which was, what are we going to do with AMI if there's no time of day rate? So I guess I'm just wondering, Mr. Sanders, as PNM was, maybe this was all happening at the same moment, but strategically, like when you're thinking about the commission's response to the time of day proposal here, and this may be something for Ms. Pitts more than anything, to the extent to which the commission isn't entirely receptive to it. Does it strike you as surprising in that those issues are obviously totally linked, the AMI and time of day rates?
As it relates to time of day, Dr. Pitts would definitely be the proper person to speak with.
Okay, and I'm just bringing up with you because you talk about distribution investments generating the need to have the revenue rate increases. All right, so the second driver you say is cost reductions. And I remember when I read that, I thought to myself, why would we get a rate case where you're asking for an increase when there's cost reductions? And so is there, just explain that one to me. Give me
Sure. And so I'm trying to give a whole picture of what's changing in our overall cost structure with that. And so while, yes, we are making investments and, that's creating a need for $110 million for that driver alone, there is offsetting drivers for removing San Juan costs. I think that's about 98.3 million. That should be a number people are familiar with. As well as, the removal of the Palo Verde lease expiration, the O&M and lease expenses of those. And then on top of that, then you can net that with like oncoming replacement demand charges. But together there are reductions related to removal of Palo Verde costs, removal of San Juan costs that are more than offset within our requested revenue requirement, but are drivers in my changes in my total cost structure.
And when you're talking about total, yeah, go ahead, Mr. Medeiros.
The offset demand charges. Who's responsible for those costs, those charges? For paying those?
They're allocated to retail customers. That was the like $45 million that we discussed with Mr. Gould this morning.
Okay, thank you.
On the ESA costs, energy storage agreements.
So with those offsets, those reductions in San Juan and Palo Verde, and you can just clear this up for me. And again, I'm appreciating having this sort of global perspective because that's your testimony and Mr. Monroy's kind of do that, right? You give us the full picture. So there even though that there's those reductions, they come out of rate base, right? You remove the charges moving forward with Palo Verde and with San Juan, right? Because we're getting rid of those because those are, coal powered resource or fossil fuel generating resources, and we're making the transition. But then PNM does seek collection of costs associated with those same resources through regulatory assets.
So not all of them, I guess I want to clarify that. And the drivers I'm speaking here of don't really have that recovery of the regulatory asset because from a net impact, it's not a huge change to my cost structure. I had the recovery of the leasehold improvements within rates in the last case through depreciation expense and return on rate base. And I'm requesting to maintain that and do it over 20 years through recovery of a regulatory asset and return on that regulatory assets. The cost reductions really are built around the removal of the lease expenses, which were approximately, I think, like 16 million in the last case, as well as the allocated share of O&M costs related to those, which build up the majority of it. There are certain reductions related to working capital around like nuclear fuel balances, which are included in rate base to remove the portions of those which are not based into the regulatory asset, other materials and supplies. And so those are the items that make that cost reduction. The regulatory assets requesting, as I said, from a global picture, really aren't a driver, as the recovery either through return on rate base and depreciation is relatively similar to the recovery through return on rate base and amortization of the regulatory asset versus leasehold improvement.
So when you say nuclear fuel balances, what does that mean?
So within rate base and working capital, fuel stock and nuclear fuel have long since been included within our rate base for those amounts.
But expended fuel would go through the fuel clause, right?
Absolutely. And so I don't know all the stages of it, but when we purchase the fuel, it has to go through an enrichment process and things of that nature. And so while it is in that process, it sits in rate base. And then as it is used and expended, it flows through the fuel clause.
Perfect. Thank you.
Sir.
I'm glad that subject came up because actually going back to one of the previous driver that you referenced there. And again, I'm just really, I'm asking legitimate questions for you to educate me. One of the things you say in the first key driver is investments in other generation facilities since 2018. And if I'm not, again, you just teach me. But I understood many of the generation facilities that have, you know, maybe this is that you'll have an answer for this, but they're all PPAs. I mean, explain that to me. So you're saying there are investments in generation facilities, but as I understand, a lot of the generation facilities that are being constructed are purchase power agreements, and that gets paid for differently. But if you can clarify how I'm confused, I'd appreciate it.
Sure. So it's not necessarily just on new generation facilities, which have tended to be PPAs. We have ongoing investments on our existing generation facilities, such as Afton, Luna, Lordsburg, La Luz, Four Corners. All of those, we have ongoing investments, you know, needed.
Reeves too.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. And so as we make investments into those, there are elements of that go into that overall driver. And so it's not necessarily on new generations that have primarily been PPAs, sorry, but really just our overall investment into our generation fleet as it exists on our system.
In legacy assets, effectively.
Sorry, the what assets?
Legacy, LEGACY.
Yes, in our existing assets.
All right. So I covered the second one. I heard your answer to that. I'll have to just think about it for a while. The third driver here, requested update to depreciation rates. And I give you an opportunity to answer the question, Mr. Sanders, but I think, you know, Mr. Monroy was asked the same question yesterday, which was, you know, why should the commission accept the accelerated depreciation proposal if in fact the company is not obligated by law to do what it's proposing to do?
You know, I think Mr. Monroy testified accurately to it, that we do believe that properly reflects the right period to recover those investments over. I don't know that I have a lot more to add to that. I do think that's the appropriate time period, given the transitions that around the power industry that we're going with. And I do think it could potentially help to minimize potential stranded costs on assets as you move towards that transition and get out there in the future.
We didn't have the discussion yesterday, and I don't know if this is my fault for not bringing it up, but I mean, this intergenerational equity in terms of present and future ratepayers, and as far as an accountant and the accounting perspective on this, I mean, I understand has to be sort of policy considerations that drive accounting too, but seems unfair in some ways to saddle future generations with the folly of investments in fossil fuels. And so should you know, current ratepayers have to eat more of the costs associated with them?
I'm not sure I fully understand or followed all of the qualifications in that. I mean, the intergenerational equity issue is unique, and I find fairly interesting myself just in how to balance that. And yes, our proposal would be intended to recover the cost over the time period of which we think they will be serving customers, and address that. And I do believe that is appropriate. However, I think there's also an additional analysis that comes when you get out there and they close that looks at presumably there may be cheaper resources that would replace those. And so as the customers receive the benefit of those cheaper resources in the future, you know, maybe that makes sense to also pair some of that. And so I don't
Yeah,
necessarily.
push the cost off to the future because they'll have cheaper
don't-
resources then,
And I
theoretically.
don't necessarily have a firm opinion, and I don't know that that's companies, but I do think that's an interesting, dynamic of it. I do personally, I believe that it is appropriate to attempt to recover the cost over the time period in which they will be serving customers, which is what our attempted depreciation change does.
With this fourth driver, costs reflecting higher inflation and necessary operating and maintenance costs. I mean, is P&M's position on this effectively, and I'm just, again, talking from the 35,000 foot view, like we live in a world in which inflation has just exploded all around us. So there's nothing we can do about these costs. Is that what you're indicating here?
I guess absolutely not. We try to manage our costs very effectively, and have, I think done a fairly good job of keeping them low and reasonable, and minimizing inflationary impacts to the best we can. However, inflation is real. We have had, labor increases, labor cost increases, as well as non-labor increases, software licensing fees go up. All of those costs have increased. And so this is reflective of the cost increase we have seen over, the period of 6 years. I do point out that in this driver, there is an offset to a certain portion of that, in that, correspondingly, we've seen a lot of our what's called revenue credits, which are, other costs charged to, our big one is like our transmission customers, and things of that nature that we then reduce our rate base by, that offsets that by 25 million. A large part of that driven by similar inflations, which is why we apply a similar inflation to get from base period to test period on those type of elements to it. And while the bucket's not, the same, it does provide an offset to some of those inflationary impacts that we have seen. But critically, we do manage our costs and do our best to maintain them and try to keep inflationary impacts at the best minimum we can.
The last driver you have is identified as overall change in the cost of capital in the test period, and the 10.25% return on equity, which contributes significantly to the rate increase, right?
So the totality of this driver, I would point out, ends up fairly minimal. I want to say it comes in to be about like 2.5 million of a net driver. The increased request in the ROE, it is an increase. I think it's about 11.2 million of an increase to the driver. However, we have been very successful in our debt issuances and managing our overall cost of debt. And that has come down since our previous filing from, I want to say 4.86 to like 3.72. So considerable there, which offsets that by almost $13 million of savings in that cost of debt when my overall cost of capital. The third component of that is the change to the cap structure. We're based on our actual performances. We're running more around a 52% equity, whereas previously had been at 50% in the last case. And that is a increase of about 4.5 million with the higher equity percentage. So net, you really get to about a net 2.5 million increase, solely for the overall change in cap structure.
Yeah, no, I know it's a lot you just said, but if you were going to say something else, go ahead.
No, I just realized I talked about her a while.
No, it's fine. It's good information. I think the question I want to ask is really best directed to Mr. McKenzie. I mean, he's your cost of equity witness, so I won't push on that subject. The That's all I wanted to review with you, Mr. Sanders. Thank you very much.
Thank you, hearing examiner Ryan.
Mr. Aguilera, do you have anything?
No, thank you.
Okay. PNM, Ms. Twilliger, any redirect?
No, thank you.
Okay. With that,
I wanted to see if some recross would be
no,
based on some
no,
of the.
no recross. I said no recross yesterday. You may not have been here for it.
I was, but.
Period. No, Mr. Herman, no. Do you understand? No.
I just want to object to a certain line of questioning along the San
Too
Juan
late.
agreement.
Too late. Too late for that. I'm serious. I said no recross yesterday. I think I was pretty clear on that. We have way too much to get through. And if you were here for that, you could have made a friendly cross objection if that's what you intended. But I'm sorry to snap. It's late in the day, but I did say no like 5 times.
Well, if I may just lodge my objection that we all did waive our cross-examination regarding San Juan issues, and to the extent we aren't allowed to follow up on questions on the hearing examiner on that, we're prejudiced.
But you know what? Go ahead, ask your questions, but be very crisp.
Okay, thank you.
Hearing examiner, may I just ask in response to which line of questions? This was Mr. Herman. I guess I'm confused.
All right, and I'm getting a lot of people on screen now. We're not going to open this up to broadband cross-exam recross late in the day. We're not playing games here, folks. I'm going to allow some limited cross-examination for Mr. Herman on this, but that's it. He'll speak for the group or whatever the case may be. This is getting ridiculous. You should have done this earlier.
My line of questioning is just.
Shouldn't you have, Mr. Herman?
I'm sorry?
Shouldn't you have done it contemporaneously with the questioning?
I should have.
Yes, you should have. I'm going to allow you to do it very limited. I would like an apology, however. Now.
For not making a timely objection, Mr. Examiner.
And with that, I'm still allowing you to do the recross, right?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Mr. Sanders, is your understanding of this is regarding Mr. Ryan and Mr. Medeiros' questions about whether or not the San Juan settlement would be an offset recorded against earnings. Do you recall that discussion?
Yes.
Offset recorded against earnings?
Yes, recorded against earnings.
Thank you.
Now, were you a party or are you generally aware of the San Juan settlement agreement?
Very generally aware. I'm aware of certain aspects that affect my testimony, but I was not really a party to it.
Okay. Are you aware that it was not filed in this case, but in the Supreme Court proceedings and then eventually in the 19-00018 proceeding?
I am.
And did you see my cross-examination of Mr. Monroy yesterday?
I did watch. I don't know that I remember a specific topic.
Do you recall our interchange where I asked him if that San Juan settlement agreement would affect the revenue requirement that PNM was requesting?
I do. I also think there was a redirect on that to clarify one small issue.
Yes,
related to the carrying charges on the prepayments of Schedule 16.
So would you agree, or are you aware of the pleading filed by the parties that would essentially moot the San Juan generating testimony in this proceeding?
I am generally aware.
And are you aware of why the term moot was used rather than strike or withdraw?
I am not aware why.
would you agree that it was because that issue would be settled in a separate docket and would no longer be material in this pleading?
I have no basis to disagree with you. But like I said, I'm none aware of why.
Thank you. That concludes my line.
Thank you, Mr. Herman. Anybody else who slept on their rights going to dare to ask to recross? Because I saw all of a sudden, a lot of panels pop up with pictures of folks. Mr. Marks, are you going to dare to do it?
No, Mr. Maderos, at the risk of making everyone else mad at me, it would be my preference that if the hearing examiners were going to establish a rule, no recross, that we just stick to it, so we're not wondering whether we can or can't. So I think it's within your power to set that rule, and
It's also within my power to waive the rule.
it is.
And that's why I put the clock up for 5 minutes, which is what it says in the pre-hearing order for any allowed recross examination. And so I just exhibited for you the discretion to allow Mr. Herman to accommodate a respected, excellent attorney, the ability to make his record on an issue, even though I was annoyed with it appropriately. Anything else?
Clarification.
Mr. Gold?
I have a question about bench requests. I saw and printed out the PNM response to bench request 2.
Can we
So-
excuse Mr. Sanders first?
Oh, yeah, I do apologize. Yeah, thank you. Sorry.
All right, Mr. Sanders, we don't know how many of your recommendations, if any, or all of them, we're going to recommend to the commission ourselves for approval, but I just have to say that I'm sure the company is very, very glad that you came back from gas company, because you are a credit to the company and the industry. Thank you, sir.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
And just recall, Mr. Sanders, Commissioner Ellison may wish to ask you some questions. We just don't know at this time, so we'll keep in touch.
Understood.
So as I always say with valuable witnesses like you, you are excused subject to recall.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Bye.
All right, bench request. Mr.
Yeah,
Gould.
Examiner, I wanted to make sure to review everything tonight so we'd have an answer for you tomorrow per your earlier order. So I did see number 2 and I just wanted to get an update from PNM if number 3 was going to be coming this evening or not. Maybe I didn't listen carefully enough.
We said for number 3, it would be at the earliest tomorrow, Friday, perhaps.
Okay. That's all I wanted. Thank you. And tomorrow, Mr. Hearing Examiners, I will be on the live feed and my co-counsel will be joining the Zoom call.
Your progeny and better half of the team.
There's not even a question of half here. I mean, come on. We're talking low percentages.
All right. Well, okay. Thank you.
Hearing examiner?
Yes.
We
Yes,
just
ma'am.
need to clarify for purposes of tomorrow's schedule that Mr. Graves needs to go first.
He does.
He has a flight out tomorrow night, whereas Mr. Watson is staying in town tomorrow night. So we will put Mr.
okay.
Graves on first.
And he now has, by my calculations, and correct me if I'm wrong, 174 minutes or 2.9 hours, approximately 3 hours of cross-examination. Mr. Watson is at 70 minutes now. Again, subject to check at 1.2 hours. And so I would ask, and I am asking, I'm not would asking, I am asking that the company attempt to bring one of the witnesses from Friday to be on call to testify after Mr. Watson tomorrow, if we're lucky.
So we intend to put Ms. Mendez and Mr. Cervantes on deck.
Terrific. On deck is the right term for it. So that's Cervantes and Mendez,
Yes.
potentially. Okay. That's true. Thank you for accommodating that. Anything else? Ms.
Does the
Benazzi?
order, does the order of those two people matter, Mr. Welliger? I mean, did you say that in like a purposeful way?
No.
Either one?
No, I did. If you all have a preference, I think we could accommodate your preference if you'd like to see one or the other first. Or one of the
Whatever.
other.
No, I just think we can consult the whole group and see when we get there. Just curious more than anything.
Ms. Nanazi?
Thank you, sir. One quick question. It's for PNM for Ms. Twilliger. Is the Dropbox link that you put into bench request for the same as New Energy Economy Exhibit K Table 1 remedy analysis? Do you know?
I have no idea. I think I have no idea.
Is it SC1? Is it SC31? Is that what that is?
I did not work on that. I've been in hearing, as you saw, all day. So maybe you could ask Mr. Alvidrez when we start tomorrow.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh,
All right,
I just received a text that it's the same. But
is there anything else we need to address? Well, before we end, I asked Mr. Herman for an apology. He gave it to me graciously, and I'd like to convey an apology to him for flashing as we well know, my Portuguese temper a little bit. But when I start seeing people pop up who haven't been around for a while, and then they ask for recross, that's the kind of thing that tends, among other things, to get my Portuguese up a little bit, so to speak. So, Mr. Herman, I apologize for raising my voice with you. You are an excellent attorney, highly respected, and I just want you to know that, and I apologize.
Thank you. I appreciate your praise and do apologize again for my interruption.
All right, with that, if there's nothing else, we are in recess until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. with Mr. Graves and miscellaneous